Chapter 97. This foolish woman has utterly ruined everything. Yet, just as her hand reached out, a resounding slap struck her face with ferocity. Smack. Jiang Boya's eyes blazed crimson as he pointed at her, his entire body trembling with rage. Shameless wretch, how dare you covet the possessions of the Jiang family? Do you believe that if you touch anything again, I shall report you for theft? Jiang Miaojiao covered her stinging face, completely dazed by the blow. As she gazed at the man before her, who seemed driven to madness, she finally comprehended that it was all over. Stricken with fear, she dared not utter another word, pulling Xiao Mei along as they left the Jiang family villa amidst the scornful gazes of the servants. The evening breeze was cool, brushing against them and evoking an indescribable desolation. Xiao Mei grasped Jiang Miaojiao's hand, desperately clinging to the last vestiges of dignity. Miaojiao, fret not, for your mother shall ensure you suffer no hardship. Though stripped of everything, she still had her daughter, and she could not falter. Jiang Miaojiao scoffed coldly within. Having been cast out from the Jiang family, how could they treat her any better? This foolish woman had truly ruined everything. However, Jiang Miaojiao displayed no trace of her inner turmoil on her face. She merely lowered her head, her voice quivering with suppressed tears as she cautiously inquired, "Mother, is my father truly dead?" Today, she had learned that Xiao Mei was indeed her biological mother. But did her father know? He had never spoken to her about the events of that year. When she was 8, Sun Wei had come to their door, presenting a non-disclosure agreement to prove he was her father, and only then did their connection begin. Jiang Miaojiao found it perplexing and yearned for answers. Upon hearing the question, Xiao Mei's expression darkened significantly. "Your father passed away long ago." Her tone was resolute, leaving no room for dispute. "I bore you in hiding, with no ties to him. You need not dwell on it. Simply follow your mother." Jiang Miaojiao's eyes flickered momentarily before she obediently nodded. With nowhere else to go, they could only take a taxi to a 5-star hotel. Upon arrival, Xiao Mei approached the front desk, striving to uphold the dignity of a Jiang family matron as she presented her bank card. "Book a suite." The receptionist took the card, swiped it through the machine, and then politely returned it. "I apologize, madam, but your card is not valid." Xiao Mei's expression froze. Defiantly, she attempted another card, only to receive the same response. All her cards had been suspended. Jiang Boya had truly acted with ruthless precision. As the receptionist observed her struggle to produce payment, her smile turned subtly condescending, laced with sarcasm. "Perhaps you might consider trying another hotel?" Xiao Mei trembled with rage, snatching back her card and dragging Jiang Miaojiao away without a backward glance. Behind them, it felt as though faint laughter echoed in the air. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Jiang family villa was somber. The servants stood with their hands at their sides, too fearful to breathe. Jiang Boya slumped on the sofa, appearing a decade older in just a few hours, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepening. Jiang Yunxi stood beside him, gently patting his back in a soothing manner. "Father, it is as it is. We cannot change it now. The most pressing matter is to find a way to address the repercussions of this situation." Jiang Yunxi's brow was etched with worry. "I am not particularly concerned about my mother acting impulsively, but that Jiang Miaojiao, I cannot guarantee she won't exploit this incident to her advantage. That woman is cunning and adept at disguise. When cornered, she is capable of anything." Jiang Boyu wearily raised his head, his gaze clouded. "You shall handle this matter. Inquire whether Yunxi has any prudent solutions. We simply need to manage it." He paused, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. "If all else fails, have someone deal with Jiang Miaojiao to ensure she no longer speaks." Jiang Sheng's expression stiffened. "Understood, father." He promptly instructed a nearby servant to assist Jiang Boyu upstairs for rest. As Jiang Boya's figure vanished around the staircase corner, Jiang Sheng turned to face Jiang Yunxi on the sofa, along with a silent, yet formidable man beside her. "Yunxi, it is getting late. Perhaps we should have Mr. Xiao stay the night?" Jiang Yunxi momentarily froze at the suggestion. Indeed, it was late. She turned to Xiao Yin. "Would you like to stay here?" Xiao Yin nodded nonchalantly. "That would be fine." After all that had transpired today, he was concerned for Jiang Yunxi's safety, believing it best to remain nearby, at least to provide support when she needed it. Jiang Sheng immediately instructed the servants. "Prepare the guest room next to Yunxi, for Mr. Xiao." He then turned back to Jiang Yunxi, his tone considerably softer. "It is late. We should all retire for the night. I will return tomorrow to discuss Jiang Miaojiao's situation." Jiang Yunxi nodded and led Xiao Yin upstairs. As they ascended the softly carpeted staircase, Xiao Yin's steps slowed slightly, his gaze resting on the girl a half step ahead of him. Everything that had transpired tonight would be a devastating blow for any girl. The bias and scheming of her biological mother, over 20 years of usurpation, and the chaotic distortions of truth and lies. He could not fathom how she maintained her composure throughout this farce. Did she find solace in solitude to nurse her wounds? Did loneliness and helplessness engulf her in the dead of night? He was no expert in offering comfort, but in this moment, all he wished was to provide her with a sliver of warmth. Upon reaching the threshold of the door, Xiao Yin suddenly extended his hand, drawing Jiang Yunxi into his embrace with great fervor. He held her tightly, resting his chin gently upon the crown of her head. "Yunxi, you need not feel distressed." His voice resonated with a low gravitas, imbued with a hint of clumsy tenderness. "From now on, I shall be your family." With that declaration, he inclined his head slightly, bestowing a soft kiss upon her forehead. Jiang Yunxi, enveloped in his comforting concern, could not help but chuckle softly. "Xiao Yin, do you truly perceive me as so fragile?" She tilted her head slightly, meeting his profound gaze, within which her own reflection shimmered vividly. "I will not be harmed by anyone. You need not worry." As her words lingered in the air, she rose onto her toes, bestowing a kiss of solace upon his lips. Xiao Yin was momentarily taken aback. The girl in his arms, formidable and composed, seemed impervious to harm. All his worries appeared somewhat superfluous in her presence. Jiang Yunxi was indeed the remarkable Jiang Yunxi. He could not help but smile, tightening his embrace around her arm just a tad more. "Indeed, I underestimated you. You are truly remarkable." You should rest now. Tomorrow I must accompany Xuanqing to submit our registration for participation." Jiang Yunxi waved her hand with a smile, preparing to retreat to her room for rest. Xiao Yin paused. "What registration for participation?" Jiang Yunxi replied nonchalantly. "It is the application for participation in the Xuanmen Exchange Conference. Since Tianshanmen has fallen into such decline, I must personally submit the application for them to even consider our participation." This was utterly humiliating. Chapter 98. Application for the Xianmen Exchange Conference. A flicker of intent crossed Xiao Yin's eyes. "I shall accompany you tomorrow. Though I seldom make appearances, I am acquainted with a few individuals who may assist in alleviating some of the cumbersome procedures." Jiang Yunxi's eyes brightened. "Of course." She released Xiao Yin and waved a hand at him. "Do get some rest. I shall come to call you in the morning." Xiao Yin nodded. Turning to enter the guest room, the door closed gently behind him. He retrieved his phone and dialed Assistant Song. "Please make arrangements. I intend to attend the Xianmen Exchange Conference with Yunxi." He needed to investigate the true motives behind those who conspired against him, whether it was due to his sister-in-law or some other reason. And who cast that curse? Was it also Wu Wei? If true, then there would be no need for Changxing Temple to exist. As the night deepened, Xiao Yin set aside his phone and lay down on the bed. At dawn the next day, as the first light began to filter through, Jiang Yunxi rose early. She and Xiao Yin departed together, first stopping at the hot spring resort to collect Xianqing before heading towards the direction of Xiangshan Changxing Temple. This Xianmen Exchange Conference was to be held at Changxing Temple. The vehicle halted at the foot of the mountain, and the three began their ascent on foot. Today, Changxing Temple was bustling more than usual, with a steady stream of individuals clad in various Taoist robes, exuding an aura of the Xianmen. Sun Wei stood at the temple's entrance, warmly greeting the visitors. However, his smile froze and his expression darkened visibly upon seeing Jiang Yunxi approaching. Before she could utter a word, Sun Wei interjected with a mocking tone. "Your Tianshan sect has only 3 members, and yet you dare to attend the Xianmen Exchange Conference? What a disgrace." His voice was loud enough for many to hear, drawing curious gazes from those around. "Indeed, isn't Tianshan sect already in decline? How dare they show their faces here?" Another chimed in. "With such dwindling numbers, they're merely a formality, and how embarrassing it is." Xianqing trembled with anger, his aged face turning crimson. "The strength of a sect is not determined by its number of disciples. What gives you the right to look down upon others?" Sun Wei sneered, dismissing him entirely. Jiang Yunxi found little merit in engaging with such individuals. She stepped forward, her icy gaze locking onto Sun Wei. "You may either defeat me or allow me to participate." Sun Wei was momentarily taken aback, his complexion shifting from green to white. Fight? He was no match for this woman. Yet, to let her enter would mean losing face. Just as he found himself at an impasse, a steady voice emerged from behind him. "Junior brother, do not be rude." Wu Wei stepped out from the temple. He had initially intended to lend support to his junior brother and reprimand this audacious girl, but upon seeing the powerful and indifferent man behind Jiang Yunxi, his expression shifted. How could Xiao Yin be by her side wherever she went? Wu Wei instantly changed his approach, donning a warm smile. Miss Jiang, welcome to the Xianmen Exchange Conference. Please submit your application here. Jiang Yunxi's expression softened slightly as she led Xiao Yin and Xianqing towards the direction indicated by Wu Wei. Sun Wei hurried to Wu Wei's side, lowering his voice with urgency. Senior brother, why permit this lunatic to participate in the conference? Wu Wei's gaze lingered on Jiang Yunxi's retreating figure, his expression inscrutable. He certainly did not wish for her to attend. This woman had repeatedly thwarted the good fortunes of Changxing Temple and had turned him and his junior brother into the butt of jokes within the Xianmen. He wished nothing more than to see her crushed. However, the man accompanying her was Xiao Yin. The influence of the Xiao family was such that even the entirety of Changxing Temple could not afford to offend them. Confrontation was the most foolish course of action. Wu Wei withdrew his gaze, a faint cold smile gracing his lips as he reassured his junior brother. Can you prevent her, or stop Xiao Yin? Sun Wei's breath hitched, leaving him momentarily speechless. Of course he could not. The Xiao family's power was immense, not only he as the head of Changxing Temple, but even the entire Xianmen would have to give them due respect. His chest tightened with frustration, and his complexion darkened further. Wu Wei patted his shoulder. The Xianmen conference features a competition arena. At that time, life and death will be disregarded. Jiang Yunxi will undoubtedly compete, should any unfortunate events arise. It will be her own doing and concern no one else. Sun Wei's eyes brightened suddenly. What brilliance, senior brother. Once on the competition stage, swords and blades are indiscriminate. Any mishap would be entirely normal. When the time comes, even if the Xiao family wishes to seek accountability, they will find no one to blame. Sun Wei's frustration evaporated, his gaze towards Wu Wei filled with admiration. Indeed, senior brother is astute. Let us proceed with this plan. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes darkening with malice. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunxi and her companions had arrived at the registration desk. The Taoist in charge of the registration merely handed them a form in a businesslike manner. Xianqing filled in the information for the Tianshan sect. The Taoist accepted the form, barely glancing at it before swiftly applying a stamp. All done. Your application has been approved. You may attend the exchange meeting in 2 days. The speed was alarmingly swift, almost suspiciously so. Xianqing held the stamped receipt, still in disbelief, his face a picture of astonishment. Just like that, it's approved? He had anticipated numerous hurdles or even outright rejection, yet it had been so effortless. Jiang Yunxi took the paper, lightly grazing her fingertips over it, a glimmer of cold realization crossing her eyes. It was obvious that there was some ulterior motive at play. Wu Wei and Sun Wei were far too benevolent for their own good. They merely sought an opportunity to strike her down during the competition. These two truly were naive, believing that such a scheme could result in her demise. Noticing her change in demeanor, Xiao Yin turned his head, softly inquiring, "What troubles you?" Jiang Yunxi shook her head, tucking the receipt away nonchalantly. "Nothing. When the day of the exchange arrives, you need not come." Xiao Yin's expression shifted. Knowing well that this place was teeming with peril, how could he possibly allow her to face it alone? He neither acquiesced nor declined. After completing their business, the trio turned to descend the mountain. Just as they stepped outside the temple, Jiang Yunxi suddenly felt a jolt of unease. A chilling sensation of being watched enveloped her. She halted abruptly, spinning around. Behind her was a throng of people, a mix of pilgrims and Xianmen practitioners, with nothing amiss in sight. Chapter 99. An old acquaintance, Mo Cha. The gaze she had sensed earlier vanished without a trace, as if it had merely been a figment of her imagination. Jiang Yunxi furrowed her brow. No, that was not a mere illusion. The gaze bore an eerily familiar chill. Xianqing, noticing her pause, asked in confusion, "Ancestor, what is it?" Jiang Yunxi shook her head. "It is nothing. Let us proceed." Suppressing her unease, she continued down the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, she finally had the opportunity to appreciate the full splendor of Xiangshan. It truly was a place of fortune, with commendable feng shui and spiritual energy. Coupled with the numerous disciples of Changxing Temple, the entire mountain brimmed with vitality. Logically, individuals emerging from such a locale should not possess the ruthlessness of Wu Wei and Sun Wei. Moreover, the sense of foreboding she experienced just moments ago felt oddly familiar. As if encountering an old acquaintance, Mo Cha, Upon descending the mountain, Xiao Yin escorted Jiang Yunxi and Xianqing to the hot spring villa before returning to the Xiao family. Jiang Yunxi stood still, watching the Rolls-Royce vanish at the crossroads, before retracting her gaze and turning to Xianqing beside her. Xianqing was still immersed in the joy of his successful registration. Hearing her call, he quickly composed himself and respectfully responded, "Ancestor. Do you know of this person, Mo Cha?" "Ancestor? Why do you mention him?" That name, recorded in the remaining texts of the Xianmen, represented a taboo. He was the most fearsome demon of ancient times, thriving on the consumption of souls, leaving devastation in his wake. Jiang Yunxi's eyes darkened. "Tell me everything you know." Xianqing recounted the passages about Mo Cha from the sex texts. It was said that the ancient demon Mo Cha practiced forbidden arts, attempting to upend the three realms, only to ultimately disintegrate into nothingness. After that, no records of his whereabouts existed. Jiang Yunxi's brow furrowed slightly. "When did this happen?" "It seems soon after your ascension." Jiang Yunxi's hand unconsciously tightened within her sleeve. Her failed ascension and Mo Cha's disappearance. What a remarkable coincidence. The truth behind her failed ascension might not be as straightforward as it appeared. However, after 10 millennia, the events of the past had become irretrievable, with all clues severed. Noticing her prolonged silence, Xianqing cautiously shifted the topic. "Ancestor, this time the Xianmen Exchange Conference has been successfully applied for. It's the first time in a century for the Tianshan sect. You truly are remarkable." Yet, Jiang Yunxi doused his enthusiasm with cold water. "Do not rejoice too soon. We still do not know the situation of the conference. Do not let your guard down. Wu Wei and Sun Wei will not easily let you off the hook. The competition will undoubtedly be fraught with peril." Though she was not afraid for herself, Xianqing and Lu Xian were both too weak in their cultivation. One misstep could cost them their lives. "You have 2 days left. Train diligently with Lu Xian to solidify your skills. Especially, draw more defensive and offensive talismans to carry with you, lest you find yourselves outmatched during the competition." Xuanqing's heart tightened, immediately grasping Jiang Yunxi's unspoken meaning. "Yes, ancestor. I will go at once." He bowed to Jiang Yunxi and swiftly departed to find Lu Xian. Jiang Yunxi turned back to her room, sitting cross-legged on the bed and soon entering a meditative state. In the afternoon, Jiang Cheng sought out Jiang Yunxi. "Mother and Jiang Mia have been stranded outside. Even their cards have been suspended by father. They called today, crying and begging for money." Jiang Yunxi raised an eyebrow. "Did you give them any?" Jiang Cheng shook his head with a bitter smile. "No. I cannot articulate why, but I simply do not wish to give them anything, not even a word." A faint smile graced Jiang Yunxi's lips. "You have done well. Their karmic burdens are too heavy. Becoming further entangled will only bring you misfortune." Jiang Cheng nodded, now firmly believing in his sister's words. "What should I do next? I cannot simply abandon them, can I? I fear Jiang Mia may act recklessly." Jiang Yunxi set down her cinnabar brush, regarding him with a half-smile. "Is she not soon to marry Xiaoling? Let her seek him out." Jiang Cheng paused, quickly grasping the implication of her words. The Xiao family was in disarray due to the actions of Xiaoling's parents, preoccupied with their own troubles. Sending Jiang Mia, a source of trouble, to confront another would only add fuel to the fire, allowing them to tear each other apart. This strategy of his sister's was indeed ruthless. However, such tactics were warranted against someone like Jiang Mia. A flicker of satisfaction rose within him as he hastily sent a message to Jiang Mia. "Go find Xiaoling." After sending it, he promptly blocked her contact. Meanwhile, Jiang Mia was at a hotel with Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei lay on the bed, her face pale, fraught with anxiety and irritation. When Jiang Cheng's message arrived, Jiang Mia's eyes instantly brightened, thinking her brother had softened and was willing to provide her with money. But upon reading the content of the message, her excitement froze. "Go find Xiaoling? How casually he says that. Brother, how can you treat me like this? What have I done wrong?" However, the message had been sent, only to be rejected. He had actually blocked her. Jiang Mia stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. He had always been so indulgent, granting her every wish. Now, he turned against her for that wretched Jiang Yunxi. Enraged, she nearly dropped her phone.
Xiao Mei,
weak and listless, asked, "What's wrong?" Did Shima reply? Tears streamed down Jiang Mia's face. "Mother, brother told me to find Xiaoling, and then blocked me." Xiao Mei shot up from the bed, enraged and cursing. "That ungrateful wretch. I have wasted years raising him." After a tirade of grievances, she gradually calmed, though her resentment deepened. "Forget it. We can no longer rely on your brother. We must seek out Xiao Ling. Ever since the incident involving Xiao Ling's parents, they had moved to a villa on the outskirts. Jiang Yunxi wiped her tears. Mother, let us go find him now. After a brief discussion, Zhao Mei and Jiang Yunxi hailed a cab to the villa. Nestled halfway up a mountain, the villa was serene yet imbued with a chilling desolation. A servant led them inside. Upon seeing Xiao Ling again, Jiang Yunxi could hardly believe her eyes. The man before her bore no resemblance to the dashing young heir of the Xiao family she had once admired. Clad in loose loungewear, he appeared gloomy and dispirited, aged beyond his years. Even his once handsome features looked unsettlingly gaunt. Chapter 100. She is about to take action. He sat on the sofa, staring blankly at the television, showing no reaction as they entered. Was this truly the man she had longed to marry? How had he fallen to such a state? A swell of disappointment and revulsion surged within Jiang Yunxi. Yet, she quickly reminded herself that despite his transformation, he remained a member of the Xiao family. He was her only lifeline, and she could not afford to let go. What brings you here? Xiao Ling turned his head, his voice hoarse and flat, revealing no emotion. Jiang Yunxi's heart trembled, and she immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor, tears welling in her eyes. She stumbled forward but stopped a few paces away, afraid to approach. Ling, we've been cast out. Jiang Yunxi cannot tolerate me, and father listened to her, expelling both me and mother from the Jiang family. I truly regarded her as an elder sister. I do not understand why she harbors such hatred for me. Ling, we have nowhere else to go. Could you take us in? Jiang Yunxi placed all the blame on Jiang Yunxi. Xiao Ling scoffed internally, knowing that Jiang Yunxi was not the type to bully others without cause. Jiang Yunxi must have done something to provoke that woman. However, these matters were of no concern to him. He was already numb, living each day mired in endless misfortune and accidents. The presence of two more or fewer people around him made no difference. Xiao Ling nodded indifferently.
You may stay.
He instructed the nearby servant, prepare a room for them. Jiang Yunxi's face blossomed with joy. She knew it all along. Ling still cared for her. She hastened forward, seizing Xiao Ling's arm, her voice a melodious blend of charm and dependence. Ling, you treat me the best. Yet, in the next breath, calamity struck unexpectedly. A servant, occupied with pouring tea, lost his footing and tumbled towards them, the teapot slipping from his grasp, spilling a torrent of scalding water directly onto Jiang Yunxi's face.
Ah!
Jiang Yunxi cried out, clutching her face in agony, her pain piercing through her very soul. Zhao Mei, witnessing her daughter's face rapidly swell and blister, felt her heart nearly succumb to faintness.
Quick!
Call for an ambulance. To the hospital. Yet Xiao Ling remained seated on the sofa, his posture unchanged, his expression entirely composed. The hospital is too far. It would be too late. Just apply an ice pack. There is no need for alarm. Ever since he relinquished his fortune to Xiao Yin, such misfortunes had become a daily occurrence. Anyone who crossed paths with him seemed to encounter calamity, rendering him indifferent to it all. Zhao Mei looked at him in disbelief. How can this be a trivial matter? Miao's face is scorched. Jiang Yunxi, summoning all her strength to endure the excruciating pain and the terror clawing at her heart, rose from the ground, her voice trembling. Mom, it's fine. Ling is right. There's no need for hospital. She followed Zhao Mei back to her room, hastily fetching some ice to tend her burns. After they departed, Xiao Ling slowly turned to face his assistant, who stood in the shadows. He felt like a living corpse, trapped in an endless cycle of misfortune, choking on water, stumbling while walking, even plagued by nightmares in sleep. The root of all this lay with Xiao Yin, who had stripped him of everything, transforming him into this wretched state, neither human nor ghost. What are Xiao Yin and Jiang Yunxi up to lately? He inquired coolly. The assistant had bowed respectfully, responded in a steady tone. They are preparing to attend the Xianmen Exchange Conference. President Xiao has even generously sponsored this event with over $1 million in funding. A cold smile curled at the corners of Xiao Ling's lips. He had underestimated Xiao Yin's cunning. The so-called Xianmen Conference and the donations were mere facades. Xiao Yin aimed to exploit Jiang Yunxi to solidify his title as the favored child of fortune. In due time, all eyes would be drawn solely to the good fortune and benefits that Xiao Yin would bring, ensuring his unimpeded success within the Xiao family and the business realm. While he himself would fade into obscurity, a mere laughingstock. He would never allow Xiao Yin to achieve his desires. You too, obtain an invitation. I shall attend as well. Yes. Soon, the day of the Xianmen Exchange Conference arrived. Lu Xian drove Jiang Yunxi, Xianqing, and Shurjiu to the Chongqing Temple in Xiangshan. The temple was abuzz with activity. The parking lot at the foot of the mountain was already filled with a myriad of luxury cars. A long queue snaked from the mountain gate down to the base, with the attendees being prominent figures from the Xianmen. Guests gathered in small groups, engaging in conversation, clearly familiar with one another. As Lu Xian parked the car, the four of them alighted, instantly drawing the attention of many onlookers. Which family do they belong to? I don't think I've seen them before. A young Taoist in a blue robe inquired curiously of his companion. Sun Wei glanced over, providing a casual introduction. From the Tianshan sect. This revelation sent ripples through the crowd. The Tianshan sect? I must have misheard. That long-fallen sect? They still exist? Don't they lack even a proper disciple? How dare they show up at the exchange conference? Indeed, with no legitimate legacy, their presence is simply embarrassing. They hardly qualify as a sect anymore. The crowd scrutinized the four of them with derisive eyes, clearly reveling in their misfortune. Xianqing's face flushed crimson, trembling with indignation. The Tianshan sect may have declined, but that did not permit anyone to trample upon it. Were it not for the ancestor silence, he would have rushed forward to confront these people. Shurjiu, the youngest, shrank instinctively behind Jiang Yunxi, while she herself remained composed, her expression tranquil throughout. To her, the mockery of these individuals was merely the narrow-mindedness of frogs at the bottom of a well. Their vision was limited to such small-mindedness. Once they arrived at the competition arena, they would undoubtedly realize what the true Tianshan sect represented. Ignore them. Let us proceed inside, she said, walking towards the temple.
Hey, Tianshan sect.
Someone could not hold back, stepping directly in front of them, arrogantly sizing them up. With a successful application to attend, you must have some skills. Why not showcase them for us to broaden our horizons? The individual spoke in a decidedly disrespectful tone, deliberately pricking at the Tianshan sect's vulnerabilities. Lu Xian was about to retaliate, but Jiang Yunxi called out, Lu Xian, stand down. Reluctantly, he took several steps back. The young Taoist, seeing Lu Xian's submission, scoffed. I thought you actually had some ability. Turns out you're just. Before he could finish, Jiang Yunxi delivered a swift kick, sending him flying down the steps in a comical tumble. Help, help. Chapter 101. Who loses, who is embarrassed. Sun Wei's face turned ashen. You dare to openly harm someone at the entrance of the Chongqing Temple? Do you have no respect for the Xianmen clans? No sense of propriety? The surrounding crowd was incited by his words, pointing fingers at Jiang Yunxi. Exactly. Such audacity. A wild girl from a fallen sect dares to be so arrogant. She must be taught a lesson. Kneel and apologize. Otherwise, you shall not enter these gates today. Jiang Yunxi, however, did not flinch, her brows remaining unruffled, a faint smirk gracing her lips. A group of clowns dares to shout at me. You provoke first, yet demand I apologize? If you're not satisfied, come and fight. Whoever loses faces humiliation. A middle-aged man in a gray robe surged forth from the crowd, his eyes reddening upon seeing his disciple on the ground, wailing. You insolent wretch! He roared, without further ado, forming a hand seal, unleashing a swift and lethal talisman aimed at Jiang Yunxi's back. The attack was rapid and merciless, leaving no room for retreat. Yet, Jiang Yunxi seemed to possess eyes in the back of her head. Without turning, she effortlessly snatched the talisman from the air, as if merely brushing aside a fallen leaf from her shoulder. To employ such a sneak attack was a disgrace to the Xianmen clans. Jiang Yunxi slowly turned, fixing her gaze on the astonished middle-aged man, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Is this how the Xianmen clans conduct themselves, resorting to underhanded tactics? The man was momentarily left speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment, but he quickly regained his composure, adopting a condescending demeanor. Dealing with a rogue like you requires no sense of propriety. No sooner had he finished speaking than he charged at her again, hands transforming into palms. Each strike aimed at her vital points, clearly intent on killing her. Yet, to Jiang Yunxi, his ostentatious moves were riddled with flaws, utterly inadequate. The first strike, she sidestepped with effortless grace. The second strike, she seized the opportunity within his attack, advancing instead of retreating, striking his wrist with precision. The middle-aged man felt a jolt in his wrist, losing all balance. Before he could react, a chilling aura of malice enveloped him. Jiang Yunxi appeared before him like a specter, her fingers curling like claws, mercilessly grasping his throat. In merely 3 moves, the middle-aged man's body trembled, his arrogance swiftly replaced by sheer terror. He could distinctly feel the hand gripping his neck, knowing that with just a slight increase in pressure, it could easily crush his windpipe. This woman truly intended to kill him. The shadow of death loomed over him, and in that moment, all his dignity and pride became utterly vulnerable. "Please don't kill me," he stammered, his voice trembling as he immediately began to plead for mercy. Jiang Yunxi let out a cold laugh, tightening her grip slightly. "Kneel down and apologize." As the middle-aged man was on the verge of being forced to his knees, Sun Wei stepped forward without hesitation. Furrowing his brow, he assumed a righteous demeanor. "Miss Jiang, one should show mercy when possible. Isn't this a bit excessive?" He felt compelled to intervene. If a long-established senior member were to kneel before this young girl today, what would become of their so-called orthodox facade? Moreover, it would serve as an opportunity to label her as ruthless and merciless. Jiang Yunxi cast a derisive glance at Sun Wei, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "When you were clamoring for me to kneel and apologize just now, did you not consider your own excess? Now that it is your turn, you only know how to criticize me? You truly exemplify double standards." Upon hearing these words, those who had previously jeered felt a sudden sting of embarrassment, as if they had been slapped harshly. They knew they were in the wrong and lowered their heads awkwardly, no longer daring to speak. Sun Wei's face turned an alarming shade of pale, unable to muster a single retort. Jiang Yunxi, too weary to waste further words on them, coldly discarded the man in her grasp as if he were refuse. "Get lost, and don't block the way." She turned her back on everyone, leading Lu Xian and the others toward the interior of the Changxing temple. The crowd instinctively parted to create a path for her. It was not until her figure disappeared completely at the temple entrance that the onlookers seemed to come back to life, beginning to murmur amongst themselves. This woman was simply insane. Terrifying. It would be best to keep a distance from her in the future. How could the Tianshan sect produce such a monster? Meanwhile, Jiang Yunxi and her companions made their way toward the main hall. Shi Zhou trailed behind, his heart racing. Had the ancestor just been extraordinarily formidable? Those were two adults, one being a senior from another sect, yet the ancestor had effortlessly brought them down. For the first time, he felt a sense of security. Lu Xian was equally exhilarated, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, striding forward with a newfound vigor. The ancestor was the mightiest. With the ancestor in the Tianshan sect, they would surely regain their former glory. Hearing the overly expressive emotions of the two youngsters behind her, Jiang Yunxi paused momentarily, glancing back at them. "If anyone bullies you in the future, fight back without hesitation. Even if you cannot win, ensure you take a piece of them with you. Only those who are willing to risk everything will instill fear in others, preventing them from thinking you are easy to bully." Shi Zhou and Lu Xian met her unfathomable gaze, their hearts tightening, and they nodded earnestly. "Understood, ancestor."
Satisfied.
Jiang Yunxi turned and continued forward. The group soon arrived at the front of the main hall where the exchange event was to be held. The plaza was already bustling with numerous individuals from various sects, each standing beneath their respective banners, engaged in lively conversation, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Lu Xian scanned the crowd but found himself increasingly furrowing his brow. After several laps around the area, he returned dejectedly to Jiang Yunxi's side. "Ancestor, they are bullying us. There is no banner for our Tianshan sect here." Upon hearing this, Xuanqing's face, already flushed from earlier events, turned a deeper shade of purple with anger. Jiang Yunxi also frowned slightly. This was unlike the Changxing Temple's usual conduct. Although Wu Wei was cunning, he was not so petty as to employ such lowly tactics to humiliate others after agreeing to their participation. Thus, only one possibility remained. It was the sect that had been reprimanded outside the mountain gate earlier that was engaging in underhanded tactics behind the scenes. Just as Jiang Yunxi was about to instruct Lu Xian to inquire with the attending Taoist priest, a commotion broke out from the direction of the mountain gate, accompanied by cries of distress. All eyes were drawn to the source of the noise. Chapter 102, The Enchantress of the Tianshan Sect. The small Taoist priest, who had been kicked away by Jiang Yunxi earlier, along with his master who had been pleading for mercy, were being carried up the mountain on a stretcher. Wailing in agony, both appeared pale, their foreheads wrapped in thick bandages, looking gravely injured as if they might expire at any moment. The crowd turned to observe, murmuring in confusion. What happened? How did Daoist Li from Maoshan end up in such a state? And his disciple, wasn't he just welcoming guests below? Wu Wei immediately stepped forward from the crowd, feigning concern as he approached. "Brotherly, what transpired? Who has done this to you?" Upon seeing Sun Wei, Daoist Li appeared as if he had found a savior, struggling to sit up on the stretcher, pointing at Jiang Yunxi in the distance, filled with rage and sorrow. It was that enchantress from the Tianshan sect. We were merely trying to maintain order at the foot of the mountain, and without a word, she unleashed her vicious attack upon us. Master Wu, you must seek justice for us. His disciple echoed his cries, his voice piercing. She seeks to annihilate us. We, as the righteous sect of the Xianmen, cannot tolerate such a merciless fiend. The Tianshan sect must be expelled from this exchange event. We refuse to associate with a sect that has no moral compass. The moment these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in outrage. All eyes turned toward Jiang Yunxi with shock and disdain. They were unaware of the specifics of what had transpired at the foot of the mountain. But upon witnessing the pitiable state of the Maoshan duo, they were already inclined to believe them. This was too much. It was utterly lawless. The Tianshan sect had fallen to such depths because of unworthy descendants like you. Get out of the exchange event. There is no place for you in the Xianmen. Xianxing trembled with rage, pointing at the master and disciple duo, his lips quivering as he struggled to articulate a coherent response. You are slandering us. Lu Xian, equally frantic, stood before Jiang Yunxi, shouting at the crowd. That's not true. They provoked us first. However, his defense, coming from a mere boy, sounded pitifully inadequate in the face of two gravely injured victims. No one believed him. Jiang Yunxi's gaze transcended the crowd of indignant faces, landing on Wu Wei. Her voice was icy. Is this something the Chongqing Temple will manage? Wu Wei feigned extreme difficulty, his tone laced with helplessness and a facade of impartiality. Miss Jiang, this is ultimately a matter between you and Maoshan. As the host, we at the Chongqing Temple cannot favor either side. Perhaps it would be best for you to resolve this amongst yourselves? At these words, the Maoshan faction grew increasingly emboldened. All fellow Taoists have witnessed. This enchantress bullies the weak, showing no remorse. We demand that the Tianshan sect withdraw from this exchange event immediately. Furthermore, she must kneel before us and apologize.
Yes.
An apology. Expel her from the Xianmen. The clamorous demands rose higher and higher, portraying Jiang Yunxi as a heinous villain. Jiang Yunxi smiled. How could she continually encounter such foolish individuals who so easily distorted the truth and engaged in sophistry? It was truly tiresome. She had initially considered indulging them, but it seemed unnecessary now. A chilling aura of murderous intent began to emanate from her. Just as she prepared to take action to silence these incessant nuisances, a cheerful voice floated over from the mountain gate. What is all this commotion about? The crowd turned toward the source of the voice. A procession of individuals approached at a leisurely pace, led by a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit, his face adorned with a warm smile that instantly elicited goodwill. However, as the crowd beheld the man following him, whose demeanor was icy and exuded an imposing aura, the cacophony of the square diminished by half. It was none other than Xiao Yin. Upon catching sight of the leading man, Taoist Li's eyes lit up instantly. Minister Zhao, your timing is impeccable. You must advocate for our righteous sect. He wept and sniffled, reiterating his earlier claims. Casting himself as a tragic hero wronged by malevolent forces while upholding the principles of the Xuanmen. That wretched sorceress from the Tianshan sect acted without reason, brazenly assaulting us and leaving my disciples grievously injured. Minister Zhao maintained a smile, turning his gaze toward Jiang Yunxi, who stood a short distance away. Miss Jiang, is this indeed the case? Jiang Yunxi shook her head, her tone unperturbed. The people from Maoshan initiated the provocation. I merely retaliated in kind. Taoist Li sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at her. You speak falsehoods. He then turned to Minister Zhao, his demeanor earnest. Minister, you see for yourself, she remains unrepentant. Such a person is utterly unworthy of participating in the Xuanmen Exchange Conference. The smile on Minister Zhao's face faded slightly. He scrutinized Taoist Li once more. Is this truly the case? Believing Zhao doubted Jiang Yunxi, Taoist Li's heart soared, and he thumped his chest, vowing absolutely.
Li.
Swear by my Tao heart that if I utter a single falsehood, we from Maoshan will withdraw from the Xuanmen Exchange Conference and never return. His declaration resonated with conviction, and those surrounding them believed him. Minister Zhao's smile finally dissipated. His gaze turned sharp and frigid as he regarded the two still playing their parts. Excellent. We were just down the mountain and witnessed everything clearly. It was your disciple who first obstructed the Tianshan sect, speaking disrespectfully and provoking them repeatedly. It was also you who orchestrated a sneak attack from behind, only to be taught a lesson in return. from start to finish. It has been you Mao Shan who have inverted black and white, stirring up trouble. A murmur of shock swept through the crowd. They realized they had been deceived. Mere pawns in a game. The looks of sympathy directed at the Mao Shan disciples swiftly morphed into disdain and anger. Shameless. A disgrace to the Xuanmen, they cried. Apologize to the Tianshan sect. Daoist Li and his disciple could no longer maintain their facade, trembling like two quails. Under the furious gazes of the crowd, they were compelled to crawl before Jiang Yunxi. Why yes, we apologize. It was our mistake. Jiang Yunxi regarded them from her elevated position, her eyes devoid of warmth. I do not accept. Daoist Li abruptly lifted his head, astonishment etched across his face. From now on, the Tianshan sect and Mao Shan shall be irreconcilable. Her words were resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. The square fell into a profound silence once more. No one had anticipated that, with Minister Zhao's intervention and the truth laid bare, Jiang Yunxi would grant no quarter. Such fortitude was unprecedented. In the realm of Xuanmen families, where one often encounters their peers, the ethos of cordiality and the notion of leaving room for future encounters prevailed. It was rare to witness someone as unyielding as Jiang Yunxi, who tore apart the facade without hesitation. This woman was indeed fiercer than any man. Chapter 103. Your fiancé truly is a woman of steel. Only Minister Zhao cast an appreciative glance at Jiang Yunxi, the warmth in his eyes deepening. Possessing capability, cunning, and temperament, she was a person destined for greatness. He turned to Xiao Yin, saying, Mr. Xiao, your fiancé is indeed formidable. Xiao Yin smiled. Thank you for the compliment. She is indeed remarkable. With that, amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, he walked toward Jiang Yunxi, naturally taking her hand, his warm palm enveloping her cool fingertips. Minister Zhao cleared his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to formally introduce Mr. Xiao of the Xiao family, who is the sole sponsor of all the activities for this Xuanmen Exchange Conference. The crowd gasped collectively. The Xiao family, a top-tier aristocracy whose wealth could rival nations, a family whose mere footfall could shake all of China. It was no wonder Minister Zhao treated him with such deference. The expressions of the onlookers transformed instantly from disdainful amusement to reverence and ingratiation. Minister Zhao paused, his gaze resting on Jiang Yunxi. And beside Mr. Xiao is his fiancée, Miss Jiang Yunxi. Furthermore, she is the most significant heir of the Tianshan sect. I hope that during the upcoming exchange, all of you will treat each sect equally and respect every fellow practitioner. I also hope that everyone achieves remarkable success in the conference. Thank you. This statement undoubtedly bolstered Jiang Yunxi's position while simultaneously admonishing all present. So, what if the Tianshan sect had fallen? They had the Xiao family backing them. Anyone who sought to trouble them would be disregarding both the Xiao family and Minister Zhao. Indeed, Minister Zhao speaks wisely. We shall ensure fairness and mutual growth. Miss Jiang is a prodigy. The Tianshan sect's future is bright. The rapid shift in attitude from those who had previously demanded their expulsion was astonishing. Sun Wei stood at the back of the crowd, his expression dark enough to draw water. His plans lay in ruins. It was now impossible to act against Jiang Yunxi openly. Minister Zhao nodded in satisfaction, offering Jiang Yunxi a warm smile before leading the group into the grand hall. Jiang Yunxi merely nodded in response, her expression indifferent. Once the crowd had moved on, she turned to Xiao Yin. Did I not say I didn't want you to come? Xiao Yin, well aware that she could manage on her own, simply could not quell his concern. I knew these people wouldn't behave. They would surely bully you. So, I came. Jiang Yunxi gazed at his earnest demeanor and suddenly smiled. Thank you. Xiao Yin felt a stirring within him. Her smile was more beautiful than any scenery he had ever witnessed. Just then, Lu Xian rushed over, his face alight with excitement. Ancestor. The people from Chengshengwen have arranged our seating. It's right over there. Jiang Yunxi followed his pointing finger to see a brand new banner prominently displayed in the front row, emblazoned with the characters Tianshan sect in a flourish of calligraphy. It seemed that their earlier demeanor had been entirely transformed due to the influence of Xiao Yin and Minister Zhao. Nodding, she led Xuanqing and the others toward that direction. As they approached, the crowd instinctively parted to make way. Just as Jiang Yunxi settled into her seat, Xuanqing eagerly leaned in, his face flushed with excitement. Ancestor. That's Minister Zhao from the special department. He actually spoke up for us. I'm beyond thrilled. Jiang Yunxi's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Is he really impressive? Xuanqing lowered his voice, speaking in hushed reverence. Minister Zhao is the absolute authority of the special department, which is the most sought-after sector in the Xuanmen. They handle all sorts of supernatural affairs around the world and are held in high esteem. However, apart from those within the Xuanmen, very few know of this department's existence. So, there exists an official institution of metaphysics in this world, which was more orderly than she had anticipated. This so-called special department might serve as a valuable ally in her quest for cultivation resources in the future. Jiang Yunxi nodded, beginning to grasp the situation. Then what is Minister Zhao's purpose in coming here? Aren't these exchanges meant exclusively for the Xuanmen? Xuanqing's tone brimmed with aspiration. Minister Zhao attends each exchange meeting with the purpose of selecting individuals of remarkable talent who are well-suited for entry into special departments, subsequently recruiting them. Last year, a prodigy from the Changxing Temple was recruited, eliciting envy from various sections. This time, it is widely believed that Minister Zhao will once again select this year's fortunate candidate from the Changxing Temple. It becomes apparent that he is there to recruit. No wonder the Changxing Temple holds such a high status within the mystical path. They have evidently established connections with the authorities. They aim to leverage this exchange meeting to suppress rivals while conveniently sending a representative to the special department, thus solidifying their own standing, a strategy that is rather astute. Unfortunately for them, they encountered her. Jiang Yunxi's lips curled into a knowing smile. So this is the case, I understand now. Soon, all participants destined for the exchange meeting had gathered. Sun Wei donned an elaborate dark robe, wielding a peachwood sword, leading the disciples of the Changxing Temple to commence a heavenly sacrifice and prayer upon the elevated platform in front of the main hall. 99 thick sandalwood incense sticks were ignited in the incense burner, and dense white smoke spiraled upward, reaching the heavens. The disciples, clad in uniform azure robes and holding dusters, knelt in unison, reciting obscure ancient scriptures in harmony with Sun Wei's movements. The entire scene was grand and enigmatic. Jiang Yunxi stood below the platform, observing Sun Wei's ostentatious display with a cool gaze. This heavenly sacrifice was performed with great flair, but alas, it was merely a facade. There was not a hint of spiritual energy emanating from it, nor could it summon any celestial essence. It was merely a theatrical performance for the onlookers. Once the heavenly sacrifice concluded, the disciples of the Changxing Temple guided members from various sects toward the guest quarters in the back courtyard. With the morning's proceedings at an end, everyone would take a moment to rest before continuing with the afternoon's activities. The Tianshan sect was assigned a particularly pleasant courtyard, tranquil and elegant, clearly crafted with care. Xiao Yin also entered the courtyard with them. As soon as Lu Xian and Shiju stepped inside, they immediately busied themselves. The two retrieved their own bedding and meticulously tidied the main house, ensuring that not a speck of dust remained. The Mystical Path Exchange Conference would last several days, and it was imperative to prepare adequately so that the ancestor could reside comfortably. Xianqing settled into a chair beside Jiang Yunxi and began to explain the schedule for the Mystical Path Exchange Conference. Ancestor, this afternoon will focus on the exchange of doctrines, where everyone will sit together to discuss philosophical matters. Tomorrow is dedicated to mystical arts, and the day after will feature talisman exchanges, each sect showcasing their unique skills. The day after that is the most crucial and lively, the sect competition. Last year's competition resulted in a fatality, drawing the attention of law enforcement and creating quite a chaotic scene. Chapter 104. I dare say I am second. No one would dare claim first. As Jiang Yunxi listened, she nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Yin, seated beside her, observed her serene profile and inquired, "How confident are you?" Jiang Yunxi turned to meet his concerned gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips. "I may falter in the exchange of doctrines, as I have not perused many texts. However, when it comes to mystical arts and talismans, I dare assert that I am second. No one would dare claim first." Xianqing immediately nodded vigorously, like an ardent admirer. Indeed, their ancestor was the most formidable. Xiao Yin couldn't help but chuckle. "Very well. You all should rest. I will go meet Minister Zhao and see what arrangements remain." Upon finishing his words, he rose and casually picked up the cane resting beside him. Jiang Yunxi stood as well. "Shall I accompany you?" Xiao Yin glanced at her and nodded in agreement. "Certainly." The two walked side by side out of the courtyard belonging to the Tianshan sect. In the afternoon, the Changxing Temple was considerably less fragrant, replaced instead by a heavy, oppressive atmosphere, as if a mountain storm were imminent. The two proceeded along the bluestone path, leisurely making their way toward the courtyard where Minister Zhao was resting. As they approached an archway, Jiang Yunxi suddenly spoke. "Are you quite familiar with Minister Zhao?" Xiao Yin did not pause in his stride, but turned to glance at her. "Not particularly familiar, but I have encountered him several times." Jiang Yunxi nodded, her expression neutral, revealing no discernible emotion.
Oh.
Xiao Yin raised an eyebrow. What's on your mind? Jiang Yunxi's tone remained flat, but her words sent a jolt through Xiao Yin's heart. If you were more familiar with him, I might save his life. If not, then I shan't bother. She was never one to act as a benevolent savior. Her willingness to assist depended on her mood and her relationships. Xiao Yin halted his steps, turning to face her, his dark eyes scrutinizing her. Is Minister Xiao in danger? Jiang Yunxi tugged at the corners of her mouth, her smile not reaching her eyes. His power is extensive, easily inciting jealousy, thus making him prone to peril. It would be peculiar if someone in such a high position, entangled in the secrets of the mystical path, did not have adversaries wishing him harm. Xiao Yin pondered this thoughtfully as they continued forward. Just as they passed through the archway, they spotted two figures standing beneath the nearby corridor, Minister Xiao and his aide. Minister Xiao wore a warm smile, though his eyes bore a more profound intensity, while his aide appeared noticeably tense. Clearly, they had overheard the conversation. A storm of turmoil surged within Minister Xiao. This Jiang Yunxi was undoubtedly extraordinary. Indeed, he had been infiltrated by an adversary during this visit, and he had been struggling to find a pretext to address the situation. Her words had precisely pinpointed his current predicament. Was this mere coincidence? Or did she genuinely possess foresight? He even suspected that her previous remarks were intentionally directed at him. Xiao Yin shifted his gaze between Minister Xiao and Jiang Yunxi, quickly grasping the situation. Yunxi was testing the waters. He must play along. Stepping forward, he inclined his head slightly to Minister Xiao. Minister Xiao, I have some follow-up matters I wish to discuss with you, which is why I came over. Minister Xiao's smile returned to its perfectly measured warmth. Mr. Xiao, you are too courteous. Please, come this way, we can discuss this inside. The group entered the reception room, where the aide promptly brewed a fresh pot of tea. Minister Xiao lifted his teacup, his gaze seemingly casual as it fell upon Jiang Yunxi. She sat there calmly, her demeanor composed, as if merely accompanying Xiao Yin to listen in. Yet, the more she appeared at ease, the more Minister Xiao understood that this woman was far from simple. After a moment of contemplation, Minister Xiao raised his head, his gaze warm yet piercing, locking onto Jiang Yunxi. Miss Jiang, what did you mean by your earlier statement? Jiang Yunxi did not hesitate. Meeting his eyes, she spoke clearly and deliberately. There are those around you who wish to harm you through this event. In severe circumstances, it could cost you your life. The atmosphere in the room instantly froze. The aide's expression shifted, his tone laced with indignation.
Impossible.
With so many people around Minister Xiao, how could there be any oversight? This young girl speaks far too recklessly. Jiang Yunxi cast a cool glance at him. Foolish mortals are always the last to recognize the dangers that lie close at hand. Have you perhaps been feverish yesterday, consuming a bowl of talisman water? Minister Zhao's expression stiffened, his pupils narrowing slightly. This matter was known only to him and a select few close confidants. How could Jiang Yunxi be aware? Indeed. He conceded quietly. Extend your hand. Jiang Yunxi reached out toward Minister Zhao, clearly indicating her intention to examine him. Minister Zhao promptly complied, rolling up the sleeve of his Zhongshan suit and presenting his wrist to her. Jiang Yunxi's slender fingers lightly touched his wrist. Here. Everyone followed her gesture and noticed a faintly abnormal dark blue-green hue in the veins on the inner side of Minister Zhao's wrist, like a few serpents slithering ominously. The scene was particularly bizarre. The assistant was momentarily taken aback. Despite being by the minister's side every day, he had never before noticed such an anomaly. Minister Zhao fixated on his wrist, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Having managed a special department for so many years, he had witnessed countless strange occurrences. The darkening of his veins was a quintessential sign of being cursed, a malignant spell that slowly erodes vitality. Coupled with the talisman water mentioned earlier by Jiang Yunxi, a chill surged from his feet up to the crown of his head. He had been stealthily ensnared without the slightest inkling. As he raised his gaze to Jiang Yunxi, his expression shifted from scrutiny to gravity. Miss Jiang, I appreciate your warning. I had been utterly oblivious to the fact that someone had placed a curse upon me. Jiang Yunxi retracted her hand, her demeanor unchanged. Do you have a suspect in mind? Minister Zhao instinctively recalled the person who had delivered the talisman water to him. Could it be the one who offered me the talisman? Jiang Yunxi let out a soft laugh, tinged with a hint of derision. That individual, bold enough to act so openly, would surely not leave such an obvious clue. You should investigate those you trust most. The phrase most trusted caused Minister Zhao's breath to catch. The assistant physician behind him wore an equally perplexed expression. Xiao Yin observed all of this with keen interest. He gently grasped Jiang Yunxi's hand and addressed Minister Zhao in a measured tone. Minister Zhao, my fiancé enjoys jesting. However, sometimes, truth can be hard to hear. You might want to conduct a little investigation. The game had been set by Yunxi. Whether Minister Zhao had the resolve to take the next step remained to be seen. Chapter 105. Absolute Trust in Jiang Yunxi. Minister Zhao's expression darkened. Xiao Yin's words conveyed a profound trust in Jiang Yunxi. Although he was not well acquainted with Xiao Yin, their previous encounters had revealed that Xiao Yin was not an individual easily swayed by mere acquaintances. His unwavering trust in Jiang Yunxi signified her true capabilities. Minister Zhao's mind raced, swiftly leading him to a decisive conclusion. He nodded, expressing gratitude to Miss Jiang for her alertness. The two engaged in a brief discussion regarding sponsorship matters. Before long, a young Taoist knocked on the door. Minister Zhao, the afternoon discussion is about to commence. The host requests your presence. The group rose and proceeded toward the front courtyard. Minister Zhao lagged a few steps behind, lowering his voice as he instructed his assistant. Investigate everyone around me. Particularly, find out who handled the talisman water delivered yesterday. The assistant's expression sharpened, and he nodded in compliance. Understood. He quickly detached from the group, striding in a different direction. Meanwhile, Minister Zhao discreetly followed Xiao Yin and Jiang Yunxi. Soon, they arrived at the plaza in front of the hall. Jiang Yunxi and Xiao Yin settled into their designated seats within the Tianshan sect's faction. Sun Wei and Minister Zhao ascended the platform to host the ceremony. Jiang Yunxi listened with little interest, while Xianxing and Lu Xuan were enraptured. After several minutes, Sun Wei cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed colleagues, the discussion segment of this year's Xianmen Exchange Conference is now underway." As his words resonated, the atmosphere became lively. An elderly Taoist with a goat-like beard was the first to speak. I believe the essence of cultivation lies in aligning oneself with the celestial rhythms, cultivating a tranquil heart and desires, thus attaining comprehension of the Tao. A robust middle-aged Taoist immediately countered, this notion is erroneous. We, as cultivators, are meant to defy the heavens and contend for our fates. If we merely comply, how can we speak of the great Tao?
Nay.
To contend with the heavens is to vie for a sliver of life, not to act against the heavenly principles. Otherwise, one shall surely face divine retribution. The two sides exchanged heated arguments, referencing scriptures and passionately debating. The surrounding members of the Xianmen listened intently, with some even joining in to express their opinions. Jiang Yunxi remained silent, merely observing the spectacle with indifference. To her, these so-called discussions were mere superficial musings, and some viewpoints were riddled with fallacies. Yet, Xianxing and Lu Xuan, inexperienced in the world, were captivated, their eyes shining with excitement. Master, their arguments are so profound. I feel incredibly enlightened. Indeed, there are so many interpretations of cultivation. It's quite remarkable. The two whispered enthusiastically to one another. Nearby, a member of another sect overheard their conversation and scoffed.
What?
Has the Tianshan sect fallen to the point of not daring to engage in discourse? Or do you simply have no Tao to discuss? The taunt was accompanied by a dismissive gesture aimed at the Tianshan sect. At this, several hostile gazes turned toward them. Xianxing and Lu Xuan's faces flushed crimson. A mix of anger and embarrassment, wishing they could vanish into the ground. Jiang Yunxi slowly raised her gaze, her cold eyes locking onto the speaker. We, the Tianshan sect, do not engage in such discussions. An immediate hush fell over the plaza. Everyone regarded her with bemusement, as if she were a fool. To attend the Xianmen exchange yet claim that her sect does not discuss the Tao. Was this not the height of absurdity? The provocateur laughed heartily.
Ha ha ha.
Did I hear you correctly? You don't even discuss the Tao. What then do you seek? Jiang Yunxi's expression turned icy. We only discuss the heart. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Those who sincerely seek the Tao, even without scholarly pursuits or studying the scriptures, are still individuals of the Tao. Conversely, those who spout righteousness yet harbor dark and filthy hearts, calculating against their own brethren, do not deserve to speak of the Tao, even if they could recite the scriptures backward. Her words struck like a resounding slap across the face of the provocateur. The man's smile faltered, his face shifting from pale to flush, utterly speechless. Jiang Yunxi maintained a smile. Pray tell, which category do you belong to? This inquiry rendered him crimson with shame. The onlookers erupted in laughter, some daring to jeer. Do tell, which one are you? Let us hear if you genuinely seek the Tao or if your heart is tainted. The man, mortified and enraged, was about to rise in protest when he suddenly met Jiang Yunxi's calm, unwavering gaze. This woman was a wild card, unpredictable in her actions. Moreover, she was seated next to Xiao Yin. The man, like a deflated balloon, sheepishly closed his mouth and sank into his seat amidst the laughter of the crowd. Just as it seemed the matter would conclude, Minister Xiao's assistant hurriedly entered, his expression betraying urgency. He approached Minister Xiao, leaning in to whisper a few words. Minister Xiao's countenance shifted dramatically, visibly changing before their eyes. He abruptly lifted his head, shock evident in his gaze as he stared at Jiang Yunxi. The assistant had investigated. Astonishingly, the talisman water had indeed originated from his most trusted aide, who had followed him for over a decade. Furthermore, that individual had devised a backup plan, tampering with the incense burner for today's discussion. If he had approached to light the main incense as in previous years, the specially concocted incense would have resonated with the curse within him, resulting in his immediate demise. Had it not been for Jiang Yunxi's timely warning, he would have undoubtedly met his end today. Cold sweat drenched his back in an instant. Jiang Yunxi had saved his life. Minister Xiao rose to his feet. Miss Jiang is right, he proclaimed suddenly, his voice resonant and steady. The cacophony of the plaza fell silent. The Xianmen Exchange Conference had always been intended to foster communication and camaraderie among the sects, promoting unity among them, rather than fostering an environment where individuals engage in comparisons, harbor animosities, or even isolate one another. The esteemed families of the mystical realm must cease their internal strife, for such discord will undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. I implore all present to acknowledge one another, to extend respect to others as well as to oneself. Minister Xiao paused, his penetrating gaze sweeping over the faces of everyone in attendance. Do not seek discomfort for yourself. His final words carried a weighty warning. If previously Minister Xiao had merely spoken a few words in favor of Jiang Yunxi out of regard for Xiao Yin, it was now abundantly clear that he was wholly aligned with Jiang Yunxi and the Tianshan sect. The individuals present were not foolish. They instantly grasped the significance of this shift. Chapter 106, so conspicuously favoring one individual. Their gazes toward Jiang Yunxi transformed completely, now tinged with awe and trepidation, devoid of any trace of disdain or mockery. The sudden turn of events rendered everyone speechless. This was the first time they had witnessed Minister Xiao so openly favoring someone. What had Jiang Yunxi done to earn such bias from Minister Xiao? Even Sun Wei's eyes, directed at Jiang Yunxi, became shrouded in speculation, growing particularly profound. He could not fathom how the situation had escalated to this point. Wu Wei stepped out from the crowd, taking a seat beside Sun Wei. Sun Wei immediately leaned in, his voice barely above a whisper, laced with a hint of panic. Senior brother, what should we do now? Wu Wei's expression remained inscrutable, as if all remained firmly within his grasp. He cared not for Minister Zhao's current stance. What is the opinion of a dying man matter? Do not worry. Everything has been arranged. Sun Wei's breath hitched, but Minister Zhao Wu Wei's lips curled into a chilling smile, causing Sun Wei's heart to race. What if Minister Zhao were no longer here? The mere utterance of those words silenced Sun Wei, a shiver racing down his spine, leaving him too frightened to utter another syllable. This matter swiftly faded into the background. With Minister Zhao's admonition, the atmosphere of the discussion became markedly more harmonious. No one dared to steer the conversation toward the Tianshan sect any longer. Seizing the opportunity when others were distracted, Minister Zhao discreetly approached Jiang Yunxi. His tone was now considerably gentler, even imbued with a hint of respect. Miss Jiang, I am grateful for your life-saving intervention. My assistant has just confirmed that the individual who sought to do me harm is indeed someone I held in utmost trust. Jiang Yunxi merely nodded, her expression untroubled. She had anticipated this outcome and was not at all surprised. Heed my counsel. This is the virtue you have accumulated throughout your life, a blessing you have secured for yourself. A bittersweet smile graced Minister Zhao's face. However, the individual has been apprehended, yet he refuses to lift the curse. Miss Jiang, do you possess a solution? Jiang Yunxi lifted her gaze to meet his, her demeanor serene. I do. She hesitated for a moment before adding, however, it will require payment. Upon hearing this, Minister Zhao was not only unfazed but visibly relieved. If payment is involved, then the matter becomes manageable. I would be most obliged, Miss Jiang, if you could assist me in dispelling this curse. Jiang Yunxi rose to her feet. Let us proceed. Observing this, Xiao Yin also stood, and the three swiftly made their way to the courtyard where he resided. In the courtyard stood several grim-faced individuals clad in black, while on the ground lay a middle-aged man bound and helpless. This man was none other than Minister Zhao's long-serving deputy, now discarded on the ground, his eyes ablaze with resentment and unwillingness. Upon sighting Minister Zhao, he let out a cold laugh. "Minister Zhao, you must be in quite a hurry now, aren't you? The curse remains unbroken, and you are surely destined to meet your demise today." Minister Zhao's countenance darkened as he approached, his voice laced with suppressed fury. "Why have you done this?" The man scoffed, his eyes brimming with venomous disdain. "After all these years of loyalty, when an opportunity for advancement arose, you chose to bestow it upon another rather than me. You speak so grandly, claiming he is more suited. What does that even mean?" Minister Zhao was momentarily taken aback. He could not fathom that a brother-in-arms, with whom he had shared countless life and death experiences, would resort to such treachery over a mere promotion. Did all those years of camaraderie and shared trials mean nothing? Minister Zhao's expression was one of profound sorrow and regret. The man, however, struck a nerve and abruptly shut his eyes, unleashing a torrent of curses. "Spare me your feigned sympathy. Regardless, you are destined to perish. For the curse upon you is beyond any means of salvation. Even should you kill me today, you shall accompany me to the grave. Accept reality. There is no escaping your fate." Jiang Yunxi scoffed, as if a mere curse could truly be beyond resolution. The man opened his eyes wide in disbelief, staring at Jiang Yunxi. "What do you mean? You can break it?" Jiang Yunxi's expression remained calm as she nodded.
Yes.
The man wore a scornful expression. "You cannot possibly lift it. There are no more than 5 individuals in this world capable of breaking this curse." Jiang Yunxi turned her head to her assistant. "Then allow me to demonstrate whether I can indeed do so. Fetch me a knife." A flicker of hesitation crossed the assistant's face. Minister Xiao commanded in a low voice, "Do as Miss Jiang instructs." The assistant promptly complied, retrieving a sharp dagger. Jiang Yunxi accepted the dagger, grasping Minister Zhao's hand, and lightly drew the blade across his palm, a small incision appearing instantly. With her other hand, she swiftly formed a seal, a faint golden light shimmering at her fingertips. She pressed the golden light against Minister Zhao's wound, muttering incantations, before suddenly yanking it outward. A strand of black mist, thinner than a strand of hair, was forcibly drawn from Minister Zhao's palm. The black mist writhed in the air, as if animated by some unseen force, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Minister Zhao's eyes darkened at the sight. He was well aware of what the curse entailed, yet such sinister techniques had long been lost to time. How could his deputy possess such knowledge? Jiang Yunxi sealed the strand of black mist within a yellow talisman, then bit her fingertip, allowing a drop of crimson blood to fall upon Minister Zhao's wound. The blood, as if imbued with life, seeped into the wound and directly into Minister Zhao's body. He shuddered violently. An unbearable burning sensation surged from his palm, radiating throughout his limbs and bones, nearly forcing a cry from his lips. Yet he did not struggle, his jaw clenched tightly as he allowed Jiang Yunxi to continue her incantation. This was his only chance. He had to place his trust in her. After a minute, the searing sensation gradually subsided. He glanced down to see the once horrifying dark veins on his wrist returning to their normal state at a visibly rapid pace. The curse had indeed been lifted. The bound deputy on the ground stared, his eyes wide in disbelief. "How is this possible? How could you break the curse?" Jiang Yunxi assisted Minister Zhao in sitting on a nearby stone bench before turning her attention to the man.
Speak.
"Who taught you to wield curses?" The deputy hesitated, his body stiffening, a deep-seated loathing flashing in his eyes, quickly replaced by fear. He shook his head vigorously. "You will never uncover the truth. Even if you discover it one day, you cannot hope to defeat him. He is nothing short of a devil." Chapter 107. No need for pleasantries. Payment is required. Having spoken, he fell silent, refusing to utter another word. Regardless of Jiang Yunxi's and Minister Zhao's inquiries, he remained as unresponsive as a corpse. Minister Zhao sighed deeply, gesturing for his assistant to take the man away. "Ensure he is securely detained. Once the Xianmen exchange conference concludes, I shall personally interrogate him." The assistant promptly acknowledged the command, swiftly escorting the disoriented deputy away from the courtyard. Silence reclaimed the courtyard as Minister Zhao regained his composure, straightening his attire before approaching Jiang Yunxi and bowing with solemnity. "Once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving intervention." Jiang Yunxi assisted him to his feet, her demeanor unruffled. "There is no need for such formality. Remuneration is expected." Minister Xiao was initially taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter.
Ha ha ha.
Miss Jiang, you are indeed refreshingly candid. This Jiang Yunxi was undeniably intriguing. He had encountered countless individuals steeped in insincerity, yet her forthrightness was a rarity. The debt of gratitude for saving a life is among the most challenging to repay. If it can be resolved with money, it simplifies matters considerably. Let us exchange contact information, and you may send me your card number. Jiang Yunxi nodded, retrieving her phone. They exchanged contact details, and Minister Xiao promptly transferred the funds. Miss Jiang, in my tenure overseeing the special department, I have yet to meet someone of your caliber. Might you be interested in joining our ranks? The smile on Minister Zhao's face faded slightly, his expression turning earnest. If someone of Jiang Yunxi's talent could be harnessed for the nation, it would undoubtedly provide significant support. Jiang Yunxi pondered for a moment. Joining the special department would entail restrictions and the management of various troublesome matters, which would impede her cultivation. I aim to revitalize the Tianshan sect, so I must decline. She tactfully refused. Minister Zhao seemed to anticipate this response, promptly launching into persuasion. Miss Jiang, please do not be so hasty in your refusal. Should you join the special department, we could assist the Tianshan sect with any needs that arise in the future. Moreover, having additional strength is preferable to facing challenges alone. Xiao Yin interjected appropriately from the side. Indeed, Yunxi, it is worth considering. The special department is not overly burdensome. You may only need to intervene in special circumstances. Jiang Yunxi required a legitimate identity and more resources to restore the Tianshan sect. Joining the special department seemed the best option at present. Minister Zhao nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case. After some contemplation, Jiang Yunxi recognized the validity of both Xiao Yin's and Minister Zhao's arguments. Ultimately, her individual strength was finite. If she wished to rejuvenate the Tianshan sect swiftly, she would need external aid. The special department, without a doubt, represented the most advantageous ally. Very well, she finally consented. Minister Zhao produced an exquisite wooden box from within his robes and presented it to her. Welcome, Miss Jiang, to our ranks. Jiang Yunxi opened the box to reveal a black emblem, crafted from an unusual material, inscribed with an ancient character for mystery. This is the exclusive insignia of the special department. Those affiliated with us will assist one another, irrespective of the circumstances. I hope, Miss Jiang, that you will extend your aid when you encounter this emblem in the future. Jiang Yunxi accepted the emblem with a nod. Understood. Minister Zhao nodded in satisfaction. It is getting late. You both should return and rest, as you have further competitions to attend tomorrow. Xiao Yin and Jiang Yunxi nodded in acknowledgement before turning to exit the courtyard. Upon their return to the main square, the afternoon discussions were drawing to a close. On the elevated platform, representatives from various sects were passionately debating. However, the majority of the audience had lost interest. Jiang Yunxi and Xiao Yin resumed their seats at the Tianshan sect's designated area. Soon, Sun Wei ascended the platform, cleared his throat, and announced loudly. The discussion segment of this Xianmen Exchange Conference has concluded. Per the judgment of our peers, the champion of this discussion is none other than our Changxing Temple. As his words echoed, the disciples of Changxing Temple erupted into jubilant cheers. Representatives from surrounding sects also approached, offering compliments to Sun Wei and Master Wu Wei. Master Wu Wei truly possesses profound wisdom. We are in awe. The esteemed status of Changxing Temple is entirely thanks to Master Wu Wei and Director Sun. Sun Wei beamed with pride. Master Wu Wei maintained his characteristic calm demeanor, nodding gently to the crowd, revealing no sign of elation or displeasure. The next segment was the final ritual of the heavenly sacrifice, led by the chief incense offering. Originally, this task was to be undertaken by Minister Zhao, but having been absent for some time, it was suggested that Master Wu Wei take his place. Given Master Wu Wei's esteemed reputation, it was deemed most fitting for him to perform the offering. Someone proposed substituting another for the chief incense offering. Wu Wei's brow furrowed ever so slightly, yet he did not decline. Instead, he nodded and proceeded toward the enormous incense burner at the center of the platform. Jiang Yunxi narrowed her eyes, watching his back with a perceptible air of danger. The curse afflicting Minister Zhao, although not cast by Wu Wei, was undoubtedly linked to him. To carry out an act against Minister Zhao in the territory of Changxing Temple without detection seemed implausible without an insider. A cold smile crept across Jiang Yunxi's lips as her fingers twitched subtly at her side. An imperceptible small paper figure silently darted toward Wu Wei, moving with the swiftness of lightning, slipping into the wide sleeve of his Dao robe. From this moment forth, Wu Wei's every action would fall under her control. With the small paper figure in place, Jiang Yunxi felt a sense of relief wash over her. She was eager to discern the true nature of these individuals. Wu Wei had reached the incense burner and lit the 99 thick sandalwood sticks, a dense plume of white smoke ascending in a serene manner. Everything appeared normal. Wu Wei descended the platform, announcing the conclusion of the day's activities. Jiang Yunxi, accompanied by Xianqing and the others, returned to their quarters. Nightfall swiftly enveloped the fragrant mountains. Xianqing, Lu Xian, and Shizhou had long since fallen asleep. Jiang Yunxi sat cross-legged on her bed, eyes closed, yet her consciousness was fully attuned to the small paper figure. As the hour of the rat approached, Wu Wei finally made a move. He headed toward the back mountain of Changxing Temple. The back mountain harbored no discernible spiritual energy fluctuations nor any peculiarities. Wu Wei's stealthy journey there in the dead of night was undoubtedly shrouded in secrets. Jiang Yunxi slipped from her bed, her figure flashing as she vanished like a specter. She intended to investigate for herself. Following Wu Wei, she soon arrived near the water pool at the back mountain. From a distance, it appeared unremarkable, but as she drew closer, she discovered that the area was ensconced within a barrier. What could Wu Wei be concealing here? Chapter 108. This is the true foundation of Changxing Temple. Jiang Yunxi concealed her aura, seamlessly merging with the night. The pool's depths shimmered under the moonlight, revealing no anomalies. Yet, Jiang Yunxi's consciousness clearly detected a powerful surge of energy. The aura of the barrier was ancient and formidable. The individual who erected this barrier possessed a cultivation level at least above the nascent soul stage. Jiang Yunxi's gaze darkened. In this era of scarce spiritual energy, the existence of a nascent soul cultivator was astonishing. How could this be? Could this be the true strength of Changxing Temple, who lies beneath the waters? She utilized the small paper figure to probe further, discovering that Wu Wei had already entered the pool. Evidently, there was a hidden realm beneath the water. Jiang Yunxi was eager to delve deeper, but she forcibly suppressed that impulse. With her Lingxi realm cultivation, a rash intrusion would undoubtedly alert the barrier's master. At that point, she would be ensnared. She was not an impulsive person. Without absolute certainty, she could not afford to raise any alarms. After careful consideration, Jiang Yunxi decided to withdraw for the time being. As she shifted her form, preparing to retreat silently, at the very moment she turned around, her body suddenly stiffened. A chilling and formidable pressure surged from all directions, binding her firmly in place, rendering her immobile. This was dire. She had been discovered. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yunxi's vision darkened, and she collapsed limply to the ground. A dense black mist began to rise slowly from the pool. The dark fog swirled in the air, encircling the unconscious Jiang Yunxi, as if appraising her. Moments later, the black mist gradually coalesced into the towering silhouette of a man. Cloaked in shadows, his features remained obscured. Yet he emanated a profoundly terrifying aura. Wu Wei emerged from the pool, hastening to kneel respectfully before the apparition. Ancestor. It is this woman who has repeatedly thwarted our endeavors at the Longevity Sect. Now that she has delivered herself to us, it is an opportune moment to request your intervention and eliminate this threat once and for all. The figure referred to as the ancestor paid no heed to Wu Wei. Instead, he reached into the void and drew Jiang Yunxi closer, pulling her before him. A cold snort escaped him. This woman had already reached the spiritual insight realm. Achieving such a level in this era was no trivial feat. His voice was hoarse and deep, reminiscent of a sound echoing from the depths of hell. Imbued with an indescribable strangeness, Wu Wei's head shot up, disbelief etched across his face. The spiritual insight realm? How is that possible? The last time I saw her, she had only just entered the enlightenment realm. In merely a few days, how could she have ascended in cultivation? This rate of advancement is utterly unprecedented. The shadow emitted a low, mocking chuckle, tinged with greed. Such rapid cultivation must come from some hidden shortcuts. I am most curious to discover what extraordinary qualities this woman possesses. He extended a hand, brushing against Jiang Yunxi's cheek. Just as he was about to make contact, a burst of golden light erupted from her body. The radiance surged forth, spreading like ripples. The shadow barely had time to react before he was violently repelled by the golden light, emitting a muffled grunt. He stared in shock at his fingers, now smoking from the searing light, his entire form freezing in place. How is this possible? Such pure and righteous power does not belong to this mundane world. Could it be that she is? Upon witnessing the ancestor's injury, Wu Wei hurriedly stepped forward, anxiously inquiring, "Ancestor, Are you all right? The shadow remained silent, gazing at his scorched fingers, then casting a glance at the unconscious Jiang Yunxi, suddenly breaking into a chilling laugh. You have stirred up quite a significant trouble. Wu Wei was taken aback. The shadow coldly commanded, quickly return her. With that, he transformed into a wisp of black mist and vanished into the pool. Wu Wei stood dumbfounded, furrowing his brow. He had an unsettling feeling that the ancestor seemed to recognize this woman. But how could that be? The ancestor had been sealed here for centuries. How could he possibly know a young girl in her early 20s? Wu Wei was perplexed. Yet he dared not defy the ancestor's orders as he bent down to carry Jiang Yunxi away. Meanwhile, the courtyard of the Tianshan sect had descended into chaos. Everyone was in a frenzy upon discovering Jiang Yunxi's disappearance. Xianxing, Lu Xian, and Shi Jiao were frantically searching the courtyard, going back and forth multiple times. They had scoured every corner, yet not only had they failed to locate her, but they were also met with the taunts of the longevity sect members, who mocked their distress. They scoffed, with such a formidable ancestor. Do you really believe anyone could have stolen her away? Lu Xian, fuming, mimicked the tone of the earlier Taoist. Standing in the courtyard, Xiao Ying's expression was as dark as thunderclouds, his aura oppressive enough to silence Shi Jiao and Lu Xian. If she is not in the courtyard, we must search outside. She cannot have gone far. He turned sharply to exit the courtyard. Just as he stepped out, he collided with several patrolling disciples from the longevity sect. The leader was the very one who had mocked Lu Xian earlier. What's this? Still haven't found her? Would you like us to announce it for you? In the next instant, Xiao Ying moved. He stepped forward, delivering a powerful kick straight to the man's abdomen. The young Taoist was caught off guard, flying backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing violently against a distant pillar with a dull thud. The other disciples turned pale, retreating in fright. If looks could kill, they had no doubt they would already be lifeless corpses. Xiao Ying withdrew his gaze, turning to his aide, Song, with a voice as cold as ice. Immediately search for her. No matter how deep we must dig into the longevity sect, we shall find my fiancé. Song was shaken by the chilling aura emanating from Xiao Ying. The mention of his fiancé, rather than Jiang Yunxi, indicated that this was a matter of the Xiao family, leaving no room for hesitation. Tonight, anyone who dares to obstruct us shall stand against the Xiao family. Song bowed his head, responding respectfully, yes, sir. He promptly turned and led a thorough search within the longevity sect. Xianxing hurriedly followed suit. I will go with you. Shi Jiao and Lu Xian hastened to keep pace with Xiao Ying, their youthful faces etched with urgency. Xiao Ying led the search through the longevity sect with great fanfare, attracting the attention of all. What is happening? Aren't those people from the Xiao family? Why the commotion? It seems the woman from the Tianshan sect has gone missing. Missing? Serves her right. Who told her to be so arrogant? Sun Wei, accompanied by several disciples from the longevity sect, rushed over in a flurry. A forced smile adorned his face, yet his tone carried a hint of menace. Mr. Xiao, what is all this about? As the commotion escalated, Sun Wei was unexpectedly sent flying with a single strike. So late at night, rampaging through the longevity sect with so many people. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Xiao Ying's aura was terrifyingly oppressive. My fiancé has gone missing within your longevity sect. Who knows if you have kidnapped her or harmed her? Am I not allowed to search? This was the longevity sect, his territory, and it was not the place for an outsider to run rampant. Sun Wei's expression darkened as he stepped forward, reaching out to block Xiao Ying. Mr. Xiao, one can eat recklessly, but one must not speak recklessly. Miss Zhang's disappearance has nothing to do with our longevity sect. If you dare to take another step, do not blame us for being impolite. His hand had yet to touch the edge of Xiao Ying's garment when an invisible force erupted from Xiao Ying's body. Sun Wei felt a tremendous impact strike his chest, propelling him backward with incredible force. He crashed to the ground several meters away, tasting blood in his throat. The courtyard fell into silence. Everyone stood dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. Sun Wei, the master of the longevity sect, had been sent flying by a single blow. How could this be? He was renowned for his prowess among the practitioners of the mystic sect. How could he be overpowered by an ordinary person devoid of cultivation, struggling to rise? Sun Wei gazed at Xiao Ying with eyes filled with horror and disbelief. The force he had just encountered was pure and unadulterated spiritual energy. How could this be? The last time he had seen Xiao Ying, he had appeared as a frail, dying man, suppressed by the array, without the slightest trace of luck. How could it be that after such a short span, he had acquired spiritual power? This was utterly inconceivable. Why you possess spiritual energy? Sun Wei stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Xiao Ying, his voice trembling with fear. The other sect members were similarly stunned. The mystic sect had languished for too long, and it had been many years since a genius with spiritual power had emerged. How could an outsider like Xiao Ying possibly possess such energy? Yet, Xiao Ying's gaze remained unwavering, betraying not the slightest ripple of emotion. His heart was consumed by thoughts of Jiang Yunxi, leaving him no time to engage in trivial conversations with these insignificant ants. "What business is it of yours?" he retorted, turning to glance at Lu Xian and Shizhou behind him. "Find her for me." Lu Xian and Shizhou, already flustered, immediately replied, "Yes." Just as they were about to disperse, a group of disciples from the Changsheng temple surged forth, encircling them tightly and preventing their escape. Sun Weiqiang, struggling to maintain his balance, wore a mocking smirk. "Mr. Xiao, are you aware that this is the Changsheng temple? If you wish to search for someone here, you must first seek my permission." "I am eager to see how you intend to stop me," Xiao Yin retorted with unwavering resolve. In an instant, dozens of impeccably dressed bodyguards in black suits flooded in from the entrance. Their movements were synchronized and disciplined, swiftly subduing the obstructing disciples of the Changsheng temple, rendering them immobile in mere seconds, a pace so rapid that it left everyone astonished. The entire assembly was left in awe of the Xiao family's ruthless efficiency and their unyielding demeanor. Sun Wei's face turned a deep shade of purple. "Xiao Yin, you are being excessively tyrannical." Xiao Yin regarded him with an icy stare. "Excessively tyrannical? There exists a level of tyranny far beyond this. Would you care to witness it?" He raised his hand, and a black-clad bodyguard promptly understood the cue, stepping forward to present a document pouch. Xiao Yin opened it and tossed the contents onto Sun Wei's face. As Sun Wei instinctively bent to retrieve it, the contents rendered him utterly frozen. The document clearly stated that henceforth, the Changsheng temple would belong to Xiao Yin, granting him complete rights of usage, transfer, and autonomy. The issuing authority was none other than the relevant government department. How is this even possible? Everyone stood dumbfounded. Sun Wei's complexion paled. Even with the Xiao family's power and influence, they cannot forcibly seize this place. This is the Changsheng temple. Xiao Yin scoffed. "If I do not locate my fiancé today, I shall raise the entire Changsheng temple to the ground. Then we shall see if you can still resist such a seizure." Realizing Jiang Yunxi was missing, he immediately arranged for the purchase of this contract. With sufficient financial resources and incentives, nothing is unattainable. Thus, the Changsheng temple was now his. Sun Wei was in a state of utter panic. Xiao Yin's words were not mere threats. He possessed the means to fulfill them. The Xiao family had the strength, and Xiao Yin had the audacity. "No, I cannot allow him to continue his search." Sun Wei's eyes flickered with desperation as he discreetly formed a hand gesture, murmuring an incantation. A barely perceptible wisp of dark energy seeped from his fingertips, drifting toward Xiao Yin. If he could bewilder his mind and muddle the situation, the Changsheng temple could be preserved and his own reputation salvaged. Yet, as soon as the thought materialized, Xiao Yin's frigid gaze fell upon him. His movement halted, and he became completely still. In the next moment, Xiao Yin turned his head and calmly instructed Lu Xian to remove him from the equation. Lu Xian immediately produced a thick stack of talismans, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had long found this hypocritical scoundrel intolerable. Yes, he seized a handful of talismans and, without a moment's hesitation, hurled them at Sun Wei. Thunderbolt talismans, fire talismans, ice spike talismans. Various legendary talismans exploded upon impact with Sun Wei, resembling nothing more than discarded paper.
Boom. Crackle.
In an instant, torrents of water roared, flames leapt skyward, and thunder rumbled. The square erupted into a dazzling display of sparks, accompanied by Sun Wei's anguished screams, transforming the scene into a hellish nightmare. Those standing nearby were caught in the chaos, tumbling in disarray. The atmosphere was rife with cries of despair and utter confusion. The leaders of distant sects stood petrified, their minds reeling as they beheld the youth relentlessly dispelling talismans, feeling as though their entire worldview had been shattered. How could Lu Xian, a young disciple from a fallen sect, possess such an abundance of precious talismans? Moreover, why was he throwing them away so carelessly? Those were thunderbolt talismans, capable of summoning the wrath of the heavens. Were they to be treated as mere firecrackers? Furthermore, these legendary talismans were believed to have nearly vanished. How could this young man not only wield them, but do so without restraint? What manner of extraordinary existence was this Tianshan sect? First there was that woman, akin to a goddess of slaughter, and now, a boy treating high-level talismans as refuse. This sect was simply surreal. Lu Xian continued until Sun Wei could no longer endure the onslaught, his body charred and unconscious, before finally ceasing his barrage. Looking down at the fallen Sun Wei, he spat contemptuously. "Old fool. How dare you obstruct our search for the ancestor? You deserve to die." He was not satisfied, however, and stepped forward to deliver a couple of forceful kicks. The surrounding crowd was struck with terror, none daring to intervene. Chapter 110. The Urgent Quest for the Young Lady. Returning to Xiao Yin's side, Lu Xian stood with utmost respect. "Mr. Xiao, the situation has been resolved." Xiao Yin nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the gathering. "Split up and ensure the young lady is found." The black-clad bodyguards responded in unison, immediately dispersing like well-trained soldiers, thoroughly searching the Changsheng temple. Yet an hour passed, and still, no trace of her was found. Xiao Yin's expression darkened, resembling a storm cloud ready to unleash its fury. He stood in the courtyard, emanating a frigid aura that felt capable of freezing the air itself. Where could she be? Had something truly happened? Just as he prepared to send for professional rescue equipment to scour the mountain, even contemplating excavating the entire fragrant mountain to locate her, Assistant Song approached briskly alongside Minister Zhao. "Mr. Xiao, Miss Jiang has been located." Xiao Yin's head snapped up, his bloodshot eyes fixating intently on him. "Where?" Minister Zhao stepped closer, his expression somewhat complex. "She has been returned to the courtyard, but she is unconscious. Would you like to go see her first?" Before he could finish, Xiao Yin had already turned, hastening toward the Tianshan sect's courtyard. His urgency quickened his pace, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished at the corridor's end. The onlookers failed to perceive anything amiss. However, Minister Zhao watched his disappearing figure with narrowed eyes, a hint of suspicion flickering within. His assistant, noticing the change in demeanor, quietly inquired, "Minister Zhao, what troubles you?" Minister Zhao withdrew his gaze, contemplatively murmuring, "Why does it seem as though Mr. Zhao's gait is unimpeded?" The assistant followed his gaze, but Xiao Yin's figure had long since vanished, prompting a chuckle of realization. "It is said that Mr. Xiao has had leg issues since childhood, despite consulting numerous renowned physicians to no avail. Perhaps he is simply anxious about Miss Jiang, hence the hurried pace." Minister Zhao nodded, turning to address the others. "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight has been fraught with events that surely leave us all unsettled. The competition originally scheduled for tomorrow will be postponed by one day, now to be held the day after." No one objected, all agreeing readily. They had been sufficiently awed by Lu Xian's display of talismans, and naturally, they dared not confront the Tianshan sect. Moreover, considering Sun Wei's condition, it was uncertain whether he was even alive. If he were to perish, the Changsheng temple would be overwhelmed with posthumous matters, undoubtedly causing a frenzy. Thus, it was clear that the competition could not proceed the following day. As they departed, hushed conversations erupted. How could Lu Xian possess such a wealth of high-level talismans? The Tianshan sect is likely on the verge of a resurgence. Who would dare to challenge them in the upcoming competition? I doubt even the Changsheng temple would risk it, let alone other sections. Some even lowered their voices to confer with their companions. "You suggested we seize an opportunity tomorrow to engage in a profound discourse with Jiang Yunxi. Perhaps we might acquire some skills in return? I believe it is a viable idea. She does not strike me as a petty individual." Minister Zhao, overhearing the distant murmurs, could only shake his head in resignation. A throng of sycophants, who previously wished to trample the Tianshan sect into the mire, now contemplated ingratiating themselves with her. He turned to regard Sun Wei, still sprawled on the ground, and instructed the trembling disciples of Cheng Shengwen, "Lift him and take him back, he should be fine. Find someone to examine him. When he awakens, inform him to seek out Xiao Yin and apologize to Jiang Yunxi." The disciples of Cheng Shengwen, as if roused from a dream, hastily hoisted the scorched Sun Wei and clumsily dragged him away. The crowd in the square swiftly dispersed. Only then did Minister Zhao hasten with his assistant towards the courtyard of the Tianshan sect. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin had already retreated into the room, gazing at the unconscious Jiang Yunxi lying upon the bed. He sat on the edge, gripping her hand tightly. "How is she?" He turned to inquire of Xianqing, who had just taken her pulse, now wearing a troubled expression as he shook his head. He possessed a modicum of medical knowledge, sufficient for bodily adjustments. Yet her current condition eluded his understanding. Her pulse was steady, her breath long, devoid of any signs of injury, yet she remained unresponsive. This was indeed peculiar. "Mr. Xiao, There is no immediate danger to her life, but I cannot discern the reason behind her coma. Xiao Yin's heart sank further. Those 4 words offered him no solace. He rose abruptly, bending down to lift the person from the bed. We must descend the mountain. His voice was hoarse, his tone resolute. Xianqing and Lu Xian were momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to proceed. Just then, Minister Zhao's voice rang out from the doorway. Mr. Xiao, hold on. He strode into the room, his expression grave. Given the uncertainty, moving her hastily may exacerbate her condition. Xiao Yin lifted his gaze. His bloodshot black eyes brimming with wariness and impatience. He trusted no one at that moment. Minister Zhao seemed to perceive his thoughts, softening his tone slightly. I have summoned individuals whom I trust to examine her. If she is indeed unharmed, it would be best to wait until Miss Jiang awakens. Should there be any issues, we shall descend immediately, and I will personally arrange for the finest hospital. Xiao Yin fell silent. Minister Zhao's words bore truth. He owed Jiang Yunxi a life and would never harm her. Ultimately, he relinquished his hold and resumed his seat beside the bed. Very well. The individuals Minister Zhao had called for arrived shortly, an elderly man clad in traditional robes, exuding an ethereal presence. Without uttering a word, the elder approached the bed to examine Jiang Yunxi. After a lengthy pause, he slowly opened his eyes and withdrew his hand. How is she? Xiao Yin stepped forward. His voice strained. The elder furrowed his brow. Miss Jiang's physical condition is sound. Her pulse is stable, her breath long. It appears her mind is ensnared in a dream, rendering her unable to awaken. When will she rouse? Xiao Yin inquired, his brow knitted. The elder shook his head, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. That is difficult to ascertain. It depends on Miss Jiang's own resolve. If her mental fortitude is sufficiently strong and her will unwavering, she may awaken by tonight. However, if she cannot extricate herself, she may remain in this state indefinitely. Xiao Yin's imposing figure swayed slightly, an overwhelming gloom enveloping him. Even if Jiang Yunxi were taken to a hospital now, it would avail nothing. Such enigmatic matters defied modern medical explanation, let alone intervention. He found himself regretting not having learned something from Jiang Yunxi before. Perhaps he could assist her now, instead of floundering aimlessly like a headless fly. He was acutely aware of the true meaning of powerlessness. The agony of witnessing her peril while being utterly incapable of action surpassed any torment. Chapter 111. You must believe in her. Minister Zhao, noticing his disquiet, stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. Mr. Xiao, do not fret excessively. Miss Jiang is no ordinary person. Her prowess assures me she will awaken on her own. You must have faith in her. Xiao Yi nodded, I understand. You all may leave. I wish to be alone with her. Minister Zhao sighed, signaling to the others, who promptly exited the room. Let us step outside and allow him to accompany Miss Jiang. Xianqing and the others could only follow suit. Xiao Yin stood at the bedside for an extended period before lying down, enveloping Jiang Yunxi in his embrace. He buried his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling her familiar, comforting scent. You must not come to harm. I cannot lose you. His once mundane existence had been devoid of joy. Yet her presence liberated him from the nightmares that had haunted him for years, allowing him to feel human once more. He could not bear the thought of returning to that cold, colorless world. Thus, Jiang Yunxi must remain unscathed. Xiao Yin tightened his embrace, drawing her closer. At that moment, Jiang Yunxi found herself immersed in a lengthy, familiar dream, one that preceded her ascension. Atop the Tianshan peak, snow blanketed the landscape. Clad in white, she stood upon the precipice, gazing down at the tumultuous sea of clouds below. As the venerable ancestor of the Tianshan sect, a paragon of the cultivation realm, and a champion of justice, she stood in opposition to the formidable demon Mo Cha, their destinies intertwined. They clashed countless times. From the shores of the East Sea to the desolate expanses of the West, from the abyss of 9 hells to the 33 heavens, each encounter wrought cataclysmic destruction. Yet no definitive victor emerged. Naturally, neither had spared the other. In the gravest encounter, she had been tainted by Mo Cha's demonic energy, requiring half a year of seclusion to barely suppress her injuries. However, scarcely had she emerged when she learned that Mo Cha was once again instigating bloodshed in the southern wilderness. She had no choice but to don her sword and hasten to provide aid alongside her disciples. Reflecting now, she realized that apart from her cultivation, the majority of her lengthy existence had been devoted to Mo Cha. She might well be the most knowledgeable person about him in the world. Those memories she had once sealed away now flickered before her like a revolving lantern. The images coalesced into a singular moment. A strikingly handsome man clad in dark robes stood before her. Mo Cha. He wore a familiar, cold smirk, his abyssal eyes betraying an unmasked murderous intent. Jiang Yunxi, this time, you shall finally meet your end at my hands. As his words fell, the demonic sword in his grasp surged with overwhelming dark energy, thrusting towards her heart. The icy blade pierced through flesh with a horrifying realism. Jiang Yunxi jolted awake, gasping for breath, her forehead slick with cold sweat. Gone were the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the cries of battle replaced by an unsettling silence. As her eyes slowly adjusted, she realized she lay in a warm embrace. It was Xiao Yin. He slept soundly, his lashes casting a shadow beneath his eyes. His brow furrowed even in slumber. One of his arms tightly encircled her waist, holding her possessively, as if he had clutched her throughout the night. What had transpired yesterday? Hadn't she gone to investigate the back mountain? How had she returned to her room? Jiang Yunxi immediately calmed her mind and turned her focus inward. Upon doing so, her expression darkened instantaneously. Someone had ensnared her with an illusion, a particularly sophisticated one that directly affected her soul. It forcibly dragged her consciousness into the abyss of her deepest nightmares, continuously depleting her mental fortitude. If she remained trapped, her spirit would inevitably wither away to nothingness. The malice of the method was profoundly insidious. A flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Yunxi's eyes. At her current level of cultivation, it was utterly impossible for her to unravel such a formidable illusion. Yet, she had awakened. Her gaze settled upon the figure of Xiao Yin, who was holding her close. The purple aura emanated from him, warding off all malevolence. Had it not been for Xiao Yin's embrace throughout the night, she might truly have succumbed to her slumber.
Now.
Her body was infused with the absorbed purple energy, brimming with spiritual power, allowing her to awaken autonomously. Xiao Yin was indeed her guardian angel. Turning to her side, she gazed at the weary visage of the man, unable to resist leaning in and planting a gentle kiss upon his cool lips. Almost instantaneously, he snapped his eyes open. Grasping her shoulders with urgency, his voice was hoarse. You're awake? Do you feel unwell anywhere? Jiang Yunxi shook her head. Noticing the deep shadows under his eyes and the bloodshot hue that filled them, her heart softened further.
Me fine.
The tension that had gripped Xiao Yin throughout the night finally eased. They both rose to wash and prepare. Shortly thereafter, Xianxing Lu Xian and Shizhou burst into the room with breakfast in hand. Upon seeing Jiang Yunxi restored to her usual self, the trio's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Ancestor, you have finally awoken. How do you feel? What exactly transpired? Jiang Yunxi succinctly recounted her exploration of the back mountain and her entrapment by the illusion, deliberately omitting any mention of Mo Cha. After hearing her account, Xianxing and the others turned pale. The illusion capable of ensnaring their ancestor must belong to a terrifying adversary. Ancestor, this place is far too perilous. We should withdraw immediately. Xuanqing's voice trembled with fear. Lu Xian and Shizhou nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, ancestor. Let us depart quickly. This exchange conference pales in comparison to your safety. They were genuinely frightened. While the revival of the Tianshan sect was undeniably important, without their ancestor, all would be rendered meaningless. Xiao Yin frowned, acknowledging their concerns. They speak the truth. We shall return. He could not bear to subject her to such unknown dangers again. The sensation of watching her in peril while feeling powerless was one he never wished to experience a second time. However, Jiang Yunxi shook her head resolutely. Participate? How could we not? Not only must we attend, but we must also secure a noteworthy position upon our return. Her tone was calm, yet imbued with unwavering determination. Xiao Yin wished to persuade her further, but she met his gaze, her eyes shining with rationality. Consider this. If the entity in the back mountain could truly escape, would I have returned unscathed last night? The reason it employed illusions is that it is trapped and cannot leave that area. Given this, what is there to fear? I must participate in this exchange conference. I need to confront that being, to unveil the secrets hidden in the back mountain of the Chongqing Temple. Chapter 112. However, you have all misunderstood one thing. Upon hearing her analysis, silence enveloped the group. Though anxiety lingered, Jiang Yunxi's reasoning held merit. Eventually they acquiesced, especially since Minister Zhao announced that all activities would be postponed by a day, leaving everyone with little to do. Before long, the courtyard of the Tianshan sect became a lively hub. Leaders of various sects, accompanied by their disciples and meticulously prepared gifts, arrived to pay their respects. Miss Jiang, you are truly remarkable. Under your leadership, the Tianshan sect has a promising future. Indeed, your discourse on the heart yesterday was enlightening. We were all profoundly impressed. The very individuals who had previously clamored for violence now donned faces of flattery and obsequiousness. The speed of their transformation was utterly nauseating. Jiang Yunxi, disinterested in their disingenuousness, merely shook her head with indifference.
You all flatter me.
However, you have all misunderstood one thing. Everyone regarded her with expressions of confusion. Jiang Yunxi's gaze landed on Xianqing. Xianqing is the true leader of the Tianshan sect. This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Bewildered faces turned toward Xianqing, disbelief evident. He is the leader? How is that possible? Xianqing cleared his throat, attempting to stand tall. While I am the leader, Miss Jiang is our ancestor. This statement plunged the surroundings into silence once more. Ancestor? What does that title mean? Leader Xianqing. What does ancestor signify? Just as Xianqing was about to respond, Jiang Yunxi preemptively halted him. It holds no particular significance. It is merely a term of endearment we use. She did not wish to delve into her background, finding the prospect tiresome. Observing her unperturbed demeanor, the crowd was convinced, merely a term of affection. After all, considering her youth, how could she possibly be anyone's ancestor? Realizing this, several leaders' eyes brightened, their minds whirring with possibilities. Since she was not a figure of great import, could they? A plump leader clad in a resplendent robe pushed forward, completely disregarding Xianqing beside him, his beady eyes gleaming with avarice as he fixated on Jiang Yunxi. What a treasure you are! Not only do you possess formidable strength, but you also have connections with the Xiao family and special departments. If we could recruit you to our sect, our status would surely soar. Miss Jiang, considering how few disciples remain in the Tianshan sect, it must feel quite desolate. Why not join our Golden Light Temple? We have over 100 disciples, all your potential brothers and sisters. It would be a lively environment for cultivation. I promise. All our training resources will be prioritized for you. Once he spoke, others could no longer sit idly by, clamoring to approach her as well. Join our Divine Fist sect. Our techniques are perfectly suited for talent like you. Come to our 100 Flowers Valley. We have an all-female disciple base for support. Xuanqing's expression darkened immediately. To openly poach disciples from the Tianshan sect in front of him was an affront.
Get lost.
All of you get out. He charged forward, shoving people away. Our ancestor belongs to the Tianshan sect. No one is allowed to take her. As he pushed and scolded, he resembled a fiercely protective wild dog. The crowd was taken aback, recoiling in alarm. Xiao Yin, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle at Xuanqing's fervent defense as he expelled everyone. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Yunxi watched until the courtyard finally quieted down, then turned to the still grumbling Xianqing. Xianqing, you must be more gracious. You will be the one socializing with them in the future. Xianqing snorted dismissively, turning away with a look of disdain. I have no interest in dealing with such ungrateful, duplicitous individuals. I refuse to associate with them. Lu Xian nodded emphatically in agreement. Exactly. Master is right. Observing the united front of the elder and the young disciple, Jiang Yunxi and Shizhou couldn't help but laugh, the atmosphere in the courtyard lightening considerably. At that moment, Minister Zhao entered from outside. Upon seeing Jiang Yunxi seated comfortably, his previously tense expression finally softened into a smile. Miss Jiang, you are awake. Fortunately, she is unharmed. Otherwise, he truly would not know how to explain to Xiao Yin. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you privately. Jiang Yunxi nodded in acknowledgement. The others promptly withdrew, retreating into the house. By the stone table in the courtyard, only the two of them remained. Jiang Yunxi poured him a cup of tea. Minister Zhao, please proceed, she said. Minister Zhao pondered for a moment, his smile gradually fading, his expression turning exceedingly grave. Sun Wei is dead. Jiang Yunxi's hand, which held the teacup, momentarily stilled. She raised her gaze, her brows subtly knitting together. Sun Wei is dead? Although Lu Xian had employed numerous talismans last night, she was acutely aware of their potency. For a master of the Xianmen who had cultivated for many years, such spells would at most result in severe injury, but certainly not immediate death. There must be more to this. Minister Zhao sighed heavily. Initially, I believed Sun Wei would be fine. He indeed witnessed the disciples of the Chongqing Temple take Sun Wei away, and at that time, Sun Wei appeared gravely injured. However, I knew that Lu Xian's talismans were far less powerful than the legend suggested, thus Sun Wei was not in mortal danger. That is why I allowed the Chongqing Temple's people to take him without worry. Who could have anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent? But this morning, Wu Wei came to me, stating that Sun Wei is dead and demanding an explanation from the Tianshan sect. Minister Zhao regarded Jiang Yunxi, his expression fraught with difficulty. Miss Jiang, I have managed to suppress this for the time being. However, the Chongqing Temple will likely not let this matter rest. Jiang Yunxi's fingertips gently traced the edge of the teacup, her expression unwavering. And what of Sun Wei's body? Minister Zhao sighed again, the wrinkles on his face deepening. It has already been cremated by Wu Wei, who claims it has been consecrated. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunxi lifted her gaze, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. So soon? This is clearly an act of desperation to destroy evidence. Wu Wei's methods are more underhanded than I had imagined. Minister Zhao nodded solemnly. Even if I wish to investigate, I have no means to do so. Miss Jiang, all I can do is to placate the Chongqing Temple for now. The remaining matters may require your collaboration with Mr. Xiao. Jiang Yunxi nodded, her tone remaining calm. Rest assured, I will handle this matter. Chapter 113. Do you even deserve to consult me? Minister Zhao observed her composed demeanor, feeling a slight sense of relief. In order to avoid disrupting this exchange conference, I have requested Wu Wei to refrain from acting out. He has agreed to wait until the conference concludes before approaching you. This should afford you some time at least. Thank you, Minister Zhao. Jiang Yunxi nodded. Minister Zhao rose, a hint of apology on his face. I shall take my leave now. You should also rest early. With those words, he turned and exited the courtyard. Xiao Yin emerged from the house, walking to Jiang Yunxi's side, his dark eyes filled with concern. He had overheard the entirety of their conversation within the house. Not only did the Chongqing Temple wish to harm her, but they also aimed to cast aspersions upon her. He would remember this debt. Jiang Yunxi met his worried gaze. Sun Wei is dead. No sooner had the words left her lips than Lu Xian, who had followed Xiao Yin out, turned pale. His lips quivered, and his body swayed, nearly losing his balance. What? I have killed someone? He had merely sought to avenge the ancestor. He had never intended to take a life. Now he had become a murderer, bringing tremendous trouble to the ancestor and the Tianshan sect. Jiang Yunxi regarded his panicked demeanor and spoke calmly. It was not you. They cremated the body. This is a frame-up. Xianqing trembled with rage. Despicable and shameless. This group of hypocritical pretenders resorting to such underhanded tactics. Shi Jiu furrowed his brow. Worry etched on his face. What shall we do now? The ancestor? All eyes turned to Jiang Yunxi. Setting down her teacup, a faint, icy smirk graced her lips. Since they have set the stage, if we do not perform, would that not be a grave insult? I have never been a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. If Wu Wei wishes to play, then I shall indulge him in this game. I intend to see who will ultimately meet a fate without a grave. Xiao Yin immediately grasped her intent and nodded. I will have assistant song make arrangements. Jiang Yunxi raised her hand to stop him. No need. Let them revel in their moment of triumph for now. We shall do nothing. We will participate in the exchange conference as usual. I am curious to see what new tricks they will conjure tomorrow. Rising, she turned to Xianqing and Lu Xian. You both should return and rest. Conserve your energy for tomorrow's competition. Xianqing and Lu Xian exchanged glances, their hearts still unsettled, but since the ancestor had spoken, they could only comply. Yes, ancestor. The two retreated to their rooms. Xiao Yin remained, standing beside Jiang Yunxi, his gaze heavy upon her. Do you truly not need me to do anything? Jiang Yunxi turned to meet his profound gaze, her heart stirring slightly. No need, trust me. Xiao Yin took her soft fingertips into his palm, tightening his grip. Very well. The following morning, the square before the hall was already bustling with people. Today, as competition would focus on Xian arts, Minister Zhao stood upon the high platform, delivering a few perfunctory remarks before announcing the commencement of the trials. The first two minor sects to take the stage dawdled for an eternity, merely demonstrating their martial skills without even sparking a genuine contest, yet the spectators applauded, deeming their abilities commendable. The subsequent matches were equally uninspiring. They consisted of nothing more than drawing insipid runes devoid of spiritual energy or conjuring illusions of mere distraction. To her, these so-called Xian arts resembled nothing more than street performances. At last, it was the turn of the Tianshan sect versus the Chongqing Temple. When Minister Zhao announced the draw results, the crowd fell silent. A spectacle was imminent. Everyone understood that the Chongqing Temple and the Tianshan sect had severed any pretense of civility. There would be no niceties exchanged. From the Chongqing Temple emerged a young Taoist in his early 20s. Clad in a faded Taoist robe, he possessed a handsome visage, yet his gaze was sharp as an eagle's. This was Qingfeng, the most formidable disciple among the younger generation of the Chongqing Temple. It was said that he had been capable of independently arranging formations for 3 years now. He was a true genius. The surrounding crowd began to murmur. As Qingfeng ascended the high platform, his gaze bypassed the Tianshan sect members, directly landing on Jiang Yunxi. He inclined his head slightly in her direction, his tone laced with provocation. "May I consult with my senior?" A flicker of coldness flashed in Jiang Yunxi's eyes as she slowly rose. Of course. She ascended the high platform, facing Qingfeng from a distance. Without further ado, Qingfeng swiftly formed hand seals, launching a fierce wind blade toward her face. Jiang Yunxi stood still, making no move. The wind blade dissipated a mere half a meter from her, as if it had never existed. Qingfeng's pupils constricted. Gritting his teeth, he formed hand seals once more, this time conjuring dozens of wind blades that sealed off all avenues of retreat for Jiang Yunxi. Gasps arose from the crowd below. Yet, Jiang Yunxi merely lifted her eyelids. It was as if an invisible barrier surrounded her. Those wind blades collided against it, reducing to nothingness. Not even the hem of her garment stirred. Qingfeng's complexion had paled considerably. He had not anticipated that his prideful Xian arts would prove so utterly ineffectual before this woman. Jiang Yunxi regarded him, a mocking smile curling her lips. "Is this all you are capable of?" She raised her hand, pointing at him from a distance. An invisible force suddenly propelled Qingfeng away, causing him to crash heavily to the ground, utterly disheveled. Everyone presumed that the contest had come to an abrupt conclusion. However, Qingfeng struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze turned venomous, and his aura underwent a dramatic transformation. A chilling, malevolent energy emanated from him. He was forcibly elevating his cultivation. Jiang Yunxi furrowed her brow. In the next moment, the previously clear sky became shrouded in dark clouds, thunder rumbling ominously. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, their faces paling in shock. Heaven! He could actually summon thunder. This was no longer a mere contest. It was a matter of life and death. If that thunder struck, Jiang Yunxi would undoubtedly perish. Xiao Yin abruptly sprang to his feet, rushing toward the high platform without a second thought. He could not allow any harm to befall Jiang Yunxi. Absolutely not. Yet, he was ultimately a moment too late. A thick bolt of purple lightning, carrying the might to obliterate the world, descended from the heavens, striking Jiang Yunxi directly. With a resounding boom, a blinding white light compelled everyone to instinctively shut their eyes. Xiao Yin's steps faltered, his entire being freezing in place. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a slender figure remained standing there, unscathed. Jiang Yunxi had withstood the thunder, utterly unharmed. Chapter 114. Is this still a human? Qingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? To summon that bolt of thunder, he had expended half of his cultivation and even risked his lifespan. After paying such a steep price, he had not even managed to harm a single hair on her head. He was unwilling to accept this. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he forcefully summoned a second bolt of thunder, even more robust and ferocious than the first, aimed straight at Jiang Yunxi. This time, Jiang Yunxi remained steadfast, even lifting her head to watch the oncoming lightning with keen interest. The power of the thunder was perfect for tempering her celestial bones. Why would she dodge such a fortuitous opportunity? Once again, the lightning exploded, yet Jiang Yunxi stood there, still unharmed. She raised her hand, extending her delicate index finger, and strands of purple electricity danced at her fingertips. She pointed directly at Qingfeng. "Do you even dare to seek my guidance?" As her words fell, the lightning at her fingertips struck towards Qingfeng. He let out a wretched scream. As the lightning faded, he lay on the ground, charred black, convulsing, his breath shallow and labored. Everyone was stunned by this miraculous scene. Not only had she withstood the thunder, but she had also returned the lightning to Qingfeng. This transcended their understanding of mystical arts. Xiao Yin, standing below the platform, finally felt the tension in his heart ease. Gazing at the figure above, unharmed, his clenched fists gradually relaxed, his palms damp with cold sweat. Jiang Yunxi walked calmly towards Qingfeng. Her expression was tranquil, devoid of any joy from victory. Her gaze instead icy. A young disciple in his 20s, no matter how talented, could not summon thunder. The only reason he could achieve this was due to forcibly consuming a medicinal pill. Jiang Yunxi stood before him, looking down with a chilling voice. How did you acquire a 4th-grade medicinal pill? At her words, the crowd erupted in shock. What? A 4th-grade medicinal pill? How could this be possible? In the entire realm of mysticism, there were hardly any capable of refining even a 3rd-grade pill. How could Changsheng Temple possess such a thing? Medicinal pills were already rare. And a 4th-grade pill existed only in legends. Even if Changsheng Temple had a profound foundation, it was inconceivable that they possessed such a grade of pill, much less to offer it to a young disciple as a consumable during a contest. This was utterly illogical unless they had ulterior motives. Jiang Yunxi's gaze swept across the direction of Changsheng Temple. Do you intend to use this pill to kill me on the contest stage? Qingfeng's body trembled violently, a flicker of terror flashing in his dazed eyes. He instinctively glanced towards Wu Wei, who subtly furrowed his brow. This slight movement did not escape the observant eyes. Minister Zhao sensed something amiss, his expression darkening. Wu Wei, is what Miss Jiang said true? Does Changsheng Temple truly plan to take her life during the contest? Wu Wei immediately shook his head, his expression composed. Of course not. Although our Changsheng Temple has had some grievances with Tianshan sect, we would never resort to such despicable means. His words were impeccably crafted, leaving no room for doubt. Turning to Qingfeng, he inquired with an impassive demeanor. Qingfeng, where did you acquire the medicinal pill? Why did you do this? His expression suggested genuine ignorance. Qingfeng looked at his feigned innocence, his gaze turning mockingly scornful. He opened his mouth, seemingly about to speak, but instead let out a fit of manic laughter. In the next moment, he bit down hard, blood immediately spilling from the corner of his mouth. He had, in fact, committed suicide by biting his tongue. This sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. The scene erupted into chaos. Someone had died. Another death. My heavens! What on earth is happening? The disciples of Changsheng Temple quickly regained their composure, rushing up to the high platform surrounding Jiang Yunxi. Enchantress, return my senior brother's life. They shouted, their voices filled with fury. You first caused the death of our sect leader, and now you've killed senior brother Qingfeng. We will fight you to the end. They were incensed, pointing fingers at Jiang Yunxi as if she were a heinous murderer. Jiang Yunxi smiled, her eyes filled with derision as she regarded the foolish crowd. Oblivious to being mere pawns, is every member of Changsheng Temple, from top to bottom, filled with nothing but nonsense? This statement ignited the wrath of the disciples of Changsheng Temple. They trembled with fury, itching to tear her apart. Just then, Wu Wei stepped forward, parting the disciples before making his way to Jiang Yunxi. He looked at her, a crack finally appearing in his gaze, revealing a chilling intent to kill. You are a harbinger of disaster. First with disciple Sun Wei, and now with my most talented disciple. They have perished because of you. And you must give Changsheng Temple an explanation. The disciples of Changsheng Temple, their eyes bloodshot, were filled with grief and rage. They slowly closed in, surrounding the high platform so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Sun Wei is dead? And Jiang Yunxi is the cause? What in the world is happening? Xiao Yin's expression darkened, and he quickly moved to stand behind Jiang Yunxi. Accompanied by Lu Xian and Xianqing, he stepped forward, shielding Jiang Yunxi with his presence, his icy gaze locking onto Wu Wei. These people dared to frame her so openly in front of him. Did they truly think he was dead? The circumstances surrounding Sun Wei's death had yet to be clarified. This young Taoist had committed suicide before everyone's eyes. Wu Wei, is your Changsheng Temple so eager to throw mud at her that you cannot conceal it any longer? The shouting disciples instinctively took a step back. Wu Wei's expression bore a cold smirk. Mr. Xiao, I know your influence is considerable, but you cannot distort the truth so blatantly. Disciple Sun Wei was killed by Lu Xian's talisman. Qingfeng was gravely injured by Jiang Yunxi, his inside shattered, and he could no longer endure the pain, leading to his suicide. All present, witnesses to these events, can attest to the truth. Do you still wish to deny it? His words were delivered with righteous fervor, prompting many around to nod in agreement. They had indeed witnessed Lu Xian using talismans to obliterate Sun Wei, and they had seen Qingfeng take his own life only after being grievously injured by Jiang Yunxi. It seems, therefore, that the Tianshan sect cannot evade culpability. Xiao Yin's aura grew more oppressive, a glint of murderous intent coalescing in his eyes. Just as he was about to erupt in fury, a hand pressed firmly against his arm. Jiang Yunxi stepped forward from behind him, blocking his path. Xiao Yin, it's all right. She advanced a few steps, standing alone before all gathered at the Changsheng Temple. Chapter 115. Wu Wei, how naive you are. She regarded the hypocritical Wu Wei before her, a cold smile curling at her lips. Do you believe this will be enough to bring about my demise? Wu Wei, you are truly naive. Shirjiu, where is the item I instructed you to find? As her words fell, Shirjiu emerged from the crowd. He hurried up to the platform, presenting a slightly worn Taoist hat to Jiang Yunxi. The hat was of a style commonly worn by disciples of the Changsheng Temple, still stained with traces of dried blood. The disciples of Changsheng Temple recognized it instantly. That is the hat of the sect leader. How could it be in your possession? Return it to us at once. A few disciples, agitated, surged forward, eager to seize it. Only Wu Wei, upon seeing the hat, felt a surge of ominous premonition. His gaze locked onto Jiang Yunxi, panic flickering in his eyes for the first time. What could this woman possibly intend? How did she come to possess Sun Wei's hat? Jiang Yunxi withdrew a copper mirror from her sleeve, its surface dull and unremarkable at first glance. Esteemed guests, this artifact is known as the causal spirit mirror. It possesses the ability to trace origins. This Taoist hat was once worn by Sun Wei, retaining his memories. Now, before all of you, I shall investigate Sun Wei's final memories. If it is indeed true that he perished because of our Tianshan sect, we shall bear the responsibility. If not, then you, Taoist Wu Wei, must provide me with an explanation. What is your true intention in framing and slandering our Tianshan sect? Her words resonated powerfully, stirring a commotion among the crowd. All eyes converged on the small copper mirror. Trace memories? Could such a legendary artifact truly exist? Wu Wei snorted derisively, forcing down the turmoil within. Jiang Yunxi, cease your theatrics. There is nothing in this world capable of tracing a master's memories, especially not you. Before his words could reach completion, the causal spirit mirror in Jiang Yunxi's grasp flickered. A beam of light burst forth from the mirror, coalescing in the air to form a vast projection. Within the light, images began to manifest, gradually sharpening in clarity. It revealed a quiet room where Sun Wei sat cross-legged on a mat, his pallor evident, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly gravely injured. Wu Wei entered from behind him. Upon hearing the noise, Sun Wei turned, a flicker of joy crossing his face. Senior brother, you've come. Wu Wei nodded, stepping closer with a concerned expression. Junior brother, how are your injuries? Sun Wei managed a bitter smile. I won't die, but that little brat Lu Xian was brutal. Senior brother, the Tianshan sect has gone too far. We cannot let this slide. Wu Wei sighed, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Fear not. I will avenge this wrong. As he spoke, he produced a porcelain bottle from his robe and handed it over. This is a superior healing elixir. Consume it quickly. Without a shred of doubt, Sun Wei accepted the elixir and swallowed it whole. Yet, as it entered his stomach, instead of relief, he felt a violent twisting pain in his chest, and he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. He looked at Wu Wei in disbelief. Senior brother, you. Wu Wei's face was devoid of warmth, a chilling murderous intent radiating from him. He gave Sun Wei no chance to react, stepping forward and tightening his grip around Sun Wei's throat. Sun Wei struggled desperately, summoning his last ounce of strength to croak out the words, "Why?" He could not comprehend it. Their decades of camaraderie, and he had always regarded Wu Wei as his most revered elder brother. Why would he seek to end his life? Wu Wei watched as the light faded from Sun Wei's eyes before slowly releasing his grip. Sun Wei's body slumped lifelessly to the ground, devoid of sound. Wu Wei summoned Qingfeng. Clean this up, leave no trace. Qingfeng, accompanied by two others, promptly took Sun Wei for cremation. The projection concluded there. Now, everything connected. It was Wu Wei orchestrating all these events from the shadows. Such a ruthless heart, such a venomous scheme. The gruesome truth left all present speechless. The disciples of Changsheng Temple turned ashen, staring blankly at Wu Wei atop the platform, as if they no longer recognized him. The sect leader was murdered by his own disciple? Wu Wei's countenance turned as pale as paper, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. This cannot be. How could she truly trace the memories of the deceased? Wu Wei. Minister Zhao slammed his palm on the table, rising abruptly. What further excuses do you have? Wu Wei shot his gaze up, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Jiang Yunxi, his voice hoarse. This is nothing but sorcery. Who knows what malevolent force this mirror harbors? The images within are clearly fabricated to frame me. He was left with no choice but to deny everything, casting blame upon Jiang Yunxi in hopes of salvaging his own life. Seeing him struggle in desperation, Jiang Yunxi curled her lips into a cold smile. If you refuse to believe, I welcome any test from others. Turning to Minister Xiao, she inquired, Minister Xiao, would you care to give it a try? After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. The gravity of the situation demanded he validate it personally to silence any dissenting voices. He removed the watch from his wrist and handed it to Jiang Yunxi. I have worn this watch consistently, Miss Jiang, please do your test. Jiang Yunxi accepted the watch and placed it upon the causal spirit mirror. The mirror glimmered, projecting another clear image. The scene depicted was in Minister Zhao's bedroom. The previous night, he had returned home with great enthusiasm, wishing to share an intimate moment with his wife. However, just as they embraced, the door was thrust open from the outside. His 5-year-old son stood at the threshold, clutching a pillow, his innocent voice calling out to join his parents in sleep. Minister Zhao's expression shifted from anticipation to resignation, ultimately succumbing to the inevitable as he rose to read his son a bedtime story. The vision faded there. Minister Zhao's face flushed. The events indeed occurred just as depicted. Even the reluctant expression on his face was captured without error. Jiang Yunxi's artifact bore no flaws. He rubbed his forehead, quickly regaining his solemn demeanor, though a hint of suspicion tinged his cheeks. Ahem, Miss Jiang's artifact is without issue. Wu Wei's heart sank completely. He realized that Minister Zhao had come to trust Jiang Yunxi utterly. Minister Zhao, I know you favor Miss Jiang simply because she is the young mistress of the Xiao family. Does that mean you will aid her in distorting the truth? Who will speak on behalf of the 2 lives lost in our Chongqing temple? Minister Zhao's expression darkened. This matter is unrelated to favoritism. The facts are laid bare. Miss Jiang's spirit tool can indeed trace past events. Chapter 116. The causal spirit mirror is real. If you do not trust me, surely others can be called to test it. No sooner had he spoken than a female disciple clad in a green Taoist robe stepped forward. I shall give it a try. She gracefully ascended the high platform, deftly unfastening a jade tablet engraved with a lotus pattern from her waist and presenting it to Jiang Yunxi. Miss Jiang, do give it a try. Jiang Yunxi nodded in acknowledgement, placing the jade tablet upon the mirror. As the mirror shimmered, an image materialized. Within the tranquil chamber, wisps of fragrant smoke curled from the incense burner, while a female Taoist sat cross-legged, eyes closed in serene meditation, exuding an aura of tranquility and peace. Everything depicted in the scene mirrored precisely the events of the previous night. A hint of astonishment graced the female Taoist's face. Indeed, it is flawless. Even the arrangement of my room's furnishings is identical. I am in awe, Miss Jiang. Your spiritual artifact is truly remarkable. This revelation sent the audience into an uproar. While Minister Zhao's validation could have been prearranged, this Taoist was renowned for her ascetic nature, never mingling with others. And it was inconceivable for her to assist Jiang Yunxi in fabricating a falsehood. At this moment, everyone was convinced. The causality spirit mirror was genuine. A surge of curiosity swept through the crowd as individuals began to extract their personal belongings, eager to participate. Miss Jiang, would you assist me as well? And me. Don't forget me. Jiang Yunxi surveyed the excited throng below but regretfully shook her head. She tucked away the causality spirit mirror, a subtle weariness gracing her features. I apologize, but activating the causality spirit mirror requires a significant expenditure of spiritual energy, and I can no longer utilize it today. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd fell into disappointment. However, after these demonstrations, no one harbored doubts regarding the authenticity of the causality spirit mirror. Thus, Wu Wei was indeed the true perpetrator behind Sun Wei's demise. All gazes converged once more upon Wu Wei, bearing a spectrum of emotions, shock, skepticism, and disdain. The disciples of Chongqing Temple had shed their earlier arrogance and hostility, now donning expressions of fear. Master, did you truly cause the death of our leader? They struggled to believe it. In their minds, the Grand Master had always been a venerable elder, a trusted aide to the leader. How could he commit such a heinous act against a fellow disciple? Wu Wei, confronted by their doubtful stares, felt a sharp pang in his heart and instinctively shook his head. It was not me. Do not be deceived by this enchantress. All of this is a fabricated illusion of hers. Just then, Assistant Song rushed in, clutching a tablet computer. He hurried to Xiao Yin's side, handing over the device. Xiao Yin activated the video on the screen and turned it toward the crowd. This is the surveillance footage from the back courtyard of Chongqing Temple. Although the video lacked sound and did not capture the precise moment of Sun Wei's death, the individuals and scenes depicted were identical to those projected by the causality's spirit mirror. First, Sun Wei staggered back into the quiet chamber, followed closely by Wu Wei and his companions. Before long, Qing Feng entered with 2 disciples, carrying a body draped in white cloth, which they promptly transported to the back mountain for cremation. The evidence was irrefutable. Lu Xian could no longer contain himself. He surged forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Wu Wei. "What further excuses do you have?" Wu Wei's body swayed, the last vestiges of color draining from his face. At this moment, even if he wished to defend himself, no justification remained. The ancestral sage was correct. Jiang Yunxi was indeed a tremendous trouble, not something he could easily resolve. He should have heeded the ancestral sage's warnings and refrained from provoking her. Had he been a bit more obedient, a tad more cautious, matters would not have spiraled to this extent. Heavens, it truly was him. He even killed his own junior disciple, utterly deranged. How foolish of me to have held him in such esteem. I must have been blind. The crowd erupted in fervent whispers, casting scornful glances in his direction. The emergence of such a person from the Xian men was nothing short of shocking. An elderly Taoist, his hair as white as snow, trembled as he stepped forward from the ranks of Changsheng Temple. He was the eldest elder of the temple, usually aloof and devoted solely to his spiritual cultivation. Yet now, he felt compelled to address the assembly, his murky eyes filled with disappointment. He first cast a long, sorrowful gaze upon the ashen-faced Wu Wei before turning to the crowd and bowing deeply. "I apologize, esteemed guests." His voice was aged and hoarse, imbued with a profound sense of helplessness. The occurrence of such disgraceful events at Changsheng Temple is due to our laxity in governance, and we are deeply ashamed before our fellow practitioners of Xianmen. It seems this exchange conference cannot proceed smoothly. I kindly ask that you all descend the mountain tomorrow, and once we have thoroughly investigated the matter, we shall certainly provide a public explanation. I am truly sorry. His frail back bowed even lower. Observing this, the others fell into a somber silence, voicing no dissent. Given the magnitude of the incident at Changsheng Temple, it was indeed inappropriate to continue the conference. The crowd nodded in agreement. In the midst of this heavy atmosphere, Xianqing suddenly shouted, "So, does this mean we have won the competition?" The entire venue fell into silence. Everyone regarded him with expressions akin to watching a fool. At such a moment, he was still concerned about the outcome of the contest. Originally, several segments of the competition remained unaddressed. According to protocol, all events must be completed, and the participant with the highest cumulative score would be declared the ultimate victor. However, everyone had witnessed Jiang Yunxi withstand the divine thunder, even hurling it back, a terrifying display. How could there be any competition? Who would dare to challenge her? After a brief silence, the leaders of various sects, as if in unison, began to express their sentiments. Indeed, it is Tianshan's sect that has triumphed. Miss Zhang's prowess is unparalleled. We are all in admiration. This first place rightfully belongs to Tianshan sect. Yes, we of the Divine Fist sect concede. We of the 100 Flowers Valley also concede. Ridiculous. Who would pit themselves against a freak capable of manipulating divine thunder? They were not courting death. The first place was up for grabs. Whoever wanted it could have it. They certainly did not. Xianqing, flushed with excitement, abruptly turned and embraced Lu Xian and Shizhou beside him, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha. We have won. Tianshan sect is first. At long last, we have lifted our heads high." As he laughed, tears streamed down his face. After centuries of silence, enduring disdain and humiliation, Tianshan sect had finally risen again. Jiang Yunxi smiled helplessly, observing his tearful yet mirthful countenance, and gently remarked, "Do temper your exuberance." Xianqing wiped his tears, still sniffling. "Grandmaster, this is a once-in-a-lifetime event. I never anticipated that our inaugural participation in the Xianmen Exchange Conference would yield us a first place. This is enough to boast about for a lifetime. In the future, you shall have ample opportunity to boast," Jiang Yunxi replied lightly. She turned to face Xiao Yin behind her. "Let us depart." With that, Jiang Yunxi and her companions descended the fragrant mountain, leaving Changsheng Temple behind. Minister Zhao remained to address some subsequent matters. In the suburban villa, Shaoling descended from the second floor, glancing at his phone, which displayed information about Changsheng Temple. At that moment, Zhang Miaozhou approached from the opposite direction, delicately clutching his hand. "Ailing, at this hour, where are you headed?" Shaoling's brow furrowed, He had awoken late and needed to hurry to Changsheng Temple. He had attended the first round of the competition 2 days prior, but having seen nothing particularly noteworthy, he returned shortly after the conclusion of the event. Thus, he was unaware of the subsequent developments that had led to the delay of the later rounds. To Changsheng Temple, he replied tersely. Jiang Miaojiao's eyes lit up. Changsheng Temple? I'm quite familiar with it. Xiaoling was taken aback. Why do you? Jiang Miaojiao shyly smiled. Ailing, did I neglect to mention that my father is the leader of Changsheng Temple? At this revelation, Xiaoling truly froze in place. He never anticipated that Jiang Mir's biological father was actually Sun Wei. Could he not exploit this connection? Xiaoling's gaze instantly darkened. Why had you never mentioned this before? Jiang Mir shook her head. My father's profession is rather unique, which is why I have never spoken of it. Even my mother is unaware. Furthermore, my father has been preoccupied with the Xianmen Exchange Conference, and I have not been in contact with him for several days. Sensing Xiaoling's skepticism, she promptly produced her phone and revealed the chat history between herself and Sun Wei, where they addressed each other as father and daughter. With this revelation, Xiaoling's heart settled. He no longer wished to go to the Changsheng Temple. Instead, he yearned to return to the ancestral home to see his grandfather. Due to the matter concerning the child of misfortune, he had been excluded from the core power circle of the Xiao family, but now the situation was different. With Jiang Mir being Sun Wei's daughter, he would undoubtedly earn his grandfather's favor, and he could leverage this opportunity to reclaim some authority. Mir, pack your things. I shall take you back to the ancestral home to share this splendid news with grandfather. Jiang Mir hesitated, recalling Sun Wei's words that their identities must remain concealed. Could they truly inform grandfather? Noticing her uncertainty, Xiaoling grasped her hand gently and said, Mir, we are soon to be wed. There should be no secrets among family. After contemplating, Jiang Mir agreed, realizing that by leveraging her father's identity, she could elevate her standing, thus preventing Jiang Yunxi from being audacious in her presence. Consequently, they returned directly to the ancestral home to meet with Old Master Xiao. Upon learning of Jiang Mir's secret, Old Master Xiao's expression shifted to one of grave concern. He understood the societal standing of the Changsheng Temple better than anyone. Not only he, but even national leaders treated the temple with great respect, for their capabilities and influence were unparalleled. Mir, is what you say truly authentic? Old Master Xiao inquired sternly. Jiang Mir immediately nodded, presenting her photos and chat records with Sun Wei. Old Master Xiao noted their recent conversations, wherein Sun Wei had informed Jiang Mir that he would be descending from the mountain soon to attend her wedding, bringing with him an extravagant gift. The smile on his lips softened considerably. Mir, why did you only mention such wonderful news now? Jiang Mir's expression turned notably aggrieved. Grandfather, I genuinely did not wish to exploit my father's influence for special treatment, but Yunxi's actions have been utterly outrageous, leaving me no choice but to reveal this truth. Rest assured, I will ensure my father assists with any matters concerning the Xiao family as needed. Old Master Xiao laughed heartily. Excellent, very good. Aling has been recuperating for a while. It is time for him to return to the company. You shall report to the office tomorrow. Xiaoling readily agreed. Yes. Grandfather. However, with such a significant personnel change, should they not inform uncle? Old Master Xiao nodded. Very well. I shall call him tomorrow and invite him over for dinner to discuss this matter. Understood, grandfather. On the way back, Jiang Yunxi leaned against Xiao Ying's shoulder and fell into a deep slumber. The events of the past few days had been overwhelming, and she was indeed fatigued. Particularly, being dragged into a phantasm and battling Emo Sha in her nightmares had drained her considerably. Xiao Ying sensed the weight on his shoulder and paused momentarily. Turning his head, he gazed at her serene sleeping face, his eyes softening involuntarily. He wrapped his arms around her, ensuring her comfort as she slept. Slow down. Xiao Ying instructed the driver in a low voice. The driver immediately reduced the speed. The vehicle traversed the winding mountain road with increasing steadiness. The car that had been trailing them swiftly overtook them. Inside, Lu Xian and Shiju leaned against the window, captivated by Xian Qing's animated recounting of the former glory of the Tianshan sect. At 10:30 in the evening, the group finally returned to the hot spring villa. The car came to a halt, and Jiang Yunxi slowly awakened. Rubbing her eyes, she exited the vehicle. The evening breeze brought her a semblance of clarity. You should stay here tonight. Don't go back. She turned to look at Xiao Ying, who had followed her out of the car. Xian Qing, Lu Xian, and Shiju, who had trailed behind, exchanged glances, their expressions rife with curiosity. Was the matriarch intending to cohabitate with Mr. Xiao? Xiao Ying observed her drowsy visage and could not help but chuckle softly. Very well, I shall stay here. He had no intention of leaving. He was uneasy about her being alone. Jiang Yunxi nodded, stifling a yawn. All right then, good night. She was truly exhausted, her mind a muddle, longing to collapse onto her bed. Waving her hand, she turned and ascended directly to her room on the second floor. In the courtyard, Xianqing and the others exchanged puzzled glances before simultaneously turning to Xiao Ying. Was that it? They had assumed Mr. Xiao would surely stay to share the same chamber as the matriarch. Now that she had returned to her own room, where would Mr. Xiao sleep? Ignoring their inquisitive stares, Xiao Ying spoke indifferently. Just arrange a guest room for me. Xianqing finally snapped back to reality, hastily responding, Of course, Mr. Xiao, I will prepare it right away. He hurried off to tidy a room for Xiao Ying. Lu Xian and Shizhou returned to their respective rooms to wash up and retire for the night. Chapter 118. No need for relentless pursuit. Early the next morning, Jiang Yunxi awoke early. As she opened her eyes, she felt an unusual tinge of fatigue. Since arriving in this era, she had seldom indulged in sleep, often substituting it with meditation. Only when in Xiao Ying's presence, enveloped by his aura of purple energy, could she occasionally allow herself to drift into a deep slumber. Last night, her sleep had been profoundly restorative, almost uncharacteristic of her. Jiang Yunxi rose from her bed, stretching lazily, her joints emitting faint cracks. It seemed that she had exhausted too much spiritual energy the previous day. Although she appeared unscathed, having fortuitously refined her immortal bones through the power of heavenly thunder, the depletion of her mental energy was very real. She needed to replenish herself adequately. Jiang Yunxi's thoughts immediately conjured the image of Xiao Ying. She recalled that he had seemingly stayed overnight at the hot spring villa. A living reservoir of purple energy, how could she not take advantage of it? She promptly leapt from her bed, disregarding her shoes, and hastened toward the guest room. Assuming Xiao Ying would still be asleep, she impulsively pushed open the door. Upon entering, she was momentarily stunned. Xiao Ying emerged from the bathroom, clad only in a towel. Droplets of water cascading from his neatly cropped hair, gliding down his well-defined collarbones, traversing his sculpted chest, and finally disappearing beneath his pronounced abdominal muscles. Their eyes locked. Jiang Yunxi's gaze widened. His physique was astonishingly impressive, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, muscular contours exuding strength, evoking an irresistible urge to touch. Jiang Yunxi approached him, reaching out to poke his firm abdomen. Xiao Ying raised an eyebrow, a hint of playful mockery in his deep voice. Are you being mischievous? Jiang Yunxi chuckled. I'm merely inspecting the merchandise. After all, we are to be wed soon. I must ascertain the condition of my fiancé's physique. Her words were delivered with unyielding conviction. Xiao Ying's expression darkened, his eyes swirling with an intensity that hinted at hidden depths. Are you satisfied with what you see? Jiang Yunxi failed to notice the fleeting danger in his gaze, growing bolder instead. She touched him again, this time without reservation, her palm gliding down his defined line, tracing from above downwards. As the moment approached when they would cross the threshold of propriety, Xiao Ying seized her hand with fervent warmth. Yet his grip was tempered with restraint. It's early in the morning. Do not provoke me, he murmured, leaning closer, his voice rasping with intensity. Jiang Yunxi tilted her head upward, observing the sudden shadow that enveloped his countenance, and her eyes sparkled with deeper amusement. You must be somewhat satisfied, after all. A physique like yours is not something I have not encountered before. Xiao Yin's expression darkened considerably, the atmosphere around him thickening with palpable tension. Who else have you seen? Yet Jiang Yunxi feigned ignorance, counting on her fingers with utmost seriousness. The leading men in television dramas, of course, each endowed with 8-pack abs, chiseled V-lines, bulging biceps, and robust quadriceps. Xiao Yin was both amused and exasperated. Abruptly, he bent down and swept her into his arms, striding towards the bed where he unceremoniously deposited her upon the plush surface. Before she could fully comprehend the shift, his towering figure loomed over her, pinning her down. Was that intentional? Jiang Yunxi inquired, captivated by the striking features of his face, his dark eyes ablaze with fervor. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter, and the two began to frolic together on the bed. Just as Xiao Yin leaned in, poised to claim a morning kiss, the door swung open with a forceful thrust. Assistant Song rushed in, panic etched on his face. Sir, there's been an incident. His words faltered upon witnessing the scene before him.
I'm sorry.
I didn't see anything. He swiftly turned, shielding his eyes, wishing he could erase his own sight. How could he have forgotten to knock? Xiao Yin's expression was as dark as ink. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his irritation at the interruption, and sat up.
Speak.
What has transpired? Assistant Song, still turned away, stood rigidly, like a soldier awaiting execution. We have received word from Chongqing Temple. Wu Wei escaped last night. They have elected a new leader, and have just issued a public statement, formally apologizing to Miss Jiang and acknowledging that Master Sun Wei was a victim of Wu Wei's machinations. Jiang Yunxi sat up, her demeanor remarkably composed. This outcome had long been anticipated. As long as they admit it, there's no need for further pursuit. Wu Wei has become a pariah, and Chongqing Temple is severely weakened. My objectives have been achieved. There is no need for total annihilation. Xiao Yin nodded in agreement, glancing at Assistant Song's still rigid posture. You'll handle public relations and monitor online discourse. Ensure that Tianshan's sect is not defamed. Understood, Assistant Song replied, his tense form relaxing somewhat. A hint of levity returning to his tone. Rest assured, sir. Tianshan's sect has already gained renown through this conflict. The internal factions of the Xianmen are abuzz with curiosity about Tianshan's sect. Few dare to tarnish its reputation. After all, who would provoke a formidable entity capable of withstanding and wielding celestial thunder? Xiao Yin raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. It has been so straightforward? Assistant Song chuckled. Minister Zhao and the Special Department have intervened. The statement was released in collaboration with Chongqing Temple, lending it high credibility. Even if someone wished to slander, they must consider their own standing. Currently, the various factions of the Xianmen are overwhelmingly positive about Tianshan's sect and Jiang Yunxi, heralding her as a once-in-a-century prodigy and the hope for Tianshan's sect's resurgence. There are even many clamoring to seek guidance from Tianshan's sect. Jiang Yunxi's realization dawned. It was indeed thanks to Minister Zhao. She had initially thought joining the special department would be a hindrance, yet it appeared to bear its own benefits.
I see.
You may leave now, Xiao Yin instructed with a placid tone. Assistant Song turned and exited, thoughtfully closing the door behind him before hastening downstairs. As he reached the stairwell, he encountered Lu Xian carrying a platter of fruit. He instinctively queried, "Where are you headed?" Lu Xian answered truthfully, to summon Mr. Xiao and the ancestor for breakfast. Assistant Song halted him, saying, "Do not go. If you stumble upon something you shouldn't see, Sir will surely not spare you. Best not to interfere. They will come down on their own." Initially, Lu Xian was perplexed, but upon observing Assistant Song's hesitant expression laced with a hint of mischief, he quickly grasped the implication. A silly grin spread across his face. "Oh, I understand now." When Jiang Yunxi and Xiao Yin finally descended the stairs, they were greeted by the sight of Xianqing, Lu Xian, and Shizhu seated on the sofa, all regarding them with an unmistakably suggestive gaze. Jiang Yunxi was taken aback by their scrutiny. "What is it? Have your eyes gone awry?" Lu Xian chuckled sheepishly.
No, no.
He glanced at the ancestor. Then at the imposing Xiao Yin, his mind racing with possibilities. Surely, with the ancestor and Mr. Xiao's evident affection, it wouldn't be long before there was a little ancestor? Unable to contain his curiosity, he innocently inquired, "Ancestor, if you were to have a child, what would we call them?" Jiang Yunxi froze, caught off guard. A child? When had she ever considered having one? As an entity who had lived for millennia, her lifelong pursuit was ascension, and such matters had never crossed her mind. Regaining her composure, she glared at her inquisitive disciples. "Cease your fanciful speculations. Instead, use this time to craft some sachets and talismans. Our online store is nearly sold out, and pre-orders are already scheduled 3 months out. You must work diligently." Upon hearing the mention of work, Lu Xian immediately straightened, his demeanor serious. "Yes, we will ensure the task is completed." Xiao Yin observed their interaction with a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Once Jiang Yunxi finished speaking, he interjected calmly. "We will not be having children soon after marriage, for Yunxi still has her studies to complete." Jiang Yunxi turned to him, her expression one of bewilderment. "Studies?" Lu Xian was equally astonished, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. "The ancestor still needs to attend school?" Xiao Yin nodded, explaining with natural ease, "Indeed. The Jiang family had arranged for her to commence her sophomore studies, but due to the summer break, she has yet to enroll. After our wedding, she will be ready to begin her classes." Jiang Yunxi's shoulders sagged at the thought. At her age, mingling with a bunch of youngsters in a classroom? The mere idea felt disheartening. Yet, she understood that to better integrate into this society, she must follow the established path. With a resigned sigh, she nodded. "Understood." I will report for classes when the time comes. Xiao Yin found her despondent expression amusing and couldn't help but chuckle softly. After breakfast, everyone returned to their respective tasks. Xianqing headed to the antique market to gather materials for the online store. Lu Xian and Sergio remained at the villa, one practicing and the other crafting talismans, busying themselves with shipping preparations for the afternoon. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunxi was taken away by Xiao Yin. Their custom wedding dress and formal attire had arrived, and it was time for her fitting. They soon arrived at the bridal studio, where Jiang Yunxi was enveloped by several staff members who ushered her into the fitting room. Before long, the curtain to the fitting room was drawn back, revealing Jiang Yunxi in a pristine white wedding gown, stepping gracefully into view. It was a wedding gown of exquisite simplicity, the mermaid's silhouette devoid of intricate lace or diamonds, yet it accentuated her delicate and curvaceous figure to perfection. Her long, lustrous black hair was loosely gathered, revealing a long and fair neck, reminiscent of a proud and graceful swan. For a fleeting moment, Xiao Yin's breath caught in his throat. He stood there, his deep black eyes filled with astonishment. He had witnessed her aloof demeanor, her languid and casual side, and her decisive and resolute nature. Yet, he had never beheld her in a wedding dress. It was astonishingly beautiful, a beauty so striking it made one wish to conceal her from the world, shielding her from prying eyes. Jiang Yunxi observed his dazed expression and could not help but laugh. What do you think? Xiao Yin regained his composure, his throat unconsciously tightening as he replied. His voice slightly huskier than usual. It looks magnificent. Jiang Yunxi approached him, reaching out to adjust his tie, a glimmer of mischievous delight in her eyes. Your suit is quite dashing as well, captivating enough to draw one's gaze. Xiao Yin was clad in a tailored black tuxedo, the impeccably fitted suit enveloping his tall frame, enhancing his noble elegance and commanding presence. Even in ordinary attire, he was irresistible, and today, he was nothing short of mesmerizing. The nearby designer, observing the stunning couple before him, could hardly contain his joy, his eyes nearly crinkling into slits as he lavished them with praise. Mr. Xiao, you and Miss Jiang appear to be a match made in heaven, perfectly suited for one another. At his words, Jiang Yunxi proudly lifted her chin and entwined her arm with Xiao Yin's. Indeed, Mr. Xiao is the fiancé I personally selected. He is the one most compatible with me. She merely stated a fact. Xiao Yin, adorned with an air of nobility, was her ideal partner, the finest match she could find in this world. Yet, when these words reached Xiao Yin's ears, they took on an entirely different meaning. She was the one who was most suited for him. His heart softened to an alarming degree. It seemed that Jiang Yunxi harbored feelings for him, that she liked him, which explained her desire to be close every time they met. He had grown accustomed to this manner of interaction, even finding joy in it. Xiao Yin turned his gaze to Jiang Yunxi, whose radiant smile deepened the warmth in his eyes. If only he could walk alongside her like this for a lifetime, it would be a splendid prospect. Mr. Xiao, Miss Jiang, it will take merely a week to make the alterations to the gown. Rest assured, it will be ready before the wedding, the designer assured, meticulously jotting down the modifications needed, his smile unwavering. Very well, Xiao Yin nodded, taking Jiang Yunxi's hand as they prepared to leave. Just then his phone rang, a call from the elder Xiao. Xiao Yin's brow furrowed slightly, his initial inclination to ignore it thwarted by the persistent ringing. Ultimately, he swiped to answer. On the other end, the elder Xiao's voice was deliberately slowed, laced with an air of appeasement. Xiao Yin, your wedding with Yunxi is approaching. Shouldn't you return to discuss the details with your father? Xiao Yin's tone was cool and detached. There's no need. I have arranged everything. You merely need to attend. The elder Xiao sighed heavily. Xiao Yin, I truly have your best interests at heart. Please consider bringing Yunxi back. After all, we are family. Is there not anything we can resolve amicably? Just as Xiao Yin prepared to decline, Jiang Yunxi raised an eyebrow at him, her expression teasingly enigmatic. She silently mouthed two words, agree. Chapter 120. Sun Wei is dead. Didn't you know? Though puzzled, Xiao Yin chose to trust her. Then we shall return shortly, he said, his tone softening slightly. The elder Xiao, evidently taken aback by his sudden acquiescence, responded with a jubilant tone. Wonderful. I'll have the kitchen prepare your favorite dishes. After hanging up, Xiao Yin turned to Jiang Yunxi, who wore an expression of amusement. What is the purpose of our return? Jiang Yunxi's smile widened. Sun Wei is dead. Jiang Miaoyuan's biological father is gone. She must be like an ant on a hot pan, frantically agitated. Do you think she will leverage Sun Wei's death to curry favor with your father? Xiao Yin asked instinctively. How could she not? Jiang Yunxi replied, revealing a startling truth. Because Sun Wei is indeed Jiang Miaoyuan's biological father. Xiao Yin had always believed Jiang Miaoyuan to be merely an illegitimate daughter, mistakenly raised in the wrong family. Yet, it now appeared the situation was far more intricate than he had imagined. How could this be? Jiang Miaoyuan had long been aware of her true lineage, and she was deliberately placed in the Jiang family by Sun Wei. Her engagement to Xiao Ling was also part of Sun Wei's orchestrations. Xiao Yin's brow furrowed in contemplation as he quickly grasped a crucial point. Were they motivated by money? After all, both the Jiang and Xiao families belonged to the elite, realms unattainable by others. Jiang Miaoyuan's vanity and Sun Wei's ambition to align with the powerful seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Yet, Jiang Yunxi shook her head, a cold smile gracing her lips. While Jiang Miaoyuan is indeed vain, Sun Wei, as the head of the Chongqing view, is not financially lacking. His elaborate schemes must be driven by a more significant ambition, one incomprehensible to ordinary people. Unfortunately for them, they crossed paths with us, and their downfall is assured. Let us return and uncover the truth, she suggested as they turned to leave the bridal studio. Half an hour later, Jiang Yunxi and Xiao Yin arrived at the old residence, entering the main building. Upon stepping inside, they encountered Jiang Miaoyuan and Xiao Ling seated on the sofa. As Jiang Miaoyuan glanced up, her eyes sparkled with a hint of provocation, while Xiao Ling's gaze was fixed intensely on Jiang Yunxi, his eyes ablaze. Xiao Yin, maintaining a calm demeanor, guided Jiang Yunxi to sit beside him on the nearby sofa. He cast a faint glance at Xiao Ling. What brings you back? Have your parents' conditions improved? To his surprise, Xiao Ling smiled serenely. Yes, they have been recuperating well and are on the mend. I believe they will return shortly. Xiao Yin scoffed inwardly. His elder brother and sister-in-law would never have the opportunity to return. They were destined to remain in the suburban villa for the rest of their lives. However, Xiao Ling turned his attention directly to Jiang Yunxi. Yunxi, I've heard you went to try on wedding dresses. How did it go? Since our weddings will be held together, feel free to ask me or Miaoyuan any questions you may have. Jiang Yunxi regarded him with surprise. His demeanor was unusually cordial. Something was amiss. She discreetly calculated, quickly piecing together the situation. Jiang Miaoyuan must have informed the elder Xiao of Sun Wei's parentage, prompting him to consider reinstating Xiao Ling at the Xiao group. What a shrewd maneuver it was. Yet, why hadn't he mentioned this before? Xiao Yin took Jiang Yunxi's hand, drawing her closer to him. Your aunt has no need to consult me. There's no need to trouble yourself. You have enough on your plate, managing issues with your niece-in-law. It must be quite taxing for you, so I wouldn't want to impose. Xiao Ling's expression darkened instantly. Xiao Yin's words were a clear mockery, a jab at Jiang Miaoyuan, who had been cast out from the Jiang family, reduced from a lofty socialite to a worthless illegitimate daughter, her face marred. This woman had completely derailed all his plans. Had he been blind to overlook the wonderful Jiang Yunxi for the sake of Jiang Miaoyuan? However, the situation has changed dramatically. Jiang Miaoyuan's revelation of being Sun Wei's daughter has ushered in a significant turning point for him, one he intends to capitalize upon. Xiao Ling swiftly regained his courteous smile. Reclining on the sofa. Uncle, the reason we have come today is to share something important with you and Yunxi. Miaoyuan, please do enlighten them. Xiao Ling gently urged Jiang Miaoyuan. Sitting up straight, Jiang Miaoyuan spoke with deliberate clarity. Yunxi, uncle, my biological father is none other than the esteemed Sun Wei of the Chongqing. I refrained from mentioning it before, not wishing to exploit my father's identity for personal gain, but now I find it imperative to disclose this, especially since Xiao Ling and I are about to wed. My father will undoubtedly attend my wedding, and this secret will be unsustainable. Upon finishing, she leaned with a sense of pride against Xiao Ling, though her words were directed at Jiang Yunxi. Sister, we are both to hold our weddings together, so when you meet my father, do try not to be too astonished. The old master Xiao chuckled softly, gazing kindly at Jiang Yunxi. Yunxi, I too have only just learned of this. I am aware that you have had some interactions with Master Sun Wei, but from now on, we shall all be one family. And it is important to maintain harmonious relations. Before the old man could complete his thought, Jiang Yunxi interjected with a light laugh. What do you mean by one family? What wedding attendance? Grandpa, I have something I neglected to inform you. The individuals present were outsiders, unaware of the happenings within their circle. Even the news of Sun Wei's demise had eluded them. Jiang Miaoyuan, his own daughter, had not even had the chance to see her father one last time. Nor could she retrieve his ashes. We just concluded our participation in the Xianmen Exchange Conference at Chongqing, And the Master Sunwei you spoke of has been poisoned to death by his fellow disciple, Wu Wei. At these words, everyone fell silent. The smile on old Master Zhao's face froze, while Jiang Yunxi trembled uncontrollably.
Impossible.
You must be speaking nonsense. Just days ago, my father mentioned attending my wedding and preparing a grand gift. She pulled out her phone and dialed Sunwei's number. Jiang Yunxi replied nonchalantly, if you doubt me, why not ask him yourself? She settled back, observing Jiang Yunxi with a detached expression. Jiang Yunxi anxiously watched her phone as the ringing continued for what felt like an eternity, almost leading her to hang up when it finally connected. Father, you finally answered. A cold voice came from the other end. Who are you? This voice was not Sunwei's. It was entirely unfamiliar, and Jiang Yunxi's expression shifted to one of fear. I am Sunwei's daughter. May I ask who you are? Nonsense. Our master has no daughter. Do you think that just because he is deceased, you can tarnish his reputation? I warn you, if you continue to speak recklessly, Changsheng will not spare you. The phone slipped from Jiang Yunxi's grasp, her face draining of color. No, it cannot be. How could my father be dead? What on earth has happened? Chapter 121. The distortion of truth. Jiang Yunxi casually recounted the events surrounding Wu Wei's betrayal of Sunwei, causing Jiang Yunxi to shudder and collapse into Xiao Ling's arms. He quickly supported her. Ling, this cannot be true. My father cannot be dead. I refuse to believe it. Jiang Yunxi, did you know he was my father all along, and thus orchestrated his demise? Jiang Yunxi accused Jiang Yunxi through tears, her words a chaotic jumble of denial. Xiao Yin frowned, his displeasure evident. Jiang Yunxi, the truth of the matter is already known. Minister Zhao from the Special Department and the new master of Changsheng have released announcements. Many are aware of the details. Perhaps you should inquire further? Jiang Yunxi froze. Feeling lost. She had no knowledge of the events at Changsheng, yet the certainty in Xiao Yin's voice instilled a flicker of belief within her. However, this situation had escalated to the attention of old Master Xiao, and she could not afford to let her hard-won sense of importance dissipate. With determination, Jiang Yunxi's eyes glimmered, and her tears flowed more profusely. Ling, you must help me. My father's death is shrouded in mystery, and I demand an explanation from Changsheng. She clutched Xiao Ling's sleeve tightly, as if he were her last lifeline. With her father gone, her support system had crumbled, but surrender was not an option. If she could solidify her identity as Sunwei's only daughter and leverage the Xiao family's influence to make a scene, Changsheng would undoubtedly offer her concessions to appease her. Perhaps she could even seize control of her father's loyal followers. She had to escalate this matter, making it widely known. Xiao Ling observed the weeping Jiang Yunxi in his embrace, a glint of calculation flickering in his eyes. Sunwei's death was indeed a complication. Yet, Jiang Yunxi's current state could be turned to his advantage. If managed wisely, he could attend Changsheng to pay his respects as Sunwei's son-in-law, gaining a reputation for loyalty and righteousness while simultaneously establishing a connection with the new master of Changsheng. This would only strengthen his position within the Xiao family, proving beneficial in every regard. Gently, he patted her back, offering soothing words. Do not worry. I will ensure we uncover the truth. Old Master Xiao observed this exchange, a spark of insight igniting in his weary eyes. Indeed, this matter also concerns our Xiao family. Xiao Ling, as Sunwei's son-in-law, it is only proper that you visit Changsheng and show your face. Sunwei's demise at the hands of his own disciple leaves Changsheng in a precarious position. Sending you as a son-in-law to seek answers will undoubtedly compel them to make concessions. You and Mier should go together. With the master of Changsheng having met such an untimely end, they must provide our Xiao family with an explanation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunxi quickly wiped her tears and looked gratefully at old Master Xiao.
Thank you, Grandpa.
Old Master Xiao nodded approvingly and waved his hand. It is getting late. You all should return and rest. Jiang Yunxi, who had remained silent, suddenly laughed lightly. I thought we came home to discuss our wedding, but it seems that is not the case. The smile on old Master Zhao's face froze instantly. He coughed awkwardly, attempting to mask his discomfort. With such a significant matter at hand, no one is in the right frame of mind, Yunxi. I will find another time to properly discuss this with you. Jiang Yunxi rose slowly, her demeanor indifferent. If you lack the time, we can manage on our own. There is no need to summon us back just to sit for a few minutes in silence. Old Master Zhao's expression stiffened completely, his face turned pale. He realized that Jiang Yunxi was displeased with his indulgence of Jiang Yunxi's antics, and a trace of resentment welled up within him. As a senior member of the family, The patriarch of the Xiao clan, being confronted so rudely by a mere girl was a profound humiliation. Mirror, that is your aunt. You ought to be more cautious with your words in the future. Though old Master Xiao remained silent, Xiaoling was the first to speak up. Jiang Mirror felt a chill run down her spine and immediately lowered her head. I understand. Xiaoling supported her and addressed old Master Xiao respectfully.
Grandpa.
We shall take our leave now. Please rest well. Old Master Xiao nodded wearily, waving his hand dismissively. After the two departed, the spacious living room was left desolate and cold, with only him remaining. Upon returning home, Jiang Mirrors had been summoned by Xiaoling to her room to rest. He gazed upon her tear-streaked visage, and a wave of irritation washed over him. What a useless creature, incapable of anything but weeping. He turned away and made his way to the study, dialing his assistant's number. Have you managed to uncover what transpired at Changsheng Temple? The assistant's voice came through promptly. Young Master Xiao, I have gathered all the information. Sun Wei was gravely injured by Lu Xian's talisman and was subsequently killed by Wu Wei that night. On the third day, during the competition, Jiang Yunxi single-handedly withstood the heavenly thunder, utterly defeating the disciples of Changsheng Temple. Wu Wei, displeased with Jiang Yunxi's prominence, exposed Sun Wei's death and sought to hold Jiang Yunxi accountable. However, he was immediately confronted, revealing him as the true murderer. Xiaoling's brow furrowed deeply. How was he exposed? It was said that Jiang Yunxi possessed a magical artifact capable of tracing the memories of the deceased, akin to surveillance footage, which publicly discredited Wu Wei. Now, with Wu Wei on the run, everyone was searching for him. After absorbing this information, Xiaoling fell into a prolonged silence. He ended the call and approached the window, quietly observing the night outside. Withstanding heavenly thunder, Jiang Yunxi was surprisingly formidable. Such feats were beyond mere mortals. How could a woman of such incredible ability end up with Xiao Yin? She should have been his fiancé. Had he not called off the engagement, it would have been he, Xiaoling, standing beside her, revered by the Xianmen. It was all Jiang Mirror's foolishness that caused him to miss this grand opportunity. Xiaoling's gaze gradually darkened. He should not squander any more time on Jiang Mirror. He must devise a plan to reclaim Jiang Yunxi. A woman of such caliber deserved only him. Chapter 122. Plans for renovating Tianshan Gate. With the affairs of Changsheng Temple settling down, Jiang Yunxi's life resumed its usual hustle and bustle, or rather, became even more frenetic. Her fame skyrocketed after the Xianmen Exchange Conference, and the name of Tianshan Gate resounded throughout the Xianmen. The most immediate manifestation of this was the explosive success of their online store, where various talismans, magical artifacts, and incense pouches flew off the shelves as soon as they were listed. Not only did their fans exhibit exceptional purchasing power, but disciples from various sects of the Xianmen also discreetly sought to acquire these items, eager to learn from them. Pre-sale orders extended a full 3 months into the future. The courtyard of the hot spring villa was piled high with delivery boxes. Xianqing, Lu Xian, and Shizhou were all busily engaged, scarcely able to pause for a sip of water. Glancing at her industrious companions, Jiang Yunxi calmly announced, I plan to renovate Tianshan Gate. We will soon be able to recruit disciples and expand our sect. Xianqing dropped the tape he was holding, his dim old eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Jiang Yunxi. Master, I must have misheard. You said you want to recruit disciples? Jiang Yunxi nodded, sipping her tea with a tranquil expression. Indeed. Upon receiving her affirmative response, Xuanqing's eyes instantly welled with tears. I thought Tianshan Gate would vanish with me. I had even prepared for my death, intending for Lu Xian to burn the sex plaque to spare it further humiliation.
But now,
Master says we will rebuild Tianshan Gate and recruit disciples. Our Tianshan Gate will finally rise. Overcome with joy, Xuanqing's tears flowed freely. Master, am I truly witnessing this day? He sobbed like a child, his words barely coherent. Lu Xian and Shizhou exchanged glances, their eyes also glistening with unshed tears. Jiang Yunxi set down her teacup, a hint of exasperated amusement in her voice. Wipe your tears and get back to work. You will be busy as the future leader of Tianshan Gate. Xianqing dried his tears, as if invigorated by a shot of adrenaline, his spirit renewed. Rest assured, Master, I will manage Tianshan Gate with utmost diligence. He hurriedly turned, picked up the tape from the floor, and resumed packing with renewed vigor, his speed more than doubled. Lu Xian, witnessing his master's newfound enthusiasm, chuckled and turned to assist him. Lu Xian, Jiang Yunxi called out, halting him. Lu Xian stopped in his tracks, confusion written on his face. Master, do you have any instructions? Jiang Yunxi regarded him and spoke slowly. I will entrust you with the task of recruiting disciples. You need to prepare in advance. Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. Me? To be responsible for such an important matter as recruiting disciples? How could he possibly bear such a weighty responsibility? What if he failed and disappointed Master's trust? Jiang Yunxi seemed to see through his thoughts and explained calmly, yes. It is indeed you. I am about to prepare for my wedding, and will have little energy left. Xianxing needs to manage the online store and handle sect affairs. If not you, then who should I assign these duties to? Lu Xian stood in stunned silence. It appeared that he was indeed the only one left unoccupied in Tianshan Gate. The flicker of his self-doubt was swiftly replaced by a profound sense of responsibility. Master entrusting him with such an important task was a sign of trust. He could not let her down. Master, you can rest assured. I will be thoroughly prepared. Lu Xian straightened his posture, his gaze resolute. Jiang Yunxi nodded in satisfaction. Go ahead. Understood. Lu Xian replied, turning to stride away with purpose. He needed to return and meticulously plan how to recruit the finest disciples for Tianshan Gate. Jiang Yunxi stretched lazily and murmured to herself. It seems I need to find someone experienced in construction to discuss the renovations. The old site of Tianshan Gate had long fallen into disrepair, and a significant overhaul was necessary to reinstate its former glory. Leaving the hot spring villa, Jiang Yunxi made her way to the Lan group. President Lan was in the conference room conducting an important project meeting when he received the assistant's report and immediately halted the proceedings. Miss Jiang has arrived? This is momentous. No project holds more significance than our esteemed guest. He promptly stood, abandoning a room full of astonished executives, and hurried outside. In the office, Jiang Yunxi was treated like an honored guest. The assistant eagerly inquired, Miss Jiang, is there anything else you would like to eat? I can prepare it right away. Jiang Yunxi pondered for a moment. I would like a small cake. Just then, President Lan entered and, upon hearing this, waved his hand decisively.
Quick.
Go buy the most delicious cake for Miss Jiang. The assistant complied and dashed out. President Lan then rubbed his hands together. A beaming smile plastered on his face as he approached Jiang Yunxi. Miss Jiang, how wonderful of you to come personally. If there is something you need, I could come to you instead of you coming here. Jiang Yunxi set down her teacup and got straight to the point. I want to ask if you can assist me in renovating Tianshan Gate. Although the Xianmen Exchange Conference did not go as planned, our reputation has been established, and I believe we can now recruit disciples. President Lan's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Renovate a temple? And Tianshan Gate no less? This is no ordinary project. It is a tremendous blessing, an opportunity to accrue merit. I must take this on and treat it as the most significant project of my life. Of course, I can help. Absolutely. His voice trembled with enthusiasm. I will arrange for the best design team and construction crew in the group, ensuring everything is done beautifully. Rest assured. I will personally oversee the measurements, proposals, and all aspects to ensure your satisfaction. Having spoken, he seemed to recall something and cautiously added, however, Miss Jiang, you can also handle the renovations at your own home. Shouldn't you consult Mr. Jiang? Jiang Yunxi's movements paused momentarily. That old man, Zhang Boyu, with his antiquated mindset and penchant for meddling, would undoubtedly complicate matters if he intervened. It would be far more convenient and expedient to entrust everything to General Lan. She waved her hand dismissively, her expression indifferent. No need to concern yourself with him. Provide me with the plans as soon as possible. I intend to commence renovations after the wedding. General Lan immediately understood, nodding vigorously. Of course. I will arrange for it right away. He then leaned closer, his smile turning even more obsequious. Make sure to reserve a spot for me at the young lady's wedding. I shall come to celebrate. Jiang Yunxi nodded in agreement. Very well. With their plans settled, General Lan beamed with delight, practically glowing. He personally escorted Jiang Yunxi to the elevator, nearly kneeling in his eagerness. Miss Jiang,
Please take care.
Jiang Yunxi turned and exited the Lan group. The following morning, Jiang Yunxi received a call from Zhang Boyu. Yunxi, why did you seek General Lan for the renovations at Tianshan Gate instead of coming to me? Have you forgotten that you have a father? Jiang Yunxi approached the window. Observing the bustling individuals in the estate, her tone rather placid. It's simply more convenient for me to work with him. He wouldn't dare overcharge me, which I find quite satisfactory. Zhang Boyu was rendered speechless by her nonchalant attitude. He was aware that Jiang Yunxi had been attending the Xianmen exchange conference recently, and thus he had kept an eye on this matter. At present, Jiang Yunxi was highly sought after. Anyone associated with her stood to gain significantly. As her biological father, how could he allow such an opportunity to slip into the hands of outsiders? No, this matter must be handled by the family. If the family undertakes it, I want to charge you. Surely that is acceptable? Otherwise, if word gets out, others will mock our Jiang family for neglecting our own daughter's affairs. And trusting this to him would surely lead to chaos. I have already signed a contract with General Lan. It's too late to backtrack. She shifted her tone, but, Father, my wedding is approaching. Shouldn't you be concerned about such a significant event? Jiang Boyu fell silent. He initially believed Jiang Yunxi had grown distant, wishing to sever ties with him, which had sparked his ire. Yet, upon her mention of the wedding, his anger dissipated considerably. Renovating the temple was trivial. The wedding was paramount. This union between the Jiang and Xiao families was indeed a matter that should be managed by family members. He had no confidence in entrusting it to outsiders. Yes, family is always more reliable than others, as long as you understand that. Jiang Boya's tone softened, imbued with a paternal pride. I will ensure that your wedding is splendidly organized, my dear. Thank you, Father. A faint smile graced Jiang Yunxi's lips. However, will it not be awkward for you when my wedding coincides with Jiang Miaojiao's? Jiang Boyu snorted disdainfully. Awkward? She is no longer a member of our Jiang family. I shall pretend not to see her. What right does a mere illegitimate daughter have to make me uncomfortable? It seemed as if Jiang Yunxi had just remembered something, and she spoke up with a hint of realization. By the way, Father, I heard a shocking piece of news at the Xiao family the other day. They say Jiang Miaojiao is Sun Wei's daughter. Did you know? A heavy silence enveloped the conversation. The only sound was Jiang Boyo's increasingly labored breaths, filled with suppressed fury. Jiang Miaojiao was indeed Sun Wei's daughter? All those years, her dealings with Sun Wei for feng shui consultations and rituals had indicated she was aware of her true parentage? What was he then? She had known all along who her real father was? Indeed. Jiang Yunxi's tone remained calm, as if merely stating an inconsequential fact. Sun Wei had been poised to attend her wedding with a grand gift, but with his demise, she was now intent on uncovering the truth behind his death. It remained uncertain whether she would uncover anything significant. Jiang Boyu scoffed. Rest assured, she will not stir up any trouble on her own. In his view, an exiled illegitimate daughter, even with Sun Wei as her backing, was now powerless since Sun Wei was deceased. Jiang Yunxi's tone exhibited no sign of fluctuation, as if she had anticipated his reaction. And then there is Xiaoling. The elder Xiao believes that Changsheng Temple should offer Jiang Miaojiao some form of compensation, which would benefit the Xiao family. Hence, he sent Xiaoling to accompany her. Jiang Boyu remained silent for a protracted period, his breaths growing heavy. Xiaoling wouldn't seize this opportunity to re-enter the company, would he? Jiang Yunxi's lips curled into the faintest of smiles, remaining silent. Although Jiang Boyu was somewhat muddled when it came to familial ties, he was astute in matters of interest. He understood all too well what it would mean if Xiaoling successfully regained his position within the Xiao group. With Xiaoling as her support, Jiang Miaojiao, whom he had cast aside, would possess a weapon for revenge. He did not believe Jiang Miaojiao would be a paragon of virtue in return for kindness. For years, he had thought he was in control, yet Jiang Miaojiao and Zhao Mei had manipulated him effortlessly, rendering him the laughingstock of high society. He had yet to swallow that humiliation. I understand. Jiang Boyu's voice was hoarse, tinged with anger, and he hung up immediately. Jiang Yunxi gazed at the disconnected call, her smile deepening. If she could assign Jiang Boyu some tasks, he would have no leisure to meddle in her renovations at Tianshan Gate. She needed to settle everything before heading to school, ensuring her studies could proceed undisturbed. She stowed her phone and called out to the courtyard. Lu Xian. Lu Xian immediately dropped what he was doing and rushed over. Old ancestor, what is your command? Jiang Yunxi observed the sweat on his forehead and spoke coolly. Let us visit Tianshan Gate. Lu Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Certainly.
Let us set off right away. In no time, Lu Xian had the car ready. Driving towards Tianshan Gate, nestled halfway up the mountain, the car could only reach the foot of the hill, necessitating a walk for the remainder of the journey. The higher they ascended, the fresher the air became. However, the scenery along the way appeared somewhat dilapidated. As they neared the mountain gate, they finally encountered a semblance of activity. A dozen individuals clad in matching work attire were diligently measuring data with various instruments. Upon noticing Jiang Yunxi and Lu Xian, they halted their tasks, respectfully greeting them. Miss Jiang. Greetings, Miss Jiang. Hearing the commotion, General Lan swiftly emerged from behind the main hall, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Oh, Miss Jiang, what brings you here personally? Jiang Yunxi cast him a dispassionate glance. I came to take a look. General Lan hastily waved his hand, calling out, Xiaomin, come over and greet Miss Jiang. A stylishly dressed woman emerged from the crowd, tall and with a sharp bob, exuding an air of cool confidence. Approaching, she politely nodded to Jiang Yunxi. Miss Jiang, it's been a while. It was Ku Xiaomin. Jiang Yunxi raised an eyebrow, glancing between the two. So, the two of you are together? Upon hearing this, General Lan chuckled heartily, his already small eyes narrowing into slits. His bashful demeanor starkly contrasted with his burly appearance. He was immensely grateful to Miss Jiang. Had she not performed a divination for him, he would never have mustered the courage to pursue Xiaomin. After being with Xiaomin, he realized that a normal romantic relationship could bring such profound happiness. Chapter 124. Be a bit more normal. Thanks to Miss Jiang's guidance, Xiaomin and I are currently thriving together. It was only after being with her that I understood the essence of truly living. My ex-wife was only interested in spending my money, whereas Xiaomin is different. She genuinely cares for me and feels for me. The tone of his voice sent shivers down Jiang Yunxi's spine. Xiaomin, evidently unable to endure it any longer, tugged at President Lan's sleeve. Be a bit more normal. President Lan instantly regained his usual astute businessman demeanor and cleared his throat. Miss Jiang, may I show you around and introduce you to our designer's preliminary plans? Jiang Yunxi nodded, following him into the grand hall. As they walked, President Lan pointed out various features. We are planning to renovate both the interior and exterior of the hall, regilding all the statues for worship. Behind Tianshan Gate, there are many courtyards that were previously meant for disciples' accommodation, now all abandoned. These too will require complete reconstruction. What he was describing was standard procedure. Just as Jiang Yunxi was listening, President Lan suddenly shifted his tone. Miss Jiang, I have an idea. I believe we can keep pace with the times by constructing several experiential centers behind here. This way, people from below the mountain can come up to experience the tranquil and simple lifestyle of our sect, which not only promotes physical well-being, but also allows them to learn about our doctrines. Wouldn't that be splendid? Even if you decide not to run an online store, this alone could generate a substantial income. This idea was indeed commendable. Jiang Yunxi nodded. You are correct, however. I plan to convert the hot spring villa into an experiential center. President Lan immediately shook his head in objection. That is not the same. Adding a few experiential centers here means utilizing all the existing resources, the temple, the statues, and the serene atmosphere of the mountain. Clients will wake up each day directly immersed in everything our sect embodies, naturally cleansing their spirits. However, if we were to transform the hot spring villa, everything would need to be prepared anew, and the authenticity would be significantly diminished. Jiang Yunxi pondered. President Lan's idea was indeed visionary. The hot spring villa, though set in a beautiful environment, was a modern structure that lacked the ancient charm and depth characteristic of their sect. In contrast, Tianshan Gate, built against the mountains, exuded an air of antiquity and tranquility, inherently imbued with a celestial essence that distanced one from the mundane. Establishing experiential centers here would undoubtedly allow visitors to immerse themselves more deeply in the culture of their sect. Jiang Yunxi nodded. Then we shall proceed with your suggestion. President Lan's face lit up with excitement, his features vibrating with joy. Miss Jiang's trust in him made him willing to go to great lengths. Serving Miss Jiang was a fortune earned over several lifetimes. Rest assured, Miss Jiang, I will ensure everything is handled impeccably. Seeing his fervor, Jiang Yunxi smiled softly. I am already grateful that you're willing to personally oversee the renovations at Tianshan Gate. When you and Xiaomin marry, I shall present you with a grand gift. President Lan's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a tapestry of joy and disbelief. Thank you so much, he stuttered, overwhelmed with excitement. Jiang Yunxi waved her hand dismissively. No need for thanks. The group continued onward as President Lan elaborated on his plans, from the restoration of the Grand Hall to the reconstruction of the disciples' quarters, and the site selection and design for the experiential centers, considering every detail with utmost care. He not only preserved the ancient character of Tianshan Gate, but also skillfully integrated modern conveniences while perfectly aligning with Jiang Yunxi's vision of revitalizing the sect. Everything was arranged meticulously, alleviating her concerns entirely. After listening, Jiang Yunxi felt assured. President Lan was indeed a seasoned player in the business world. This plan resonated with her desires. She decided to entrust all matters to him and Lu Xian. President Lan, in the future, please liaise directly with Lu Xian for any issues. With her wedding approaching in a week, her focus needed to be on the nuptials. President Lan immediately patted his chest in assurance. Miss Jiang, you can rest easy. I will ensure it is executed beautifully. Jiang Yunxi nodded and turned to retain Lu Xian while she proceeded toward the grand hall. Xiaomin was seated on the stone steps at the entrance of the grand hall. Upon noticing her approach, she stood up, as if she had been waiting for a while. Miss Jiang, do you have a moment to chat? Jiang Yunxi walked over and sat beside her. A gentle breeze swept through the mountains, carrying a refreshing coolness. Xiaomin hesitated before speaking, her tone imbued with sincere gratitude. I truly appreciate you for sending President Lan to me. He has helped me resolve many issues in both my personal life and work, and I am genuinely grateful to you both. Jiang Yunxi raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips. Just gratitude? Xiaomin's strikingly handsome face flushed a rare shade of red. Embarrassed, she averted her gaze, her voice dropping slightly. Actually, I like him too. A few days ago, we confirmed our relationship and are officially together now. Jiang Yunxi nodded, a hint of a smile gracing her features. Then I wish you both well. You will surely grow old together. Hearing this, Xiaomin's smile blossomed into a radiant one. Thank you. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude, but her expression quickly sobered. However, I have one more thing to tell you. Her tone grew serious, laden with weight. Jiang Miaojiao has already reported to the police. Jiang Yunxi's brows furrowed slightly, barely perceptibly. Jiang Miaojiao would resort to calling the authorities? This revelation was unexpected. How do you know? Xiaomin explained. We can access the records of reported cases within our police system. Moreover, when I was on my way here with President Lan this morning, I just happened to encounter their patrol, which prompted me to inform you in advance. She paused, a note of concern creeping into her voice. Although I am not well versed in the matters of our sect, I feel that Jiang Miaojiao's intentions seem directed at you. Jiang Yunxi nodded, her demeanor remaining calm. Thank you. I appreciate your concern. Jiang Miaojiao was attempting to use the law as a means to scheme against her. Such a pity, seeing Jiang Yunxi so composed. Xiaomin felt a wave of relief wash over her. All right then, I won't disturb you further. I'll go find President Lan. Just as she stood to leave, Jiang Yunxi called her back. Wait a moment. Jiang Yunxi's gaze deepened. Do you have a case that requires you to go to the countryside at night to gather evidence? Xiaomin was taken aback, instinctively responding, Miss Jiang. How did you know? Jiang Yunxi offered a faint smile. I have many insights. If you ever need assistance, feel free to seek me out. She casually retrieved a folded piece of yellow talisman paper from her pocket and handed it to her. This is a talisman for peace. Carry it with you when you head to the countryside. Xiaomin gazed at the talisman in her hand, solemnly accepting it. I understand, thank you. Chapter 125. You must not defame him. The following day, Jiang Miaojiao and Xiao Ling made their way to Changsheng Temple, accompanied by police officers. The atmosphere at Changsheng Temple was even more solemn than before. The death of Sun Wei and the defection of Wu Wei had cast a pall over the entire temple, shrouding it in sorrow. The newly appointed temple master, a middle-aged Taoist in his 40s, wore a serious expression. Upon seeing them, he merely offered a cursory nod. Esteemed guests, what brings you to Changsheng Temple? Jiang Mia's eyes reddened, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Daozhang, my name is Jiang Mia, and I am the daughter of Master Sun Wei. The new master's expression turned icy. Madam, one may indulge in the whims of dining, but one cannot speak frivolously. Our esteemed Taoist Sun Wei has led a life of asceticism, solitary and unencumbered. How could he possibly have a daughter? You must not slander his honorable name. Jiang Mia, seemingly overwhelmed by a profound sense of injustice, wept even more fiercely, her body swaying as if on the brink of collapse. I am not speaking falsely. All that I say is the truth. She retrieved a document from her bag and extended it towards him. This is the paternity test I conducted with my father. He personally sought out the institution for it, and his signature is right here. The new master, though skeptical, accepted the document. Upon reading the report that indicated a staggering 99 probability of paternity, along with the unmistakable signature below, he froze in disbelief. How could this be? Master Sun Wei truly has an illegitimate daughter? This was utterly absurd. He immediately summoned several disciples who had previously served Sun Wei, presenting the report to them. After perusing the document, Their faces mirrored his disbelief. One elder disciple, after much hesitation, finally spoke. Miss Jiang is indeed Master Sun Wei's daughter. He once acknowledged this himself and sent me to deliver various items to her. At this revelation, everyone was convinced. The disciples of Changsheng Guan exchanged complex glances, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment and confusion. The master they revered had not only been betrayed by his own brother, but also had an unclear legacy outside. These incidents were scandalous enough to tarnish the reputation of Changsheng Guan. Jiang Mir stepped forward, her sorrow poignantly evident, her voice laced with sobs yet unmistakably clear. Dao Zhang, the reason I have ascended the mountain today is not for any other purpose. I merely seek justice for my father. He was supposed to attend my wedding and promise me a grand gift. Now that he is gone under mysterious circumstances, I cannot simply turn a blind eye. Her heartfelt plea was compelling and reasonable, leaving no room for reproach. The new master sighed deeply, nodding in agreement. You speak the truth. He was now solely focused on suppressing this matter to prevent further damage to Changsheng Guan's reputation. Since you are indeed Master Sun Wei's daughter, you are welcome to take anything of his that remains. Master Sun Wei was killed by Wu Wei, and we have yet to ascertain Wu Wei's whereabouts. Once we have concrete information, we will certainly inform Miss Jiang. Jiang Mir was precisely awaiting this affirmation. She wiped her tears, her gaze turning resolute. The new master was correct. The most crucial matter now was to locate Wu Wei and uncover the truth. She turned to Xiao Ling beside her, a proud expression gracing her features. My husband shares the same sentiment as the Xiao family. We absolutely cannot allow him to roam free. The new master, taken aback, inquired, Your husband is? Jiang Mir lifted her chin slightly, a hint of pride in her tone. My husband is Xiao Ling, the general manager of the Xiao Group. You are all aware of the Xiao family's capabilities and influence. Should you require our assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. The new master's demeanor shifted, responding promptly. Miss Jiang, you overstate your case. Pursuing the traitor Wu Wei is indeed our responsibility at Changsheng Guan. If the Xiao family is willing to lend a hand, that would be most welcome. Satisfied with this change in attitude, Jiang Mir seized the moment to present her request. Dao Zhang, I have one more humble request. Taking a deep breath, her eyes glistening with tears yet brimming with unwavering determination, she continued, Since my father has passed, I wish to inherit his mantle and join Changsheng Guan under your tutelage. Would you be willing to accept me as your disciple? The new master hesitated. Accepting her as a disciple? This defied convention. Changsheng Guan had not accepted female disciples for many years, especially not the illegitimate daughter of a former master. Such news would surely provoke ridicule. Yet, refusing her might defend the Xiao family behind her. Just as he found himself at an impasse, the previously silent Xiao Ling stepped forward. Dao Zhang, please fulfill Mir's wish. His tone was gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority. The Xiao family is willing to donate 1 million in goodwill to Changsheng Guan for the restoration of the temple. We kindly request your agreement. The new master's eyes brightened at this prospect. What rules, what reputation, could stand against tangible benefits? He immediately acquiesced, of course. We can hold the apprenticeship ceremony today. However, given Miss Jiang's unique status, it may be more fitting for her to be accepted under the highest-ranking elder, Elder Xihua, rather than under my guidance. This arrangement would place Jiang Mir on equal standing with the new master. Truly, the new master was adept at negotiation. Jiang Mir had no objections and readily agreed. Xiao Ling nodded in satisfaction as well. The new master promptly organized the apprenticeship ceremony. Jiang Mir, clad in simple attire, knelt on the mat, first bowing thrice and prostrating 9 times before the statue of the celestial master, and then respectfully presenting tea to the venerable Elder Xihua. Elder Xihua accepted the teacup and took a small sip, signifying the completion of the rite. From this day forth, she was a member of Changsheng Guan. Chapter 126. Jiang Mir ultimately remains unsung. That evening, Xiao Ling escorted Jiang Mir back to the Xiao family estate. Elder Xiao sat in the living room, awaiting their return. Grandfather. Upon entering, Jiang Mir quickly approached the elder, her face alight with joy. All matters have been settled. The new master of Changsheng Guan has promised a thorough investigation into my father's death, and I have become the close disciple of Elder Xihua. She straightened her back deliberately, her tone brimming with pride. Should you ever require anything, simply tell me. I will inform my sect, and they will ensure it is accomplished. At last, she felt a sense of triumph before the old man, eager to see if he would dare to underestimate her again. Jiang Yunxi, that wretched girl, could achieve what she did. So could she, even surpassing her. Good, good, you have worked hard. Elder Xiao's heart twisted with a cold smirk. He had assumed that with Xiaoling and Jiang Mirror's visit, they would extract some form of compensation or powerful artifact from Changxingguan. Who would have thought it was merely an apprenticeship? How is this useful? If there were any matters of metaphysics needing resolution, one could simply consult Jiang Yunxi. Jiang Mirror remained inconsequential, reveling in an empty title. How laughable. Elder Zhao's expression soured, and Jiang Mirror noticed it clearly. Her heart sank, and she promptly spoke with earnestness. Grandfather, although Jiang Yunxi possesses talent, her temperament is too wild. If you ask her to act, she may not comply. The Changxing Temple, however, stands in stark contrast. Its reputation looms large, with disciples scattered across the globe, making it exceedingly convenient for them to operate wherever they may be summoned. With just a word from you, grandfather, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to assist. Is this not more effective than the temperamental Jiang Yunxi? This sentiment struck a chord with the old Master Xiao. Indeed. Jiang Yunxi is a tough nut to crack. The greater her abilities, the more formidable her disposition, rendering her beyond his control. Although Jiang Miaojiao may lack significant utility, her compliance is commendable, and the backing of the Changxing Temple indeed serves as a valuable asset. The old Master Zhao's expression softened somewhat at this realization. He nodded, his tone growing gentler. You speak the truth. Yunxi's temperament is indeed rather difficult to manage. Henceforth, I urge you to persuade her to prioritize the greater good and to consider the interests of the Xiao family, for harmony within the family fosters prosperity. Jiang Miaojiao, witnessing his concession, felt a surge of joy in her heart and obediently replied, Yes, grandfather, I shall certainly convey your words to her. She felt she had regained some ground, eager to witness how Jiang Yunxi would continue to assert herself before her. Xiao Ling observed her smug demeanor, a wave of uncontrollable disdain rising within him. How could he have once perceived this woman as pure and endearing? Now, the more he looked, the more she seemed hypocritical to the point of nausea. Were it not for her residual utility, and the fact that she was his betrothed, he would not wish to lay eyes on her again. Xiao Ling stood up, interrupting their dialogue. Grandfather, it is getting late. We shall take our leave. The old Master Xiao nodded, waving his hand. Be cautious on your way home. The two promptly turned to depart. As soon as they exited the grand gate of the ancestral home, Xiao Ling halted, coldly instructing Jiang Miaojiao. I will have the driver take you home. I have some matters to attend to. Jiang Miaojiao immediately moved closer, sweetly offering Ling, it is so late. Why are you still working so hard? Do you need my assistance? Xiao Ling subtly evaded her touch. No need. You should return. Jiang Miaojiao pouted in discontent, yet dared not utter another word. Reluctantly boarding the driver's vehicle to leave. Watching the car fade into the distance, Xiao Ling finally entered his own car. He took out his phone and sent a message to his assistant. Find out where Jiang Yunxi is at this moment. The assistant's reply came swiftly. Young Master Xiao. Miss Jiang is currently at the Hot Springs Resort. Xiao Ling put down his phone and drove towards the Hot Springs Resort. At the Hot Springs Resort, tranquility reigned. Jiang Yunxi sat at a stone table in the courtyard, patiently teaching Shi Jiao how to carve a peachwood hairpin. Xianqing rushed in from outside. Ancestor. There is someone at the gate looking for you. Jiang Yunxi did not lift her head, casually inquiring, Who is it? There was a hint of peculiarity in Xuanqing's tone. It is your former fiancé. Xiao Ling. Jiang Yunxi paused her carving, raising her head with her beautiful brows slightly furrowed. What is that fool doing here? Shouldn't he be accompanying his precious Jiang Miaojiao to the Changxing Temple to flaunt? How could he find the time to come here? She set down her carving knife and stood up. I shall go and see. With that, she made her way toward the entrance of the resort. Xiao Ling stood straight outside, holding a takeout box. Upon seeing Jiang Yunxi emerge, a gentle smile instantly graced his face. I happened to pass by this restaurant and remembered how much you used to love their crayfish, so I brought some for you. Would you care to try? He assumed that after all the suffering Jiang Yunxi had endured in his presence, his overture would surely bring her joy. Yet, Jiang Yunxi merely regarded him with indifference. Crayfish? The original owner indeed enjoyed them, but when did Xiao Ling ever care about such trifles? His sudden mention felt like a weasel wishing the chicken well, harboring ulterior motives. Xiao Ling, what do you intend to do? Xiao Ling's smile faltered, quickly replaced by a look of feigned disappointment. I understand that ever since I became the harbinger of misfortune, no one wishes to associate with me. However, Yunxi, it is only now that I realize how precious your feelings for me were. I have recalled many past memories, which is why I came to see you. Do not overthink it. I merely wish to visit. His words carried an air of sincerity, as if he were nothing more than a lovesick man filled with regret. Jiang Yunxi regarded his clumsy performance and could not suppress a derisive laugh. What a talented actor. Had she not long seen through his selfish nature? She might have been deceived by his facade. Would you dare speak such words in front of Jiang Miaojiao? Would you dare utter them before Xiaoyin? Xiaoling's expression instantly froze. How did she manage to strike at every sore point? Speaking before Jiang Miaojiao would surely lead to her wailing and lamenting, while addressing Xiaoyin would likely result in a broken leg. Fury surged within him, yet he dared not display a hint of it. He quickly composed himself, his expression of disappointment deepening. Even if you do not harbor affection for me, it matters not. Just leave the crayfish. They can be shared with them. He extended the box towards her. Jiang Yunxi raised an eyebrow and surprisingly accepted it. Thank you then. It is getting late. I shall not invite you in. Do return home and rest early. Chapter 127. It seems he will no longer bring misfortune to others. A flicker of elation flashed in Xiaoling's eyes. She accepted it. She truly must still harbor feelings for him. As long as she is willing to accept his offerings, it signifies that she still holds him in her heart. This door has not been entirely shut. With the wedding just a week away, if he puts in some effort and thought, he can surely win Jiang Yunxi back. At that time, he could simply switch the bride at the ceremony, leaving Xiaoyin utterly humiliated, seizing the moment while it is warm, lest it grow cold and lose its charm. His smile grew ever more tender. After speaking, he reluctantly turned to leave, his steps considerably lighter. Jiang Yunxi turned back and re-entered the resort. Xianxing and Sergio were still busy in the courtyard. Upon seeing her return, they halted their tasks. Jiang Yunxi snapped a photo of the takeout box and casually handed it over. Take this and eat. Sergio, catching a whiff of the aroma, brightened with excitement. Ancestor. How did you know I wanted to eat crayfish? Jiang Yunxi replied nonchalantly. It was sent by that fool. If I don't eat it, it would be a waste. After all, Xiaoling aims to scheme against her. What is the harm in taking a little from him? Sergio chuckled, not pressing further. Thank you, ancestor. He eagerly grabbed Xianxing and joyfully sought a place to feast. Jiang Yunxi leisurely opened her phone, sending the photo she had just taken to Jiang Miaojiao. Have you tasted the crayfish Xiaoling bought? In a standalone villa in the suburbs, Jiang Miaojiao sat restlessly on the sofa. When her phone chimed, she impatiently picked it up, her pupils dilating in shock. Xiaoling actually went to find Jiang Yunxi and even brought her crayfish. He had never bought any for her. How could he do this? Zhao Mei descended from upstairs, holding a bowl of white fungus soup. Upon seeing her daughter's distorted expression, the gentle smile on her face faltered. Miaojiao, what has you so upset? She approached, tenderly stroking Jiang Miaojiao's head. You are about to be married. You cannot afford to be so irritable. If it affects your complexion, wearing a wedding dress will not look good. Jiang Miaojiao threw her arms around Zhao Mei and burst into tears. Mom. Xiao Ling went to find Jiang Yunxi. He even sent that wretched girl crayfish. I have never even tasted the crayfish he bought. Jiang Miaojiao thrust her phone into Zhao Mei's hands for her to see. Zhao Mei's countenance suddenly darkened. Did Jiang Yunxi deliberately send you a message? She merely cast a fleeting glance, and fury coursed through her veins, causing her to tremble with rage. How audacious of Jiang Yunxi! Has she truly grown wings, believing that by associating with the esteemed Xiaoyin, she can act with impunity? How dare she bully her beloved daughter? Enraged, Zhao Mei intended to confront Jiang Yunxi, but upon sending her scathing message, she was met with a glaring red exclamation mark. Message sent, but rejected by the recipient. Zhao Mei was taken aback. She attempted once more, only to receive the same result. She had been blocked by Jiang Yunxi. The realization nearly drove Zhao Mei to hurl her phone in frustration. She had long suspected Jiang Yunxi of being frivolous and shameless. And now she was even attempting to seduce her own brother-in-law, truly lacking in upbringing. Unexpectedlove, brotherless, clutching at Xiao Mei's sleeve. Mom. Please tell Dad to have a serious talk with Yunxi. Zhao Mei found this to be reasonable and immediately messaged Zhang Boyu. She could not believe that Zhang Boyu would stand idly by while Jiang Yunxi tarnished the family name. Yet, Zhang Boyu blocked her as well. Unyielding, Zhao Mei resorted to calling Zhang Boyu, only to find herself blocked again. In a fit of exasperation, she felt darkness envelop her, blood surging in her veins. And she fainted. Jiang Miaoer, panic-stricken, turned pale and hurriedly embraced her mother, pinching her philtrum in desperation. Mom, please wake up. Don't scare me like this. Her cries attracted the attention of the servants within the villa. They rushed over, flustered, and hastily carried Xiao Mei to the bed, urgently summoning the family doctor for an examination. Jiang Miao trembled as she dialed Xiaoling's number, but the call could not be connected. At that moment, Xiaoling's car was parked on the return journey. In front of the vehicle stood a man clad in a Taoist robe. It was Wu Wei, who had been missing for several days. Wu Wei approached the car window and tapped lightly. Xiaoling lowered the window, frowning at him. Wu Wei, do you not realize you're wanted? How dare you come to seek me? Wu Wei smiled enigmatically. I have come to offer you a method to alter your fate. Young Xiao. Xiaoling tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his eyes sharpening. What do you mean? Wu Wei produced a small jade vial from his robe and extended it toward him. This elixir can change your destiny. As long as you are not the fabled child of misfortune, you can reclaim control of the Xiao group and continue to contend with Xiao Yin. For a fleeting moment, Xiaoling's breath hitched. He fixed his gaze on the jade vial, his eyes betraying an uncontainable desire and struggle. He was weary of the title of the child of misfortune and the relentless oppression from Xiao Yin. If he could truly change his fate, he would pay any price. Yet reason cautioned him that the man before him was merely a desperate, murderous fugitive. How could he trust him so easily? Xiaoling quickly regained his composure, a cold smirk gracing his lips. A discarded hound is unworthy of discussing collaboration with me. Wu Wei, undeterred by the slight, smiled even more cryptically. Young Xiao, you have no choice but to cooperate with me. No one else can quell the misfortune that haunts you. Alternatively, you might consider currying favor with Jiang Yunxi and see if she will assist you. The image of Jiang Yunxi's derisive eyes flashed through Xiaoling's mind. Asking for her help seemed a fool's errand. Instead of wasting time, he could simultaneously collaborate with Wu Wei while devising a way to persuade Jiang Yunxi. A dual approach would ensure he had nothing to lose. Xiaoling lifted his head, determination setting in his gaze. I accept your proposition. He took the jade vial from Wu Wei, poured the elixir into his mouth, and swallowed. The next moment his eyes rolled back, and he slumped toward the steering wheel. When Xiaoling regained consciousness, he found himself lying in a hospital bed. Beside him sat Jiang Miao, her eyes red from crying. Ling, you scared me half to death. You fainted in the car and the doctors can't find anything wrong with you. What happened? Xiaoling ignored her lamentations. Upon waking, he felt an inexplicable sensation, as if the suffocating misfortune that had plagued him had dissolved into thin air. He suddenly sat upright, grasping Jiang Miao's hand. Startled by his abrupt movement, she looked at him in bewilderment. Ling, what is wrong? Xiaoling scrutinized her, waiting for a moment. Jiang Miao exhibited no abnormalities. She didn't choke on her saliva, trip, or experience any odd occurrences. Xiaoling abruptly threw off the covers and strode toward the door of the ward. He collided with a nurse carrying a tray and instinctively seized her hand. The nurse jumped in surprise, gazing at him quizzically. He waited, and the nurse stood steady, unharmed. Releasing her, he grabbed the arm of a passing patient. That patient remained unscathed, merely regarding him with a look of concern. Jiang Miao followed him out, puzzled by Xiaoling's erratic behavior. But as she witnessed him encounter several individuals, all of whom remained safe, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. It seemed that Xiaoling would no longer bring misfortune to others. Chapter 128. Good manners cannot conceal the truth of her illegitimate status. Jiang Yunxi became aware of this matter during a dinner when the Jiang and Xiao families convened, just 3 days before her wedding to Xiao Yin. In the dining hall of the Xiao residence, the long table was laden with exquisite dishes, and the atmosphere was quite pleasant. The elderly Mr. Xiao, Xiao Yin, Jiang Boyu, Jiang Sheng, Jiang Miao, Xiaoling, and Xiao Mei were all gathered together. Jiang Yunxi sat to the right of Jiang Sheng and to the left of Xiao Yin, immediately diving into the meal as the dishes were served. They had been exceedingly busy lately, staying at the hot spring resort, too lethargic to cook, opting instead for takeout. The fare from outside paled in comparison to the culinary delights prepared by the Xiao family chef. She savored the food with undivided attention. Jiang Miao, with a teasing tone, chimed in, Annie, have you not eaten all day? Your manner of eating makes you appear as if you're a starving ghost. Though Jiang Miao did not voice the rest of her thoughts, everyone present understood her implication. Xiao Mei, seated beside Jiang Miao, spoke with a tone dripping with sarcasm. It's evident that years in the countryside have led to her poor upbringing, unlike our Miao, who has been raised in luxury and knows all the proper etiquette. She linked her arm with Jiang Miao's, affectionately patting her. She will surely make an excellent wife for Xiaoling in the future. Jiang Yunxi raised her head in confusion, perceiving their motives with ease. Did they truly believe that such petty tactics could belittle her while elevating themselves? Did they think that good manners could obscure the fact of her illegitimacy? She found their attempts laughable. Zhao Mei's face flushed crimson under Jiang Yunxi's scornful gaze. She had not anticipated Jiang Yunxi's direct reference to her illegitimacy, and she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her composure shattered, even causing her to clench her fists tightly. Observing the awkward shift in atmosphere, Xiaoling chuckled, attempting to smooth over the situation. We are all family, and will be seeing each other often from now on. Yunxi, you should be a bit more accommodating toward your aunt. Jiang Yunxi scoffed, her eyes filled with derision. I am not her relative. Why should I accommodate her? Zhao Mei sprang to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Yunxi, her voice sharp. You are my flesh and blood. How dare you speak like that? Jiang Yunxi slowly rose, her gaze frosty. In that moment, the woman dared to wield her status as a mother to suppress her. You remember you gave birth to me? For all these years, you have shown no concern, and upon my return, you merely schemed to transfer our engagement to your precious daughter.
Zhao Mei, can you,
with a clear conscience, admit that you have ever regarded me as your own daughter? Zhao Mei was taken aback by the question, her face flushed, rendered speechless. Indeed, she had never treated this daughter with any regard, even perceiving her as a country bumpkin, a source of embarrassment. Yet, confronted with Jiang Yunxi's bluntness, she found herself at a loss. Zhao Mei awkwardly glanced at Zhang Boyu and then at old Master Xiao, her mouth agape but no words emerging. Jiang Yunxi let out a derisive laugh, resumed her seat, and continued to indulge in the delicacies before her. Old Master Xiao rubbed his temples, feeling a wave of headache wash over him. He could not fathom when Zhao Mei had become so inept at maintaining decorum, losing her composure in such a setting. Jiang Sheng, unable to bear the scene any longer, sighed softly, Mother, perhaps you should sit down. It is time to eat.
reluctantly, Xiao Mei complete.
And tranquility returned to the dining table. Observing the easing atmosphere, Zhang Miaojiao spoke up again, her voice laced with a hint of coaxing. Grandfather. Recently Ailing has been practicing Taoist techniques and studying the scriptures, and his health has improved significantly. His luck has also taken a turn for the better. Just yesterday, he had a splendid conversation while signing a contract with a client. Old Master Zhao's eyes flickered. Logically, given Xiao Ling's unfortunate disposition, anyone in close proximity would typically suffer misfortune, if not injury. How could the contract signing and handshake have yielded no unsettling news from the client? Had Xiao Ling's bad luck vanished? Xiao Ling smiled, a touch of pride on his face. A few days ago, I encountered a sage who bestowed upon me a miraculous elixir. After consuming it, I felt invigorated, and my luck has been exceptional. Thus, I have embarked on this path of cultivation. Old Master Xiao pressed for details. What sage? Xiao Ling shook his head. I do not know him. I have never met him, but he exudes an aura of profound wisdom, surely a remarkable sage. I plan to follow Miao Jiao in studying Taoist principles and practices for self-cultivation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mei immediately chimed in. That is truly splendid. With your improved luck, certain rumors will surely dissipate. Old Master Xiao nodded in approval. Your intentions are commendable. Maintaining good health is essential for better work and life. Xiao Ling respectfully nodded. Yes, grandfather. Jiang Yunxi observed their ongoing pleasantries, her brow slightly furrowed. She had not noticed earlier, but now it was clear that the ominous aura surrounding Xiao Ling had indeed been shrouded by a vague, dark mist. Compared to before, he appeared much more normal. However, this layer of darkness merely encased his misfortune. When it eventually erupted, it would be even more violent and self-destructive. Moreover, this dark mist resembled what she had seen in the Southern District Project and atop Chongqing Mountain. Thus, when Xiao Ling spoke of encountering a sage, could it be that he referred to Wei? Or was it someone from the barrier behind Chongqing Temple? In just a few days, Xiao Ling had experienced such an opportunity, which indeed left one somewhat perplexed. Noticing Jiang Yunxi's gaze fixed upon him, Xiao Ling smiled at her.
Aunt,
may I consult you regarding any Taoist queries I encounter in the future? Jiang Yunxi merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. Xiao Ling subtly placed a piece of food onto her plate, then casually remarked, Ailing, since you are studying under Chongqing Temple, you are surely aware that there was a minor conflict between Tianshan sect and Chongqing Temple during the Taoist Exchange Conference. It was somewhat inappropriate for you to take leave with Yunxi. The smile faded from Xiao Ling's face, his chopsticks halting midair. Xiao Ying cast a cool glance his way, his eyes laden with warning. If you wish to cultivate, Do so independently. Do not disturb your aunt, as she is quite busy. This statement directly conveyed to Xiao Ling not to interfere with Jiang Yunxi. Xiao Ling offered an awkward smile, refraining from pursuing the topic further. Meanwhile, Jiang Miaojiao shot a resentful look at Jiang Yunxi, but Jiang Yunxi remained oblivious. The ensuing moments became a stage for old Master Xiao and Jiang Boyu, as they discussed the upcoming wedding in 3 days, exchanging pleasantries and compliments. Old Master Xiao discreetly glanced at Jiang Yunxi and Xiaoying before jovially speaking. In-laws, their wedding is imminent. While everything is ready, you are aware of Ailing's situation. His parents cannot possibly be absent from his wedding, can they? Chapter 129. To put Xiaoying in an awkward position during the wedding. Upon uttering these words, all eyes turned to Xiaoying. Zhao's parents were still residing in a villa in the suburbs, too fearful to return to the old house, let alone meddle in company affairs. This was a stipulation set forth by Xiaoying. They could not return. Jiang Boya's gaze flickered. Bringing Zhao's parents back would only serve to complicate matters for Yunxi, potentially causing untold trouble. Just as he intended to offer a few evasive remarks to dissuade old Master Xiao from this notion, Xiaoying had already set down his chopsticks. Elegantly, he wiped his mouth with a napkin before calmly addressing old Master Xiao. Father, have you found yourself with too much leisure time lately? This remark rendered old Master Zhao's expression rigid. He had not anticipated that Xiaoying would dare to be so audacious and forthright in front of his future father-in-law. There happens to be an exchange meeting in Africa that lacks a host. If you are feeling up to it, perhaps you should go and observe? Xiaoying raised his gaze, coldly regarding old Master Xiao, who felt a tightness in his chest. He recognized that Xiaoying was angry. If he dared to continue this topic, there was a strong possibility that Xiaoying would indeed send him to Africa to oversee some exchange meeting. And who knew how long that might last? Old Master Zhao's complexion turned a shade of purple, yet he still shook his head, suggesting instead that others should take on that responsibility, as there were many young people in the group who could benefit from the experience. Xiao Ying's gaze grew even colder. When old Master Xiao was in a state of helplessness, he became the dutiful son. However, once he regained his composure, he sought to bring back the eldest and his sister-in-law, impeding Xiao Ying's plans. Throughout his life, old Master Xiao had engaged in scheming and balance. Yet in his old age, he still failed to discern the prevailing circumstances. Then do prepare yourself for my wedding with Yunxi. Having said this, Xiaoying laid down his chopsticks, grasped Jiang Yunxi's hand, and stood to leave, while the others exchanged glances, none daring to impede their departure. Once outside the old house, they drove towards the city center. Jiang Yunxi glanced at Xiaoying, then at Assistant Song, who was driving. This isn't the way back to the hot spring resort, is it? Xiaoying held her hand in his, caressing it gently before nodding and softly replying, No, we're not going home just yet. Not going home? What are we doing? Although Jiang Yunxi was curious, she had no intention of probing further. Fortunately, 15 minutes later, they arrived at a 5-star hotel in the city center. The lobby was devoid of anyone except for the front desk staff. Xiaoying led Jiang Yunxi to a private elevator that ascended to the top floor. This hotel was an investment by the Xiao family, and the suite on the top floor was permanently reserved for Xiaoying, although he seldom visited. The decor and view were exquisite, a sight not easily accessible to the average person. On the small balcony, candles and snacks had already been prepared, along with red wine. A conspicuous jewelry box sat at the center of a small table, readily visible. Xiaoying guided Jiang Yunxi over, gently urging her to sit on the sofa, before slowly kneeling down before her, his gaze deep and intense. Jiang Yunxi's heart fluttered. At that moment, Xiaoying appeared utterly non-threatening, the soft yellow light casting a halo around his face, rendering him almost sacred, as if he wished to possess her entirely. What is the matter? Jiang Yunxi's throat tightened as she inquired, her heartbeat quickening uncontrollably at the sight of Xiaoyin from this angle, her cheeks flushing slightly. Xiaoyin retrieved the jewelry box and opened it to reveal a stunning 5-carat pink diamond ring. Holding Jiang Yunxi's hand, he knelt on one knee. Miss Jiang Yunxi, will you marry me? He asked in a deep voice. Although their wedding was just 2 days away and all preparations were in place, he still owed her a proposal. A ceremony was indispensable, especially for Jiang Yunxi. Jiang Yunxi's pupils slightly contracted. A pink diamond. This gem radiated a faint energy fluctuation. Absorbing this energy would greatly aid her cultivation. Without hesitation, she extended her hand towards Xiaoyin and replied crisply, I do. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she watched the ring slip onto her ring finger, her smile widening with delight. Gifts from Xiaoyin were indeed exquisite. He was truly remarkable. Once the ring was in place, Xiao Yin admired the ring he had personally designed, a smile gradually gracing his lips as he looked up to meet Jiang Yunxi's radiant smile, brighter than the sun. Was she truly so overjoyed by such a simple proposal? Jiang Yunxi bent down, cradling Xiao Yin's jaw, and planted a fervent kiss on him. Xiao Yin, thank you. In the next moment, fireworks erupted in the sky, dazzling and filling the air with wonder. Passers-by on the street stopped in their tracks, astonished by the spectacle. Who could be setting off fireworks here?
Goodness.
How much must that have cost? Is someone proposing?
I'm utterly envious.
As the fireworks lit up the night, Jiang Yunxi couldn't contain her joy, exclaiming, I absolutely adore you. At the countryside villa, Zhao's father and mother stood on the balcony, their faces impassive as they gazed at the distant, brilliant fireworks. They were well aware that this display was orchestrated by Xiao Yin for Jiang Yunxi. When did Xiao Yin learn such flamboyant tactics? It seems Jiang Yunxi possesses quite the skill to persuade him to go to such lengths. Zhao's mother sneered bitterly. For days, she had endured hardships at the villa while Jiang Yunxi and Xiao Yin reveled in happiness, a thought that made her heart ache. With a sigh, Zhao's father noticed the wrinkles forming on his previously well-maintained face. Haven't we already witnessed Jiang Yunxi's methods? She indeed possesses an uncanny charm. It would be wise not to provoke her. After the wedding, we shall devise a plan to return. That would be far more prudent. Zhao's mother scoffed in disbelief. Prudent? At this point, what is there to be prudent about? If we continue down this path, the Xiao family will belong entirely to Xiao Yin. What then of the sacrifices I've made over the years? What have I gained? A flicker of malice crossed her eyes.
No.
I cannot allow them to revel in their triumph. Just wait and see. Zhao's father looked at her in astonishment, concern etched in his gaze. What are you plotting now? Sun Wei was eliminated by Jiang Yunxi, and even Wu Wei has vanished. Powerful figures like them are helpless against her. How do you expect to contend with her? A knowing smile played on Zhao's mother's lips, filled with determination. Fear not. I will find a way to subdue her. If necessary, I will ensure that Xiao Yin is humiliated at the wedding. Chapter 130. Are you seeking death? Jiang Yunxi and Xiao Yin departed from the main building, making their way to the courtyard. It had been quite some time since her last visit, and she took the opportunity to rearrange the feng shui ornaments in the yard. The subtle flow of spiritual energy became more harmonious, rendering the entire courtyard refreshingly pleasant. Observing her skilled movements, Xiao Yin's gaze softened unconsciously. It's getting late. You should rest,
he suggested.
Jiang Yunxi clapped her hands and turned to him. What about you? Will you join me for the night? The mere mention of sleeping together caused her eyes to light up with anticipation. Xiao Yin chuckled at her eager expression, shaking his head. I still have some work to finish up. You go ahead and sleep. With the wedding just 2 days away, he needed to ensure all matters were settled to dedicate quality time to Jiang Yunxi. Jiang Yunxi nodded, refraining from further inquiry, and ascended the stairs. As Xiao Yin watched her silhouette disappear at the staircase, he turned towards his study to tackle the paperwork. As night deepened, at the courtyard entrance, one of the 2 security guards stationed there suddenly clutched his stomach. After exchanging a brief word with his companion, he excused himself to the restroom but instead made his way directly into the courtyard. He moved with purpose, evidently familiar with the layout. Silently, he ascended to the 2nd floor and arrived at Jiang Yunxi's door, knocking softly. The door opened swiftly, revealing Jiang Yunxi, her expression calm as she regarded the security guard. He wore a respectful smile, slightly bowing. Miss Jiang, the sir is in the back garden and instructed me to bring you to him. He has something important to show you. Upon hearing this, a flicker of intrigue crossed Jiang Yunxi's eyes, though she maintained her composure. Then lead the way. The guard's heart soared with excitement as he turned to guide her, believing his plan was foolproof. A woman raised in the countryside, even if she possessed some metaphysical abilities, could not have much insight or cunning. Soon, the substantial reward promised by the madam would be his, allowing him to escape and live a carefree life. The 2 walked through the corridor towards the back garden. The night garden was eerily quiet, filled only with the sounds of insects and the rustling leaves in the breeze. Yet, the vast space was devoid of any presence. Xiao Yin was nowhere to be found. Jiang Yunxi halted, turning back to regard the guard with a piercing gaze. Where is he? The respect on the guard's face vanished, replaced by a sinister grin. Mr. Xiao is not here. The one who truly wishes to see you is me. Before she could react, he lunged forward, his hand slicing towards the back of her neck with lethal speed. This technique, honed under military instructors, was swift and brutal. A mere touch would render any ordinary person unconscious. This woman would soon collapse into his arms, allowing him to do as he pleased. Then, he could fulfill the madam's orders to defile Jiang Yunxi, ensuring her marriage to Xiao Yin would be impossible. When this scandal came to light, Xiao Yin would undoubtedly face humiliation, impacting the stock prices of the Xiao Corporation. The old master would surely erupt in fury, reclaiming Xiao Yin's authority and expelling him from the company. The madam would achieve her aims, and he would have had his way with Xiao Yin's fiancé. The thought alone sent shivers of excitement down his spine. However, the anticipated scene of the woman collapsing did not unfold. His hand struck what seemed a fragile neck, but it felt like striking an unyielding steel plate. A tremendous recoil coursed through his arm, rendering it numb. He had exerted every ounce of strength. A delicate young lady should have been easily subdued, yet this woman was a mystery. The guard's pupils constricted in disbelief. How is this possible? Jiang Yunxi's expression remained unflinching, her cold, clear gaze fixed on him. Is this all you are capable of? Disregarding the situation, he resolved to try once more, determined to accomplish his objective that very night. The security guard lifted his hand again, aiming a brutal strike towards Jiang Yunxi's temple. Standing motionless, she exhibited no inclination to evade the impending blow, her expression a peculiar blend of amusement and mockery. The guard's heart raced as an instinctual sense of peril coursed through him. Yet, as the arrow had been loosed, it could not be retrieved. Just as his hand was about to make contact with Jiang Yunxi's skin, an inexplicable paralysis seized him, rendering him immobile save for his eyes and mouth. His hand, suspended in midair, appeared both ludicrous and absurd. With wide eyes, he gazed at the calm young woman before him, terror flooding his senses. What sorcery is this? How is it that I cannot move? Jiang Yunxi let out a derisive snort, leisurely adjusting her collar, her tone frosty. If you watch less television, you would understand that not everyone simply faints at a casual strike, particularly not me. Cold sweat cascaded down the guard's forehead, stinging his eyes. This was no feat achievable by an ordinary individual. The lady of the house had never mentioned that this rural girl possessed such sinister abilities. Miss Jiang, what exactly do you intend to do? He stammered, his voice trembling. Jiang Yunxi tilted her head slightly, her gaze resting on his ashen face, her eyes glimmering with mockery. Was it not you who lured me out? Has your esteemed lady not informed you of the consequences should you be discovered? The guard's pupils constricted, his heart skipping a beat. How could she know of the lady? This affair had been conducted with utmost secrecy. Only he and the lady were privy to it. If Mr. Xiao were to discover that he dared to act against the future matriarch, not only would the promised million vanish, but his very survival would be at stake. Please, spare me. I was momentarily misguided. I should not have trusted that woman's words. Miss Jiang, you are magnanimous. Simply treat me as insignificant and let me go. Tears streamed down the guard's face, and had he the ability to move, he would have surely fallen to his knees in supplication. Jiang Yunxi idly toyed with her fingers, a flicker of ethereal light dancing at her fingertips. I may release you, but you must agree to one condition. Seizing the lifeline, the guard nodded eagerly, despite the rigidity of his neck. Whatever you say, I will comply with one condition, 10, or even 100. Jiang Yunxi's eyelids fluttered slightly, her voice as frigid as shattered jade. At tomorrow's wedding, in front of all the guests, you shall expose the lady's misdeeds. You will recount everything you have done this night, along with the benefits she promised you in detail. The color drained from the guard's face, leaving him feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. To unveil the lady at the wedding? Was that not a public affront to the Xiao family? The lady was ruthless. Should he jeopardize her plans, she would surely annihilate his entire family. No, this cannot happen. If I proceed, the lady will never forgive me. She will kill my family. Miss Jiang, I implore you to reconsider the terms. I would rather face imprisonment than be sent to my demise. The guard's desperate wails echoed with entreaty. Offending Jiang Yunxi might yield a glimmer of hope, but incurring the lady's wrath would undoubtedly lead to a gruesome end. Jiang Yunxi's gaze turned icy, the temperature around her plummeting. So, you believe I am more amenable than she? Raising her hand, she conjured a resplendent sword of shimmering light, its tip poised menacingly at the guard's throat. Though the blade had yet to graze his skin, he already felt a searing pain akin to being cleaved. Should you refuse, I could end your life in this very moment, leaving you no opportunity for regret. The guard felt a sharp sting at his neck, fear gripping him to the core. I will comply. I promise. I shall expose the lady's actions at the wedding, revealing her true malicious nature. He cried out in despair. Faced with the lady's vengeance and the specter of death, his only choice was to ensure his survival. Jiang Yunxi nodded in satisfaction, her wrist flicking, causing the terrifying sword to vanish as if it had never existed. Now that you have acquiesced, do not attempt to play tricks. Immediately report to me via your phone, striving to obtain her acknowledgement of the threats against me through recorded messages or video. With that, she turned and departed the garden. Silence enveloped the night once more. Leaving the guard collapsed upon the ground, gasping for breath. The suffocating sense of impending death dissipated, granting him movement once more. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. Earlier, he had been frightened, but now, with a clearer mind, he considered that Jiang Yunxi, no matter her prowess, was merely a young girl. How could she possibly match the ruthless cunning of a lady who had navigated high society for years? Moreover, with Jiang Yunxi soon to wed Xiao Yin, she would certainly hesitate to commit murder for the sake of her reputation. The lady, however, was a different matter entirely. She would not hesitate to annihilate his family. This plan could not be executed as Jiang Yunxi proposed. If he communicated with the lady in advance, perhaps he could devise a counter-strategy to eliminate Jiang Yunxi instead. Should he succeed, the lady might even reward him handsomely. The more he contemplated this course of action, the more feasible it seemed. He promptly grasped his phone and dialed the lady's number. The call connected swiftly, and he heard the impatient voice of Zhao's mother on the other end. How is the matter progressing? Has that wretched girl been dealt with? The guard opened his mouth, ready to divulge the entirety of the evening's events. Lady, I must inform you that Jiang Yunxi, but the words caught in his throat, as if stifled by an unseen force. Panic surged through him as he clutched his throat, desperately attempting to speak, but his tongue seemed tied, beyond his control. Zhao's mother's frustration escalated. What on earth is wrong? Speak up. Did you fail? The guard, drenched in sweat, felt tears welling in his eyes. He longed to convey that Jiang Yunxi had discovered him, that he was being threatened, that she was not of this world. Yet, despite his utmost efforts, all that escaped his lips were the scripted words Jiang Yunxi had compelled him to utter. Lady, Jiang Yunxi is far too cunning. She simply cannot be deceived. As he spoke, he pressed the recording button, ensuring he retained evidence of the conversation. Clearly dissatisfied, Zhao's mother pressed for clarity. What is your issue? You cannot even manage to lure Jiang Yunxi out for a simple act of violence? What use are you to me? Do not attempt to deceive me, nor fabricate excuses. Remember, your family is in my grasp. Should you fail, prepare for the consequences. Her voice dripped with malice, a threat palpable in her tone. The guard's mouth moved again, his voice ingratiating yet sinister, perfectly embodying the sycophantic persona he maintained before the lady. Rest assured, I shall execute your orders and ruin Jiang Yunxi. Should the truth emerge, Xiao Yin would be humiliated, and the elder would undoubtedly unleash his wrath, stripping him of his inheritance. In that event, young Master Xiao Ling would seamlessly assume control of the company, becoming the president of the Xiao Group. Zhao's mother reveled in the thought. It seems you possess some wit after all. Indeed, the extensive efforts I have undertaken are solely to pave the way for Xiao Ling, he replied, his voice brimming with falsehoods. Xiao Yin has maintained his position for far too long. It is time he relinquished it. Rest assured, once this matter is resolved, you will be duly rewarded. After the incident, I will arrange a private flight for you and your family to a place where no one recognizes you, allowing you to live comfortably for the remainder of your days. You must act swiftly and decisively against Jiang Yunxi. Do not dawdle. If I do not hear good news by tomorrow, be prepared to collect your entire family's corpses. With that, Zhao's mother abruptly hung up the phone. The force that had bound the body of the bodyguard suddenly vanished. His legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the grass, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat, his clothes clinging uncomfortably to his skin. Even though Jiang Yunxi was not physically present, she still exerted control over his every action and word. Remarkably, he had dared to entertain thoughts of betrayal, of informing the madam. How foolish. Jiang Yunxi was far from an unsophisticated country bumpkin. She was undoubtedly a formidable figure. The bodyguard swallowed hard, his gaze gradually solidifying with determination. If he complied and assisted Jiang Yunxi in exposing the madam, perhaps once her goals were achieved, he could implore her to save his family. Trembling, he rose to his feet, checked his phone, saved the recording, and then turned to leave the back garden. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunxi returned to the small courtyard, preparing to ascend to the second floor for sleep. Just as she reached the staircase, she collided with Xiao Yin, who was emerging from the study. Their eyes met, and Xiao Yin expressed surprise. "Where have you been? Why are you still awake at this hour?" Jiang Yunxi chuckled. Approaching him, "I couldn't sleep. I just went for a short walk. Have you finished your work? Shall we sleep together?" She took a few steps forward, grasping Xiao Yin's hand to return to her room, but he coldly rejected her.
No.
Jiang Yunxi's expression fell instantly. Why not? Xiao Yin slowly removed her hand, responding with a grave seriousness. "Before marriage, we cannot share a room, and on the eve of the wedding, we must not meet. This is an ancient rule left by our ancestors that must be adhered to." Jiang Yunxi? What nonsense ancestor left this rule? Chapter 133. Endure this night. Jiang Yunxi furrowed her brows, visibly reluctant. What era was this, still clinging to such feudal superstitions? Most importantly, not being able to sleep together meant she could not absorb the auspicious energy, which was a hindrance to her ascension. Observing her irked expression, Xiao Yin couldn't help but chuckle softly. He reached out to ruffle her hair, his fingers gliding through her silky strands, sending a delightful shiver through her. His voice was low and husky, laced with a hint of coaxing. "Be good. Just endure this night. Once the wedding is over, I will sleep with you every night, and you can choose however you wish." Jiang Yunxi felt her ears grow warm. This man spoke so irreverently. However, the prospect of having him by her side every night was indeed tempting. For the sake of long-term benefits, a brief sacrifice was worthwhile. She pouted but reluctantly nodded. "Fine. I'll go along with you. But you must keep your word and not go back on it." The glimmer of amusement deepened in Xiao Yin's eyes as he leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. "I will never go back on my word." Satisfied with his assurance, Jiang Yunxi turned and returned to her room. Although she felt a twinge of regret for not absorbing the auspicious energy, thoughts of the wedding in 2 days filled her with anticipation. 2 days swiftly passed, and the wedding day arrived as scheduled. The most luxurious 5-star hotel in Haicheng was exclusively booked by the Xiao family. Luxury cars gathered, and social elites converged. Almost the entire upper echelons of Haicheng society were present, including many prominent figures from politics and business who had come from afar. After all, it was the wedding of the Xiao family's patriarch, who wouldn't want to bask in the joy and forge connections. The banquet hall was resplendent, adorned with flowers. Indulging in opulence, 2 pairs of newlyweds were simultaneously wed, a first in the high society circles. Yet, the disparity between the 2 couples became glaringly apparent. As Jiang Yunxi appeared at the entrance of the banquet hall, linked arm in arm with Xiao Yin, the entire venue fell silent. She wore a handcrafted wedding gown, its hem adorned with thousands of sparkling diamonds, glimmering under the lights. The flawlessly tailored gown accentuated her graceful figure, while the crown atop her head was an invaluable antique. She was breathtakingly beautiful, radiating an air of nobility. In contrast, Zhang Miaoyuan, though clad in a wedding dress, lacked both quality and design, rendering her appearance significantly inferior. Despite her meticulously applied makeup, it paled in comparison to the innate confidence and grandeur that Jiang Yunxi exuded, making her appear like mere dust in comparison. Guests whispered among themselves, astonished by the stark contrast. "Isn't the difference too vast? It's like comparing clouds to mud." Indeed. Jiang Yunxi's gown reportedly cost over 30 million just to create, a figure Zhang Miaoyuan could not even begin to match. This is the distinction between the genuine article and the counterfeit. As Zhang Miaoyuan listened to the murmurs around her, her nails dug into her palms. Why did Jiang Yunxi get to possess the best of everything while she was left to be ridiculed like a clown? She turned to Xiao Ling beside her, hoping for a shred of comfort. However, Xiao Ling's gaze was fixed on Jiang Yunxi, his eyes filled with astonishment. The woman who had once devoted herself to him was now someone else's bride, and she was stunning beyond belief. Jiang Miaoyuan tightened her grip on Xiao Ling's arm, prompting him to snap back to reality, casting her an impatient glance, though he remained silent. The wedding proceedings continued. When it came time to present the betrothal gifts and dowry, the MC struggled to keep pace with Jiang Yunxi's lengthy list. Jiang Boyu then announced, "To celebrate my daughter Yunxi's wedding, I have decided to gift her 15% of the shares of Jiang Group as her dowry." 15% of Jiang Group's shares was no trivial sum. Jiang Boyu was clearly investing heavily. The elder Mr. Xiao at the main table beamed with delight, nodding repeatedly. In contrast, Jiang Miaoyuan's side presented only a symbolic few million for the betrothal gifts, and her dowry was pitifully scant. consisting of merely a suburban villa and a few pieces of jewelry. Compared to Jiang Yunxi's, it was embarrassingly meager. The murmurs among the guests grew louder. Isn't Jiang Yuan's situation too pitiful? The disparity is staggering.
Did you not know?
She's a love child. Just being able to marry into the Xiao family is already a stroke of luck. What more could she ask for? She's merely an accessory, of no real value. Jiang Yuan trembled, nearly losing her footing. Was this her dream wedding? It felt more like a public execution. At that moment, the doors of the banquet hall swung open. A group of individuals clad in Taoist robes entered, drawing the attention of everyone present. Leading them was the newly appointed head of the Changsheng Temple, followed by a dozen imposing Taoist priests. Why were the Changsheng Temple's people here? As the crowd wondered, the new head strode past Jiang Yunxi and approached Jiang Yun. A humble priest, along with the disciples of the Changsheng Temple, have come to extend our heartfelt congratulations to the esteemed disciple of Elder Su, Jiang Yun. On her joyous union, everyone was taken aback. Jiang Yuan was a direct disciple of Elder Su from the Changsheng Temple. Watching the astonished expressions of those around her, Jiang Yuan's pale face finally regained some color. She straightened her back, stepping forward to respectfully bow. Thank you, honored master, and thank you, esteemed brothers. The new head nodded and waved a hand, prompting his disciples to present their gifts. These are the congratulatory gifts specially prepared by Elder Su for you, a 1,000-year thunderstruck wood sword, 10 supreme talismans, and a bottle of longevity elixir. With each item announced, the guests gasped in astonishment. Each of these treasures was priceless, especially the longevity elixir, which was said to be unattainable even with money, reserved for only the core disciples of the Changsheng Temple. Now a whole bottle was being gifted. This was not merely a present, it was a life-altering boon. The guests who had previously mocked Jiang Yuan's modesty were now visibly transformed, their expressions replaced by a palpable blend of reverence and flattery. I had suspected that Miss Jiang possessed an extraordinary visage. It turns out she is a distinguished disciple of the Changsheng Temple. Truly, a person of substance does not reveal their true nature. My apologies for my earlier misjudgment. Miss Jiang, my heartfelt congratulations. I look forward to your continued guidance in the future. A throng of admirers immediately surrounded Jiang Mir, showering her with insincere praise. Jiang Mir reveled in the adulation, her earlier frustrations dissipating like mist. She raised her chin, casting a challenging glance at Jiang Yunxi. Jiang Yunxi observed the scene with a cool detachment, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. This troupe was quite skilled at theatrics. However, since they wished to perform, she would indulge them in their little play. After all, the higher one ascends, the more devastating the fall. Xiao Yin grasped her hand, giving it a gentle squeeze, the warmth radiating from his palm. He leaned closer, whispering into her ear, "Are you displeased? Would you like me to expel them?" Jiang Yunxi shook her head, returning his grasp, her fingertips lightly scratching his palm. "No need. It would be a pity to miss such a captivating performance. Moreover, I have prepared a grand surprise for them." Chapter 133. The wedding transforms into a scene of punishment. Within the banquet hall, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively. Xiao's mother, her face aglow with excitement, personally guided the Taoist priests from Changsheng Temple to their seats. She had even arranged for 2 additional tables of the highest standard next to the main table, replete with specially selected vintage Maotai, clearly intending to bolster Jiang Mir's status. "Honored master, esteemed Taoists, please take your seats." After attending to her guests, Xiao's mother turned to face Jiang Yunxi, looking down at her from her elevated position. Her chin held high. "Yunxi, observe Mir. This is the disparity at play. The Changsheng Temple is a paragon of our nation's esoteric traditions, and Mir's apprenticeship under Elder Shu is a fortune accumulated over several lifetimes. In the future, should the Xiao family encounter any supernatural occurrences, we can simply rely on Mir." How convenient. The surrounding guests eagerly echoed her sentiments. Indeed, the First Lady is correct. This is a substantial network of connections. Miss Mir is truly formidable. With the blessings of the Changsheng Temple, the Xiao family is sure to reach new heights. Miss Mir is undoubtedly more promising. As Xiao's mother basked in the flattery, her face blossomed with joy. Though she had failed to tarnish Jiang Yunxi's reputation before the wedding, she was resolute that today's ceremony would not afford the couple any respite. That crippled Xiao Yin, occupying the wheelchair for so many years, would today be made to lose face and be utterly expelled from the Xiao group. With this thought in mind, Xiao's mother discreetly signaled a young waiter nearby. The waiter, carrying a tray laden with red wine, received the cue and promptly approached the main table. As he passed behind Xiao Yin, his foot slipped suddenly, sending both him and the tray of wine crashing towards Xiao Yin's back. "Watch out!" someone shouted. Seated in his wheelchair, Xiao Yin had no space to evade. All eyes widened in anticipation of witnessing the head of the Xiao family drenched in wine, a spectacle of embarrassment. Xiao's mother stood by, a barely concealed smirk curling at her lips. In a moment of imminent disaster, the seemingly incapacitated Xiao Yin defied expectations. He cast aside his cane, his legs propelling him upwards with the agility of a cheetah, swiftly drawing Jiang Yunxi to safety with 2 quick steps. The tray shattered upon the floor, red wine splattering everywhere, while the waiter collapsed amidst the shards of glass, crying out in pain. Yet Xiao Yin and Jiang Yunxi emerged unscathed, standing tall together like a pair of celestial beings. The banquet hall fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixated on Xiao Yin's legs. My goodness, am I seeing things? Mr. Xiao is standing? Wasn't it said that his legs were utterly useless? Even foreign experts had declared them beyond salvation. How could he suddenly be restored? The elderly patriarch of the Xiao family was so stunned that he stood up from his chair, trembling as he pointed at Xiao Yin. Yin, your legs? Xiao Yin calmly adjusted his attire, his expression serene. They are well. The elder's excitement rendered him speechless. When did this happen? How did it happen? Why didn't you mention it before? Xiao Yin turned his gaze gently towards Jiang Yunxi by his side. It was my wife who healed me. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Jiang Yunxi not only possessed the ability to predict fortunes, but could also heal ailments?
Impossible.
Xiao's mother's face turned ashen, as though she had seen a ghost. How can your legs be well? That person explicitly stated it was a death curse. Unless you perish, you shall never stand again. The moment the words escaped her lips, she clapped a hand over her mouth, but it was too late. Everyone had heard. Jiang Yunxi released Xiao Yin's hand, advancing step by step towards Xiao's mother, her aura commanding. Sister-in-law, what did you just say? What death curse? Who is this person? Pressured by her approach, Xiao's mother stumbled back until her back pressed against the cold wall. I don't know what you are talking about. I was merely startled and speaking nonsense. I am feeling unwell. I must retire to the lounge. She attempted to flee the scene, pushing past those in her way. Jiang Yunxi would not allow her to escape. She reached out, firmly grasping Zhao's mother's wrist. Trying to leave? You must clarify your words first. Xiao's mother struggled desperately. Let go of me, you uncultured wild girl. I am your sister-in-law. During the scuffle, the jade bracelet that Xiao's mother always wore slipped from her wrist and fell to the ground, remaining intact. Jiang Yunxi bent down to retrieve the bracelet, noting its exquisite quality, a relic of considerable age. However, her focus was not on its worth, but on the dark aura that coiled around it. She extracted the karmic mirror from her bag. Since sister-in-law refuses to speak, let this bracelet do the talking. Placing the jade bracelet upon the mirror's surface, she executed a series of intricate hand gestures, imbuing the mirror with her spiritual energy. A vivid scene materialized, a dimly lit chamber where Xiao's mother knelt before a man clad in black robes, clutching a stack of cash and Xiao Yin's birth date. Master, I am willing to pay any amount to ensure that Xiao Yin, that little bastard, remains crippled forever. I want him to suffer endlessly. My son is the sole heir of the Xiao family. Xiao's mother's malicious countenance was magnified 1,000-fold. Gasps of disbelief reverberated through the assembly. To vie for inheritance, she had sought to place a death curse on her own brother-in-law. Xiao's mother collapsed to the ground, her complexion ashen. Jiang Yunxi stowed the mirror, her gaze icy as she regarded her. Sister-in-law, do you still have anything to say? Seeing this, Xiao's father rushed forward, placing himself protectively in front of Xiao's mother. Yunxi, what are you doing? Today is your joyous occasion. Must you make it so humiliating? Your sister-in-law merely acted out of momentary confusion, and look, Yin is well now. We are all family. Why must you be so contentious? Xiaoling also supported Jiang Mir, expressing disapproval. Aunt, let us be magnanimous. Since uncle is fine, let us consider this matter settled. Grandpa is old and cannot handle the stress. This entire family, even at such a critical moment, resorted to moral coercion. Jiang Yunxi found herself both amused and enraged. Momentary confusion? Let it go. If I hadn't he possessed some knowledge of the arcane and healed Xiao Yin, he would have spent his life in that wheelchair. Can your casual dismissal erase the suffering he has endured for so many years? The elderly patriarch inhaled deeply, struggling to suppress his rising fury. He surveyed the murmuring guests, his voice low and authoritative. Enough. This matter will be discussed after the wedding. Today is a momentous occasion for the Xiao family. We cannot allow outsiders to mock us. He then turned his attention back to Xiao Yin. Keep a close watch on your wife. Do not let her stir up trouble any further. Jiang Yunxi regarded the sight of old Master Xiao attempting to mediate with a sense of derision in her eyes. This was the family of Xiao Ying, cold-blooded, selfish, and hypocritical. Since they displayed no concern for Xiao Ying's well-being, she felt no obligation to preserve their dignity. Chapter 134. You may find this even more difficult to accept. Old Master, do you consider this mere trouble? She scoffed. I fear the ensuing drama will be even more intolerable for you. She turned and beckoned to the corner of the banquet hall.
Come fort.
A man clad in a security uniform appeared, trembling as he stepped forward. It was the very guard who had attempted to harm Jiang Yunxi 2 nights prior. His appearance caused Zhao's mother to shudder violently, despair etched across her features. The guard fell to his knees, bowing his head 3 times. I apologize to everyone, especially to Miss Jiang. I was coerced by the madam to act against her. The room erupted in shock. The guard quaked as he retrieved his phone from his pocket, and a recording began to play. Zhao's mother's voice resounded throughout the hall. Has that wretched woman been destroyed? You couldn't even lure Jiang Yunxi out for the assault. What use are you? She continued. After the incident, I will arrange a private plane to send you and your family abroad. Not only did she wish to cripple Xiao Ying, but she also aimed to ruin Jiang Yunxi's reputation. This was a calculated attempt to annihilate the second branch of the family. The guests were incensed. How malicious! This is an inhumane act, they exclaimed. Such a person is unworthy of being the matriarch of the Xiao family. This is a disgrace to the Xiao name. Call the police. This is incitement to crime. The crowd was in an uproar. Zhao's mother collapsed onto the floor, trembling uncontrollably. She could not comprehend how everything, which seemed so meticulously planned, had spiraled into chaos. Big sister, did you not claim I was uncultured? Jiang Yunxi looked down at her, her tone icy. What do you call your actions of hiring a hitman and tarnishing someone's reputation? Is this what you refer to as the elegance of a noble family? Old Master Xiao felt darkness engulf him. His body swayed as he nearly fainted. This was no longer a family scandal. It threatened to obliterate the Xiao family's century-old reputation. Call the police. Old Master Xiao managed to utter through gritted teeth. Hand this venomous woman over to the authorities. Zhao's father shot up, disbelief etched across his features. Father, we cannot call the police. If we do, the Xiao family stalks silence. Are you not ashamed enough? Before long, the police arrived. Zhao's mother was handcuffed and dragged from the banquet hall. As she passed by Jiang Yunxi, she suddenly began to thrash wildly. Jiang Yunxi, you wretched woman! May you rot in hell. Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. Jiang Yunxi regarded her with an impassive expression. Then go ahead and become a ghost. However, I advise you not to seek me out, or I shall ensure you cannot even achieve that.
Her tone was chillingly calm.
With that, Zhao's mother was taken away. The guests exchanged glances, none daring to speak. The once festive atmosphere of the wedding had turned unbearably awkward. With the matriarch arrested, could the wedding possibly continue? Just as everyone assumed this farce would conclude, Jiang Yunxi took action. She nonchalantly adjusted the hem of her wedding gown and turned to Xiao Ying. It seems the auspicious time is nearly upon us. Xiao Ying nodded, his demeanor as composed as if nothing had transpired. Indeed, it is getting late. Let us tidy up and prepare for the wedding ceremony. They exchanged a knowing smile, a connection so intimate that it left the guests agape. How audacious. Jiang Yunxi turned to Xiao Ling and Zhang Yaoyuan. Are you two planning to remain and finish this wedding? Or will you head to the police station to see your mother? Xiao Ling ripped the boutonniere from his lapel and flung it to the ground. I refuse to marry. With that, he strode towards the exit of the banquet hall. Zhang Yaoyuan, in a state of panic, chased after him. She had dreamt of marrying into the Xiao family, enduring all manner of trials, and now that success was so near, how could she abandon it? Ling, do not act impulsively, she pleaded, lifting her gown as she stumbled after him. Xiao Ling paid her no heed, quickening his pace. As she reached the entrance, she cast a last glance at Jiang Yunxi. Radiant on stage, her heart seething with resentment. Why was it that Jiang Yunxi always emerged victorious? Yet, she could not dwell on that now. If Xiao Ling left, remaining behind would only bring her further humiliation. Gritting her teeth, she turned and sprinted after him. The doors of the banquet hall closed once more. Jiang Yunxi withdrew her gaze, satisfied as she applauded lightly. Well then, the eyesores have departed, and the atmosphere has cleared considerably. What are you standing around for? Let us continue. The MC, as if awakening from a dream, resumed the melodious wedding march. Jiang Yunxi took Xiao Ying's arm, walking step by step down the flower-strewn aisle. They stood at the center of the stage. The MC cleared his throat and began to recite the vows. Mr. Xiao Ying, do you take Miss Jiang Yunxi to be your wife? In wealth or poverty, in health or illness? I do, Xiao Ying replied without hesitation. Miss Jiang Yunxi, do you take Mr. Xiao Ying to be your husband? Jiang Yunxi blinked and smiled radiantly. I certainly do. They exchanged rings. The pink diamond ring sparkled on Jiang Yunxi's slender finger, dazzling all those present. Now, the groom may kiss the bride. Xiao Ying lifted Jiang Yunxi's veil, cradled her face, and kissed her deeply. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Regardless of what had transpired moments before, they were undeniably a couple to be envied. The ceremony concluded. Jiang Sheng, with reddened eyes, approached. He looked at Jiang Yunxi, his lips moving as he struggled to express himself, ultimately settling on a single sentence. Yunxi, I was blind before, and I am sorry for the grievances you endured. Jiang Yunxi raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Jiang Sheng sniffled, then turned to Xiao Ying. Seizing his hand, Xiao Ying, I entrust my sister to you. You must treat her well. If you dare to mistreat her, no matter how powerful the Xiao family is, I shall spare no effort to make you pay. Xiao Ying nodded solemnly. Rest assured, she is the only one who bullies me. Jiang Sheng broke into a smile, albeit reluctantly placing Jiang Yunxi's hand into Xiao Ying's palm. Family, do you see this? This is the wedding of the master. Mr. Lan, holding up his phone, approached the couple. That earlier scene was immensely satisfying. The master is truly my idol. Jiang Yunxi looked at him bemused. Mr. Lan, what are you doing? Mr. Lan presented the screen of his phone to her. Master, the fans went wild when they heard you were getting married today. They insisted on sending gifts. The screen was filled with an array of gift effects, yachts, rockets, and carnivals, the sheer spectacle rendering faces indistinguishable. Chapter 135, A Century of Harmony and Early Blessings. The number of viewers in the live stream surged past 50,000 and continued to climb. Congratulations to Miss Jiang on her wedding. Miss Jiang is so impressive. I was elated when that wicked mother-in-law was taken away. Wishing Miss Jiang and Mr. Xiao a lifetime of happiness and early blessings. Mr. Lan grinned widely. By the way, Miss Jiang, I have wonderful news for you. I proposed to Xiaomin at the time you suggested, and she accepted. She said she is willing to marry me. We are soon to hold our wedding. As soon as this declaration was made, the live streaming room erupted once again. No way. Is this for real? Miss Jiang is spot on. Whoever called Miss Jiang a fraud, step up and take a beating. Miss Jiang, please read my fortune. When will I find love? Miss Jiang, look at me. I wish to know about my financial luck. The barrage of comments instantly transformed into a grand scene of fortune-seeking. Jiang Yunxi glanced at the numerous inquiries flooding the screen and felt a headache coming on. Everyone. Today is my joyous occasion. I am not conducting business. For those wishing to seek a reading, please wait until I return from my honeymoon. Having said that, she waved at the camera and, disregarding the lamentations of her fans, took hold of Xiao Yin and departed. Thank you, Mr. Lan.
I shall treat you to a meal sometime.
Mr. Lan, holding his phone, continued to call out to their retreating figures. Miss Jiang, you must be happy. The wedding festivities continued until midnight before finally concluding. After sending off the last batch of guests, Jiang Yunxi felt as though she was about to fall apart. Organizing a wedding was far more exhausting than drawing 100 talismans. Xiao Yin, observing her weary demeanor, without a moment's hesitation, bent down and scooped her up in his arms.
Ah!
Jiang Yunxi exclaimed in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. What are you doing? There are still people watching. Xiao Yin did not slow his pace, carrying her directly toward the elevator. No one is watching. Everyone has left.
Besides,
we are a legally married couple. What is wrong with a little embrace? Jiang Yunxi buried her face in his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, unable to suppress a smile. Indeed, they were a legitimate couple, officially on duty. Upon returning to the presidential suite on the top floor, the moment the door closed, the world became utterly tranquil. Xiao Yin placed Jiang Yunxi on the bed but did not rise, Instead, he leaned over her. The distance between them closed in an instant, their breaths intertwining. The temperature in the room began to rise steadily. Jiang Yunxi gazed at the handsome face, so close to hers, and blinked. Can we sleep together now? She had not forgotten that she had been busy all day and hadn't even had a warm meal, let alone absorbed any spiritual energy. Now that they were finally undisturbed, she thought it necessary to make up for lost time. Xiao Yin observed her expectant expression and chuckled helplessly. Yes. We can sleep together every day from now on. You can choose how you wish to sleep. Jiang Yunxi's eyes brightened, just as she was about to say something. Her lips were sealed by his kiss. Xiao Yin's kiss was not as restrained as usual. It bore a hint of urgency, a touch of dominance, and a long-suppressed desire. He pressed Jiang Yunxi against the headboard, his fingers threading through her long hair, cradling the back of her head, deepening the kiss. Jiang Yunxi felt her mind go blank. The familiar, rich spiritual energy surged into her body from where they connected, intoxicatingly pleasant, eliciting a soft moan from her. Laced with charm, Xiao Yin paused momentarily, then retreated slightly, gazing at the girl beneath him, her cheeks flushed and her eyes glazed. Yunxi, he called her name, his voice husky. Jiang Yunxi replied drowsily, her hands subconsciously exploring his form. The sensation was delightful, and the spiritual energy was indeed abundant. Xiao Yin felt his body tense under her touch, unable to hold back any longer. He lowered his head and lightly bit her collarbone. Focus. Tonight is just beginning. The following morning, the sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room. Jiang Yunxi awoke, opened her eyes, and suddenly sat up. The spiritual energy within her surged, akin to a rushing river, filling her limbs with vitality. She had directly broken through to the foundation level. Jiang Yunxi looked down at her hands, where shimmering light flickered in her palms. The effects of the spiritual energy were far more potent than she had anticipated. If she continued to cultivate at this rate, ascension would be within reach. A stirring sound came from beside her. Xiao Yin had also awakened. He sat up, the blanket slipping down to reveal his muscular torso. Awake? Xiao Yin turned his head, his gaze falling on Jiang Yunxi, exuding a languid satisfaction. Jiang Yunxi felt elated, leaning in to plant a kiss on his cheek. Good morning, husband. The word husband rolled off her tongue effortlessly. After all, he was a living cultivation accelerator, and she needed to keep him content. Xiao Yin paused momentarily before flipping her over, pinning her down. Call me that again. Jiang Yunxi pushed against his chest. Stop it.
I am hungry.
The exertions of the previous night had drained her energy, and now her stomach was protesting. Xiao Yin chuckled softly, pecking her lips before getting out of bed. Let us wash up. I'll take you down for breakfast. Once they were both ready, they headed downstairs to the dining room, where a lavish breakfast was already laid out on the table. Jiang Yunxi sat down, took a sip of milk, and closed her eyes in satisfaction. Just as she was enjoying her meal, Assistant Song hurriedly entered, holding a document, his expression grave. Mr. Xiao, madam. Xiao Yin leisurely peeled an egg, not lifting his head. What's the matter? Assistant Song glanced at Jiang Yunxi, hesitating. Jiang Yunxi, taking a bite of her toast, spoke indistinctly. If there's something to say, just say it. Why the hesitation? Assistant Song finally spoke up. The police station called. They said the elder madam has been causing a scene. She insists on seeing Mr. Xiao, claiming that if he doesn't come, she'll throw herself against the bars in the detention center. Upon hearing the mention of his mother, Xiao Yin's hands continued peeling the egg without pause. He placed the peeled egg in Jiang Yunxi's bowl before wiping his hands with a tissue. Let her do it. If she dies, it'll save her from a prison sentence. Assistant Song. The boss was indeed the same as ever, cold and ruthless. Jiang Yunxi, however, was intrigued. Don't. Since she wants to see him, let us go and see her. It's just that I've just broken through, just got married, and I'm in a good mood. It would be beneficial to check on a fallen noble, and besides, I'm curious about what other tricks she might have up her sleeve. Xiao Yin glanced at her, a hint of helplessness crossing his gaze. You want to go? Jiang Yunxi nodded vigorously. Of course. I'm free anyway. Xiao Yin stood up, adjusting his cuffs. Let us go. At the city bureau, in the detention center, the atmosphere in the visitation room was oppressive. Xiao's mother sat behind the iron bars, her former elegance and grandeur completely faded. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes sunken, and her high-end outfit was wrinkled. With cold handcuffs on her wrists, she radiated an aura of madness. The door swung open. Xiao Yin led Jiang Yunxi inside. The two of them were resplendent and full of vigor, starkly contrasting with Xiao's mother within. Upon seeing Xiao Yin, she suddenly lunged toward the bars, the clanking of the handcuffs echoing sharply. Xiao Yin, you ungrateful wretch. You truly dared to send me here. I am your sister-in-law. How could you be so heartless? Xiao Yin pulled out a chair for Jiang Yunxi to sit down, while he stood behind her, looking down at Xiao's mother. Family? Do you even deserve that title? Xiao's mother clung to the bars, her nails nearly breaking. Regardless, I've been with the Xiao family for many years, even if I haven't made any contributions.
I've endured hardships.
Are you really going to go to such extremes for an outsider? Don't you fear retribution? Jiang Yunxi rested her chin on her hand, watching her with great interest. Retribution? Sister-in-law, how amusing it sounds coming from you. When you hired someone to kill, when you cast curses, when you committed countless misdeeds. Did you ever think of retribution? Xiao's mother glared at Jiang Yunxi with malice. Shut your mouth. You have no right to speak here. If it weren't for you, the Xiao family wouldn't be in this state. It's all your fault. You ruined a Ling. You destroyed my family. She grew increasingly agitated, her words spilling forth with fervor. Xiao Yin, you must go to the police immediately and clarify that this is all a misunderstanding. I am innocent. That security guard was bribed by Jiang Yunxi to frame me. If you withdraw your lawsuit, I can overlook your previous offenses and even bring Ailing back to assist you in managing the company. At this moment, she was still indulging in her delusions. Xiao Yin let out a cold scoff, his laughter akin to the biting chill of winter's frost, piercing to the core. It seems you remain oblivious to the reality of the situation. He raised his hand, beckoning. Assistant Song promptly stepped forward, placing the file he had been holding on the table before Xiao's mother. Take a look. Xiao's mother cast a suspicious glance at Xiao Yin and then, trembling, opened the file. A few yellowed photographs and several copies of bank transfer records tumbled out. Upon seeing them, her pupils constricted sharply. What is this? Her voice quavered, and the photographs slipped from her grasp like hot coals, falling to the ground. Xiao Yin leaned forward, glaring into her eyes over the railing. This is evidence of your hired assassination that led to my mother's death. Xiao mother, did you truly believe this was all so perfectly concealed that no one would ever find out? She shook her head vehemently, retreating in terror.
No.
It can't be. Those pieces of evidence were destroyed long ago. The assassin is already dead. How could you possibly find anything? You are deceiving me. This is all false. She had executed her plan with such secrecy that even the police had concluded it was merely an unfortunate accident, and others believed it to be a natural consequence of Xiao Yin's existence. After all these years, how could it have come to light? Jiang Yunxi picked up the fallen photograph, clicking her tongue. Sister-in-law, this is precisely what they mean by if you want to keep a secret. You must not do anything wrong. Although the assassin is dead, he left a contingency plan, preserving the evidence in a Swiss bank vault. Initially, no one knew, but alas, your misfortune was to cross paths with Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin stood upright, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his hands as if he had touched something vile. I initially intended merely to see you imprisoned. However, since you have chosen to court your own demise by invoking familial ties, I shall oblige. For your crimes, you shall pay with your life. Prepare to rot in prison until you can finally kneel before my mother in the afterlife to beg for forgiveness. Zhao's mother collapsed to the ground, her face ashen. If the charge of hiring a hitman were substantiated, she would never emerge from prison again. And the death penalty loomed ominously.
No, Xiao Jin. You cannot do this to me.
I am Ailing's mother. If you kill me, Ailing will hate you, for eternity. For Ailing's sake, please spare me. I beg you. She crawled forward, attempting to grasp at Xiao Yin's pant leg, only to be blocked by Assistant Song. Xiao Yin did not even spare her a glance. Assistant Song, hand these pieces of evidence over to the police. Ensure they thoroughly investigate how many lives Zhao's mother is responsible for. Assistant Song nodded, yes, boss. Xiao Yin took Jiang Yunxi's hand. Let us depart. The air here is stifling. The two turned to leave, only to be met with Zhao's mother's anguished cries behind them. Xiao Yin, you will not have peace. Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. Her voice, hauntingly wretched, sent chills down the spine. Jiang Yunxi paused momentarily, glancing back to witness Zhao's mother frantically clutching her hair and rolling on the ground, alternating between laughter and tears. The sight was nothing short of madness. TSK. Such poor mental fortitude. Jiang Yunxi shook her head, averting her gaze. As they exited the police station, The sunlight outside was blinding. Jiang Yunxi raised her hand to shield her forehead, just as several black sedans screeched to a halt at the roadside. Doors swung open, and a cadre of impeccably dressed individuals emerged. At the forefront stood Xiaoling, followed closely by several serious-looking middle-aged men carrying briefcases, representing a top-tier legal team. Jiang Miaojie disembarked from the rear vehicle, struggling to keep pace with Xiaoling and her 10-centimeter heels, breathless as she tugged at his sleeve. "Ailing, wait for me." Xiaoling halted, his gaze locking onto Xiao Yin and Jiang Yunxi, who were preparing to leave. Fate had intertwined their paths once more. His countenance darkened, and he strode towards them with purpose, obstructing their way. "What brings you here?" He scrutinized them, ultimately resting his gaze on Jiang Yunxi. "Are you here to target my mother?" Jiang Yunxi crossed her arms, watching the flustered Xiaoling with an air of nonchalance. "Compared to your assassin mother, my methods hardly qualify as anything significant. Besides, I am here too." Jiang Yunxi leaned slightly forward, enunciating each word deliberately. "Send her to hell." The mere utterance of those words sent Xiaoling into a fury, his veins bulging and fists cracking. "Do not spout such alarmist nonsense. I have already hired the best legal team in Haicheng. They will surely secure my mother's release." He turned to his attorneys, a newfound confidence in his voice. "Lawyer Wang has won countless unwinnable cases. With him, my mother will soon be free." Jiang Yunxi cast a fleeting glance at the so-called Lawyer Wang. Under her scrutiny, he felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively avoiding her gaze, a sheen of cold sweat forming on his brow. Even if the king himself were to arrive, he could not save her. Jiang Yunxi returned her attention to the matter at hand, nonchalantly adjusting her sleeve. "Save your money. It would be a waste. The evidence against her is irrefutable. I suggest you prepare for the inevitable rather than raise your voice at me here." "You." Xiaoling was rendered speechless, just as Jiang Miaojie, who had been hiding behind him, suddenly emerged. Her eyes were red, and she bore an expression of profound injustice as she timidly gazed at Jiang Yunxi.
"Yunxi, how can you speak like that?
Even if my mother acted foolishly, you cannot curse her." As she spoke, she shrank into Xiaoling's embrace, her voice tinged with a sob. "Moreover, we are all family. Creating such a rift only invites ridicule from outsiders and tarnishes the Xiao family's reputation." Here it was again, the relentless moral coercion. Jiang Yunxi arched an eyebrow, repulsed by Jiang Miaojie's theatrical demeanor. "Family?" She stepped forward, closing the distance between them. Jiang Miaojie, intimidated by her aura, stumbled back, only to be steadied by Xiaoling. "Jiang Yunxi, what are you trying to do? You are now part of the Xiao family. Can you not consider the bigger picture?" Jiang Yunxi dismissed Xiaoling entirely, bypassing him to deliver a resounding slap across Jiang Miaojie's face. The sound echoed sharply. Jiang Miaojie turned her head in shock, a distinct five-finger imprint blooming on her cheek. Clutching her face, she gazed at Jiang Yunxi in disbelief, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Why, you hit me?" Xiaoling was equally stunned, his face flushing with rage. "Jiang Yunxi, have you lost your mind?" Jiang Yunxi flicked her wrist, her expression calm and unperturbed. That was precisely intended for her.
"An nameless, unacknowledged Heiress,
who has yet to even cross the threshold of the Xiao family, dares to lecture me about family. Jiang Miaojie, have you forgotten your own standing? Until the day you truly marry into the Xiao family and your name graces the household register, do not speak to me about family honor. Now be silent." Jiang Miaojie, weeping like a rain-soaked flower, swayed unsteadily. "Ailing, I merely sought to advise her. I never anticipated she would." Xiaoling, consumed by rage, lost all semblance of reason. Originally, he intended to curry favor with Jiang Yunxi, hoping to bend her to his will. However, after the wedding, he realized that it was impossible for Jiang Yunxi to stand by his side. Given this, why should he remain courteous? He abruptly raised his hand, ready to strike at Jiang Yunxi. "You shameless woman, apologize to me." Yet, before his hand could descend, it was seized by an iron grip. Xiaoling stood beside Jiang Yunxi, one hand casually in his pocket, while the other effortlessly intercepted Xiaoling's assault. A slight increase in pressure made Xiaoling gasp in pain, feeling as if his wrist might shatter. "Release me." Xiaoling expressionlessly flung his hand away with such force that Xiaoling stumbled back several steps before regaining his balance. "Are you done causing a scene?" Xiao Ying's voice was low but carried an undeniable weight, a presence cultivated from years in high positions, suffocating everyone present. Xiaoling clutched his wrist, gritting his teeth. "Uncle, are you really allowing her to act this way? She just struck me. Mia is to become my wife. Xiao Ying regarded his inept nephew coldly.
Fool.
You do realize that this is a future prospect, correct? As long as she has not entered the household, she remains an outsider. What is wrong with Yunxi chastising an ill-mannered outsider? Xiao Ling was rendered speechless, his face turning a deep shade of crimson.
Fine.
You and your wife are bullying me. Is that it? Once I rescue my mother, I will seek justice from grandfather. He still clung to the hope of saving Zhao's mother. Xiao Ying observed his obstinacy, with a flicker of pity in his eyes. Xiao Ling, do you still not comprehend the situation? He pulled a folded piece of paper from his pocket and casually tossed it at Xiao Ling's feet. It was a copy of the police report issued at the station earlier, clearly stating Zhao's mother's charge of intentional homicide. Your mother bribed a hitman to kill my mother. The police possess all the evidence, transfer records, recorded calls, and photographs from the scene. The evidence is irrefutable. Xiao Ying's voice remained calm and devoid of inflection. Xiao Ling froze, his mind blank.
No, this cannot be.
Trembling, he picked up the paper, scanning the words. Each character was familiar. Yet the arrangement filled him with an overwhelming sense of dread. This must be a forgery. You have fabricated evidence to frame her. Xiao Ling's eyes blazed red as he lifted his gaze, resembling a cornered beast. Xiao Ying, to seize the family fortune, you concoct such lies to slander my mother. Are you still human? Xiao Ying regarded his hysterical demeanor with no desire to explain. Whether it's slander or not, you can inquire with the police yourself. Furthermore, if your legal team does not wish to accompany you to the slammer, it would be wise for them to leave now. With that, he draped his arm around Jiang Yunxi's shoulder and turned to walk towards the car. Let us go. Conversing with such a fool is a waste of time. Jiang Yunxi shrugged and obediently followed him into the vehicle. The black Maybach glided smoothly along the road, the interior enveloped in silence. Leaning back against the seat, Xiao Ying closed his eyes to rest, his long fingers rhythmically tapping his knee. Having resolved the pressing issue with Zhao's mother, he did not exhibit much joy. Rather, a profound weariness permeated his being. Jiang Yunxi turned to observe him. This man, usually appearing cold and unfeeling, was, in truth, more emotionally invested than anyone else. It was precisely this depth of feeling that made the betrayal and harm from family all the more painful. She reached out, placing her hand on his. The warmth of her touch caused Xiao Ying to pause, and he instinctively clasped her hand, their fingers interlocking. He opened his eyes, the gloom within them dissipating somewhat. What is it? Jiang Yunxi shook her head, gently rubbing his hand with her thumb. Nothing, I just thought you were incredibly impressive back there. A smile tugged at the corners of Xiao Ying's lips, his mood visibly brightening. Where to next? Home? Jiang Yunxi pondered for a moment. Not home. Let us visit Tianshan Gate. Xiao Ying nodded and instructed the driver in the front seat. To Tianshan Gate. The driver acknowledged, steering the vehicle towards the outskirts of the city. An hour later, the car halted at the foot of Tianshan Gate. Jiang Yunxi pushed the door open, glancing up and raising an eyebrow in surprise. The once dilapidated mountain gate had been rejuvenated. A grand archway towered at the mountain's entrance, the words Tianshan Gate inscribed boldly above. Stone steps meandered upward, flanked by lush green bamboos that rustled softly in the breeze, evoking an ethereal ambience reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Chapter 138. Tianshan Gate opens for business. This lawn has quite the efficiency, Jiang Yunxi remarked with satisfaction, nodding in approval. This expenditure is worthwhile. The two ascended the steps, entering the interior of the temple, which revealed a hidden world. The once leaky main hall had been restored to its former glory, resplendent yet retaining an air of solemn antiquity. The courtyard was cleared of weeds and adorned with various rare flowers, with a small pond in the center, home to a few koi fish. Master? Lu Xian, clad in a brand new Taoist robe and wielding a broom, stared in astonishment at Jiang Yunxi and Xiao Ying at the entrance. He rushed forward with excitement, but halted a few steps away, bowing respectfully. What brings you here? Jiang Yunxi appraised him, noting that the young Taoist appeared significantly more spirited, suggesting he had been well during this time. We came to see how the renovations are progressing. Jiang Yunxi, hands behind her back like a diligent inspector, strolled around the courtyard. Not bad. It's starting to take shape. Lu Xian trailed behind her, admiration etched on his face. This is all thanks to President Lan. He brought in several construction teams who worked tirelessly day and night to finish this quickly. Moreover, President Lan generously donated a substantial sum for our temple. Jiang Yunxi chuckled. That fellow Lan, always driven by profit. His zeal is merely to cling to my coattails. However, mutual benefit is not a bad thing. She sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, gesturing for Lu Xian to join her. Now that the hardware is in place, we must not neglect the software. Starting tomorrow, Tianshan Gate will officially open for business and actively recruit disciples. Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback, then elated. For years, Tianshan Gate had languished, with only he and his master relying on each other, scarcely attracting any visitors, let alone disciples. Now that the master had spoken, it seemed they were on the verge of revitalizing Tianshan Gate. However, master, we lack notoriety. Will anyone come? Lu Xian's concern was palpable. The modern youth seemed to worship science or flock to trendy temples. Who would wish to become a Taoist in such a remote mountain wilderness? Jiang Yunxi smiled slyly, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Notoriety? If I desire it, it can be achieved in an instant. She retrieved a piece of yellow paper from her bag, swiftly sketching a talisman before handing it to Lu Xian. Post this at the mountain gate, and announce that Tianshan Gate is seeking those fated to join us. Anyone who passes the test may enter under my tutelage to learn authentic Taoist practices. Furthermore, the first 10 applicants will receive a protective talisman to ensure safety and ward off evil. President Lan has personally experienced the efficacy of this talisman. Once the news spreads, we need not worry about a lack of visitors. Lu Xian accepted the talisman with both hands as if it were a rare treasure. Yes, master. I will take care of it right away. He turned to leave but was stopped by Jiang Yunxi.
Wait.
Jiang Yunxi pointed to Xiao Ying, who had remained silent beside her. Additionally, include a note. This recruitment event is exclusively sponsored by the Xiao Corporation. Selected individuals will not only learn the Taoist arts but also receive internship offers from the Xiao Corporation. Lu Xian, with the illustrious banner of the Xiao Group. It is no exaggeration to say that not only those with connections, but indeed all the youth of Haiqing would vie for a chance. Lu Xian swallowed hard, gazing at Jiang Yunxi with a look akin to reverence reserved for deities. Elder ancestor, this maneuver of yours is truly remarkable. Jiang Yunxi waved her hand dismissively. Off you go. Lu Xian, invigorated as if by an elixir, clutched the talisman and dashed out. Xiao Yin regarded Jiang Yunxi with a wry smile, shaking his head in resignation. Are you using me as a mere advertisement? Jiang Yunxi nestled closer to him, wrapping her arm around his. This is simply a case of resource optimization. Besides, we are married. What's yours is mine. Why should we draw lines? Observing her justifications, Xiao Yin felt his heart soften immensely. What else could he do but indulge her? All right, I shall heed your wishes. That very afternoon, a piece of news ignited the social circles and online platforms of Haiqing. The Tianshan sect reopens its doors, actively recruiting disciples. Exclusive sponsorship by the Xiao Group, offering opportunities to learn the Tao. Jiang Yunxi presiding, the true heiress will teach you how to cultivate. The announcement bearing the Xiao Group's exclusive sponsorship caused the entire network in Haiqing to crash for 10 minutes. The servers faltered under the strain. Programmers, cursing under their breath, worked overtime to expand capacity, barely managing to keep the platform operational. The term Tianshan sect cultivation soared to the top of trending searches, accompanied by a bold red explosion icon. Initially, netizens entered out of sheer curiosity. LOL, the Xiao Group sponsoring a Taoist temple? Has President Xiao been hacked? The marketing tactics nowadays are utterly ridiculous. Cultivation? Haven't they heard that since the founding of the nation, one isn't allowed to become a spirit? For heaven's sake, don't you see who it is? Jiang Yunxi, the master, who has never failed in her live fortune-telling. The comment section erupted in chaos. That was until Xiao Yin's verified personal account shared the post. No superfluous words, just 2 simple characters, recommended. The internet exploded.
Who is Xiao Yin?
The living legend of Haiqing, the ruler of the Xiao Group, the epitome of a cold and domineering CEO. He actually took to the field to promote a humble Taoist temple? The value of this endorsement was beyond measure. Consequently, the narrative shifted dramatically. Those who had previously mocked turned their allegiances instantly. Recommended by President Xiao? I must go. Even if it means sweeping the floors, I would gladly do so. Whether I receive an offer or not is irrelevant. I simply wish to cultivate my character and refine my sensibilities. I'm going to. I've heard the feng shui there is excellent. Perhaps it will cure my hair loss. Soon after, the Tianshan sect was inundated with eager applicants. The cobblestone path leading to the mountaintop was polished to a sheen under the throngs of visitors. Lu Xian, observing the sea of heads at the sect's entrance, felt his legs cramping. Elder ancestor, there are simply too many people. Clutching a broom, he could barely squeeze through. The line of registrants snaked all the way down to the foot of the mountain, with some even setting up tents and sleeping bags at the entrance, determined to seize the opportunity. Jiang Yunxi stood on the second floor, surveying the bustling crowd below, calmly sipping her tea. What's the rush? The more people, the better. More people means more wealth to accrue. She casually tossed a freshly drawn blueprint to Lu Xian. Clear out the open space at the back of the mountain. Let us establish a camping area. Those who wish to see me must make an appointment. A queue fee of 500 and no exceptions for tardiness. Lu Xian held the blueprint, his hands trembling. It must be said, the elder ancestor's strategy was indeed ruthless. Even with such stringent conditions, visitors continued to flock in. Numerous affluent second-generation heirs were even compelled by their fathers to come and help with renovations. Initially, these young masters and mistresses grumbled incessantly, clamoring to return home. Yet, within 3 days, they found themselves thoroughly enchanted. By the end of the month, to celebrate the Tianshan sect's auspicious opening and to express gratitude for everyone's assistance during this period, Jiang Yunxi organized a gathering. The venue was set in the rear courtyard of the Tianshan sect, under the cool night sky, with the moon shining bright and stars sparse. Several luxury vehicles ascended the winding mountain road and parked at the temple's entrance. Minister Zhao, dressed in casual attire, entered with a beaming smile. Miss Jiang, congratulations. The incense offerings at Tianshan sect now surpass even those of the Changsheng temple. Jiang Yunxi approached him. You flatter me. It is all thanks to everyone's support. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Banu and Jiang Sheng arrived. Jiang Banu, shedding his usual stern demeanor, wore a warm, fatherly smile, holding 2 exquisite gift boxes. Yunxi, this is a wild ginseng I had someone bring back from Changbai Mountain, especially for your health. Jiang Yunxi glanced at the gift box, declined with a subtle nod. Just set it down. Jiang Banu, undeterred, found a seat and began to admire the revitalized temple, nodding in approval. Not bad, truly impressive. It's clear you're my daughter, capable and talented. Jiang Yunxi turned to greet the recently arrived President Lan and Ke Xiaomin. President Lan was dressed in particularly festive attire, his face aglow, holding Ke Xiaomin's hand with utmost care, as though she were a priceless treasure. Miss Jiang, I'm here to intrude again. President Lan called out boisterously upon entering. I heard there's a feast tonight. I specifically starved myself all day for this. Ke Xiaomin tugged at his sleeve, embarrassed. Keep your voice down. Don't be so loud. Xiao Yin was the last to arrive, striding directly to Jiang Yunxi's side. As everyone took their seats, Lu Xian presented the meticulously prepared vegetarian feast, a feast for the senses. After several rounds of toasting, the atmosphere grew lively. Jiang Yunxi produced several talismans she had prepared earlier, distributing them to everyone. These are protective charms I drew over the past few days. Infused with cinnabar and thunderstrike wood powder, they can ward off a calamity. The guests received them as treasures. After all, these were personally crafted by Miss Jiang. Those wealthy individuals outside could not obtain even one with millions in hand, yet here they were, receiving them for free. President Lan carefully tucked his charm away and turned to glance at the one in Ke Xiaomin's possession. Xiaomin, make sure to keep that safe. It's a life-saving item. Jiang Yunxi's gaze fell upon Ke Xiaomin, suddenly pausing. She squinted slightly, observing Ke Xiaomin's abdomen for a moment before extending her hand.
Wait.
President Lan's heart skipped a beat. Miss Jiang, what's the matter? Jiang Yunxi ignored him, directly taking back the charm from Ke Xiaomin. This one is not suitable for you. President Lan turned pale. Not suitable? Miss Jiang, please don't frighten me. Is there something wrong with Xiaomin? Ke Xiaomin, too, grew anxious, instinctively clutching President Lan's hand. All eyes turned to Jiang Yunxi. From her sleeve, she produced another triangular talisman, which emanated a soft golden glow. She handed this new charm to Ke Xiaomin. The previous one has too much negative energy. It's not good for the fetus. Take this instead. It will ensure safety for both mother and child. A sudden silence enveloped the room for several seconds. President Lan's mouth fell open, staring at Jiang Yunxi in a daze, seemingly unable to comprehend her words. Fetus? What fetus? Ke Xiaomin was also taken aback, instinctively touching her flat abdomen. Miss Jiang, are you implying? Jiang Yunxi raised an eyebrow, observing the bewildered soon-to-be parents. What's this? You didn't even realize you were pregnant? It's already been 3 weeks. Mr. Lan suddenly sprang from his chair, his sudden movement toppling the chair behind him. Pregnant? I'm going to be a father? His excitement rendered him speechless. He wanted to embrace Xiaomin but feared harming her, aimlessly pacing in circles. Oh my goodness. I have a child. I'm going to be a dad. Xiaomin. Did you hear that? Miss Jiang said you're with child. Xiaomin's expression mirrored disbelief, her eyes instantly welling with tears. Is that true? Really? Jiang Yunxi nodded, her tone firm. I never make mistakes. Surrounding them, others chimed in with congratulations.
Gong in, Mr. Lam.
Congratulations, Officer Ke. What a double blessing. Xiao Yin also raised his teacup, offering a subtle nod to Mr. Lan. Mr. Lan was so elated he could hardly contain himself, his rotund face breaking into a beaming smile. Congratulations indeed.
Ha ha ha.
Miss Jiang, you truly are remarkable. You can even discern this. If this child is born, they must acknowledge you as their godmother. Jiang Yunxi smiled, but did not engage further. Observing the ecstatic couple, her expression grew slightly grave. However, there is something I must caution you about. Mr. Lan's heart sank, and he immediately composed himself, standing attentively. Please. Miss Jiang. She lightly tapped her fingers on the table twice. This pregnancy is a rare blessing, a fate intertwined with your lives. However, the first 3 months are critical and unstable, especially for Officer Ko, whose destiny is tied to fire and is currently experiencing a water retrograde. She lifted her gaze, fixing her eyes intently on Xiaomin, enunciating each word. Heed my warning. From this day forth, until the child is born, you must avoid any rivers, lakes, seas, or even swimming pools. Mr. Lan shivered at her words, nodding fervently. Understood. Understood. I will seal off the bathtub at home. From now on, Xiaomin will stay indoors. Although Xiaomin found it a bit excessive, she nodded gravely at Jiang Yunxi's serious demeanor. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Jiang. Jiang Yunxi then returned her attention to her teacup. All right, let's eat. If we delay any longer, the food will go cold. The evening breeze was gentle, and the courtyard of Tianshan Gate was brightly lit, with a large round table set in the center. Jiang Boya sat at the main seat, his face glowing with satisfaction. This food is exceptional. Yunxi, while your place may be somewhat remote, the air and the meals are indeed nourishing. I've only been here a short while, and I can already feel the heaviness in my chest dissipating. My breathing has become so much easier. Chapter 140. This venture is bound to be profitable. As he spoke, he served himself another bowl of soup. Lately, the company has been chaotic, and home has become a mess, leaving me frazzled, and my health has been suffering. But now, with a bowl of hot soup, my insides feel soothed. I think I should make it a point to come here more often. Join you in practicing that. What is it called? Qigong? It's all about self-cultivation. As he spoke, he glanced around, calculating in his mind. The temple is thriving now. Even Xiao Yin personally endorses it. If I could stay here regularly, I could benefit from this so-called spiritual energy for longevity, and I could impress others in my circle. This venture is bound to be profitable. Jiang Yunxi suddenly chuckled. If you wish to stay, then so be it, but let me make it clear. Tianshan Gate does not accommodate idlers. If you want to reside here, you must adhere to the rules. A registration fee of 500. And you must rise at 5 each morning to sweep the floors with Lu Xian. All right. I will comply. I promise to follow the rules. Jiang Boyo hastily agreed, eager not to miss out. Dinner concluded harmoniously, and the guests departed. As Jiang Yunxi stood up, preparing to return to her room, a gentle voice called from behind. Yunxi. Jiang Qing stood in the corridor, clad in a simple white shirt with rolled-up sleeves, revealing his slender yet strong forearms. Do you have a moment? Shall we take a walk? Jiang Yunxi hesitated briefly before nodding. Let's go. The pair strolled along the mountain path, bathed in the silvery glow of moonlight that danced upon the cobblestones. Jiang Qing walked slowly, each step deliberate. It is so quiet here. He inhaled deeply, the air fragrant with the earthy scent of soil and foliage, refreshing his spirit. I never dared to imagine I could have such leisurely moments. With his hands in his pockets, Jiang Qing gazed at the moon above, a hint of self-mockery lacing his tone. From childhood, my schedule was meticulously calculated to the minute. Wake-up time, study hours, meetings, client appointments. Every second was filled to the brim. I thought that was life, that was success. It wasn't until I fell ill that I realized those so-called achievements, status, and wealth mean nothing in the face of death. He turned to Jiang Yunxi, his expression earnest. Yunxi, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have ended up as mere ashes. Jiang Yunxi, with her hands clasped behind her back, walked lightly. It's merely mutual benefit. You are the future leader of the Jiang family, Your survival benefits me too. Her words sounded cold and pragmatic. Yet Jiang Yunxi smiled, genuinely and relieved.
I know.
But regardless, this life is yours to give. Whenever you need it, my life is yours to command. Jiang Yunxi paused, turning to face him. In the moonlight, Jiang Cheng's features were sharply defined, and she could discern a faint resemblance to herself in his expression.
She squinted slightly, contemplating.
Jiang Cheng's fate was robust. His destiny was marked by the Ziwei star, with abundant wealth and a prosperous career. He possessed the aura of a natural-born business mogul. Under his leadership, the Jiang group would reach unprecedented heights in the coming decades, potentially rivaling the Xiao family. Unfortunately, he was a mere mortal. Lacking spiritual roots, his meridians were blocked, rendering him incapable of sensing the spiritual energies of the universe. Even if she wished to assist him on the path of cultivation, her efforts would be in vain. Such was fate, unalterable. A fleeting tinge of regret washed over Jiang Yunxi, but it was merely a momentary thought. The paths of life are numerous, each with its own opportunities. Mortals have their way of living, and cultivators face their own tribulations. Perhaps for Jiang Cheng, establishing a successful career in the mundane world, enjoying wealth and prosperity, marrying and raising a family would be the most fitting conclusion to his life. Your life is your own. Why give it to me? Jiang Yunxi resumed her stride. Moving forward, since you have survived, live well. Though your body has healed, it cannot withstand your previous lifestyle. Work is never-ending. Delegate when necessary, and rest when needed. Don't let your money run out before you do. Jiang Cheng followed behind her, feeling warm inside despite her slightly acerbic concern. All right, I will heed your advice. No more overtime. I will eat and sleep on time, aiming to live long enough to become an old sage. Jiang Yunxi scoffed lightly. How naive. Mortals hardly live past a century. Reaching 90 is already a blessing. Jiang Cheng remained unperturbed, still smiling. Then I shall live to 90. By then, we can sit in rocking chairs together, basking in the sun. They continued walking, unknowingly reaching the cliff's edge on the back mountain. The mountain wind howled, rustling their clothes. In the distance lay the myriad lights of Haicheng, resembling a dazzling sea of stars. Jiang Yunxi gazed at the twinkling lights and suddenly spoke. Yunxi, I owe you an apology. Jiang Yunxi raised an eyebrow. Is this about Jiang Miaoer? Jiang Sheng let out a bitter smile and nodded. In the past, I was blind, deceived by the so-called perfect sister filter. I always thought she was weak, kind, and in need of protection, while you appeared too strong and independent, as if you needed no one. Thus, I repeatedly favored her, causing you to suffer time and again. As he spoke, Jiang Sheng clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Am I a terrible person? Jiang Yunxi gazed into the distance, her expression calm. Yes, quite terrible, but you are not entirely to blame. There is something peculiar about Jiang Miaoer. Her nature easily evokes a sense of protectiveness, coupled with some deliberate guidance. It is only natural for someone like you to fall into her trap. Jiang Sheng was taken aback. Peculiar? Are you referring to the supernatural? Jiang Yunxi did not wish to elaborate, waving her hand dismissively. You needn't concern yourself with that. She can no longer stir up any trouble. Just remember this. Your future achievements will far exceed your current circumstances. Dominating the business world, wealth beyond measure. This is your destiny. Therefore, bury any unnecessary weakness and hesitation. In this position, a lack of resolve will lead to instability. Jiang Sheng was stunned by her words. If someone else had said this, he would have dismissed it as mere grandiosity. Yet, coming from Jiang Yunxi, it felt like an imperial decree. He straightened his back, an unprecedented light shimmering in his eyes. I understand. He took a deep breath, as if making a solemn vow. Sister, fear not. I will strengthen the Jiang group to the point where no one dares to provoke us. In the future, regardless of the troubles you face or the resources you require, even if you need the stars from the sky, I will obtain them for you. As long as I am here, the Jiang family will be your most steadfast support. All right, enough with the sentimentality. The wind picked up, tousling Jiang Yunxi's bangs. She looked at the spirited man before her and suddenly felt that having an older brother was quite nice. Enough, stop being sentimental, Jiang Yunxi said, waving her hand in disdain. If you are to be my support, then hurry back and get some sleep. We need to rise early to clean tomorrow. Jiang Sheng's enthusiasm deflated instantly. Wait, I have to clean too? Of course, Jiang Yunxi replied matter-of-factly. If dad cleans, why shouldn't you? Want to be treated differently? In Tianshan, all beings are equal. With that, she paid no heed to Jiang Sheng's bewildered expression and turned to leave. Get to bed early. don't stay up. If you go bald, I want to be responsible for fixing it. Jiang Yunxi watched her graceful departure, shaking his head in resignation. Yet a fond smile lingered on his lips. Upon returning to her room, as she pushed open the door, a large hand pulled her inside, and the door swung shut. In the next moment, she found herself pinned against the door, the familiar scent of cedar enveloping her. Xiao Yin lowered his head, resting his chin in the crook of her neck, his warm breath cascading over her skin, sending shivers down her spine. Where have you been? His voice was deep and husky, laced with a hint of post-bath linger. Jiang Yunxi wrapped her arms around his waist, her fingers tracing his taut back muscles. I was giving a psychological counseling session to the future richest man. Xiao Yin chuckled lightly, playfully biting her neck, not hard, as if toying with her.
Richest man?
With me around, he'll be lucky to be second best. So arrogant, Jiang Yunxi teased, reveling in his audacious demeanor. Of course, my husband is the most formidable. She rose on her toes and planted a kiss on his lips. However, someone has to be second, right? After all, we need someone to help us earn a living. Xiao Yin was quite pleased with her response. He swept Jiang Yunxi into his arms and strode towards the bed. Let us leave the earning to them. Our current task is to cultivate our relationship. Jiang Yunxi was tossed onto the soft bed, and before she could protest, his towering figure loomed over her. Wait, didn't we agree to rest tonight? Persistence is key in such matters. Xiao Yin silenced her protests with a kiss, swallowing all her objections. Outside, the moonlight was just right, and inside, spring was in full bloom. Xiao Yin continued until the early hours of the morning before finally releasing Jiang Yunxi. Jiang Yunxi's sleep was restless. In her dreams, she wandered through a vast, white mist, directionless and unable to find an exit. The surroundings were eerily silent. Suddenly, a chubby little hand broke through the layers of fog, grasping at her clothing. The sensation was startlingly real. Jiang Yunxi looked down to see a cherubic baby, gazing up at her with a toothless grin. Its shiny black eyes resembled Xiao Yin's. Mama, the baby said, its voice soft and melodious. Jiang Yunxi's heart seized momentarily. Before she could reach out to embrace it, the scene shattered before her eyes.
Ah!
Jiang Yunxi jolted awake, sitting up in bed, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Her heart racing as if ready to burst from her chest. The man beside her stirred almost instantly. Xiao Yin reached out, pulling her into his embrace, gently patting her back. Did you have a nightmare? Jiang Yunxi remained silent, blinking in confusion, her gaze lingering on the dim void, the baby's voice echoing in her ears.
Mama.
Those two words felt painfully foreign to her. In her past life, she had been consumed by the pursuit of cultivation, seeking only ascension, never considering leaving a bloodline in the mortal realm. In this life, Jiang Yunxi instinctively raised her hand to rest on her flat abdomen. It remained smooth, devoid of any swelling. Yet, beneath her palm, there seemed to be a faint yet resilient life force quietly brewing. It was the instinct of a blood connection, the intuition brought forth by a surge of spiritual energy. Xiao Yin, she called out, her voice slightly hoarse. Xiao Yin immediately reached for the cup of water on the bedside table and brought it to her lips. I'm here, drink some water. Jiang Yunxi took a few sips from his hand, pushed the cup away, and turned to look at him intently. I think I'm pregnant. The air froze. Xiao Yin's hand holding the cup froze midair. The mind that usually strategized with unwavering composure felt as if it had been hit by a bomb. Pregnant?
What?
He doubted his hearing. Jiang Yunxi repeated herself, her tone more assured than before. Pregnant. There's a little one inside. Crash. The cup fell onto the carpet, the water spreading across the fibers. Xiao Yin completely disregarded the fallen cup. He abruptly threw back the covers and jumped out of bed, barefoot on the carpet, pacing in a flustered manner like a bewildered newcomer in the city. Pregnant, he muttered, suddenly remembering something and snatching up his phone. It took 3 attempts to unlock it with his fingerprint. Call assistance on, get the doctor. Bring in the best obstetric team in Haicheng. It was 3:30 in the morning. Xiao Yin's fingers trembled, but he paid no mind. Just as he was about to dial, a hand reached over and snatched the phone away. Jiang Yunxi sat cross-legged on the bed, watching the now irrational man with some annoyance. What's all this fuss in the middle of the night? Xiao Yin was so anxious that the veins on his neck bulged. This isn't fussing. You're pregnant. In this desolate place, what if something unexpected happens? We must check immediately. He reached out to grab the phone. Be good, listen to me, give me the phone. Jiang Yunxi deftly avoided his grasp, tossing the phone to the foot of the bed.
Who am I?
Xiao Yin was momentarily taken aback, responding instinctively, my wife. Jiang Yunxi rolled her eyes, clarifying. I meant my profession. I possess medical skills and can also read fortunes. Isn't it more accurate for me to take my own pulse to determine if I'm pregnant than relying on those machines? Only then did Xiao Yin regain a semblance of composure. Yet, his unease persisted as he leaned closer to the bedside, half kneeling on the carpet, delicately cradling her hand. Then please take a look. His expression was more tense than when signing a multi-billion-dollar contract. Jiang Yunxi adjusted her breathing, placing her fingers on her wrist. The room fell silent, save for the sound of their breaths. 1 second. 2 seconds. Xiao Yin held his breath, fixating on her expression, terrified of detecting even the slightest hint of disquiet. After a brief moment, Jiang Yunxi withdrew her hand, her lips involuntarily curving into a smile. The pulse was smooth, like beads rolling on a string, and the depth of her pulse was unwavering. Though still early in the term, the vitality of new life was unmistakably clear and strong. Well? Xiao Yin's voice was taut with anticipation. Jiang Yunxi reached out, pinching his taut cheek playfully. Congratulations, Mr. Xiao. You are going to be a father. Chapter 142. Yunxi. We're having a child. Xiao Yin suddenly sprang to his feet, lifting Jiang Yunxi from the bed in a jubilant embrace. Really? Yunxi, we're having a child. He twirled her around in excitement, laughter ringing out. Dizzied by the spinning, Jiang Yunxi quickly patted his shoulders, exclaiming, Put me down.
I'm dizzy.
Only then did Xiao Yin realize, gently placing her back on the bed. I'm sorry, I'm just so thrilled. He crouched by the bed, his cheek resting against Jiang Yunxi's abdomen, as if trying to hear the sounds within through her nightgown. Is there truly a child in there? Having been labeled a cursed star since childhood, destined for loneliness and despair, everyone had told him he was fated to remain childless and without heirs.
Yet now,
he had a wife and a child on the way. The extraordinary sensation of bloodline continuity brought a warmth to his eyes. Jiang Yunxi gazed at his foolish expression, her heart softening completely. Her hand glided through his short, coarse hair, gently massaging. It's only been a little over a month. It's still an embryo. What can you hear? Xiao Yin lifted his head, his eyes rimmed with red yet shining brightly. I heard it. It's calling for daddy.
Jiang Yunxi replied, Fine.
As long as you're happy. That night, neither could sleep. Xiao Yin was as exuberant as a hyperactive child, frequently asking Jiang Yunxi what she wanted to eat, then launching into plans for the nursery's decor. He even contemplated which kindergarten the child would attend and what major to pursue in college. Jiang Yunxi, overwhelmed by his incessant chatter, finally slapped a silencing charm on his forehead.
Sleep.
At last, the world quieted down. The following morning, the door swung open. Jiang Yunxi and Xiao Yin emerged, both sporting distinct dark circles under their eyes, yet their spirits were inexplicably elevated, particularly Xiao Yin. He strode with vigor, his smile unable to be suppressed. Mr. Lan was squatting in a corner of the yard brushing his teeth, and nearly spewed out his foam upon seeing them. Miss Jiang. Mr. Xiao. Up so early? With those dark circles, it seems last night was quite eventful. Youth is indeed full of energy. But remember to be mindful of the surroundings here. Jiang Yunxi, uninterested, walked straight to the stone table to pour herself a glass of water. Xiao Yin looked at Mr. Lan, his chin slightly raised, his tone casual, yet laced with pride.
Mr. Lan Misundasa.
Last night, we were discussing child-rearing. Mr. Lan was taken aback.
Huh?
Child-rearing? What child? Xiao Yin smirked, revealing a dazzling smile. My wife is pregnant. I'm going to be a father. Uffed, Mr. Lan, mid-drink, spluttered water everywhere, eyes wide as saucers. Pregnant? So soon. This is monumental news. The Tianshan sect is about to have a young master. The commotion startled Jiang Sheng and Jiang Boyu. Jiang Sheng rushed over, broom in hand, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. What's going on? What happened? Mr. Lan boomed. Young Master Jiang. Big news. Miss Jiang is expecting. You're going to be an uncle. Jiang Sheng dropped his broom, frozen in place, staring blankly at Jiang Yunxi. Yunxi, you're having a child? Jiang Yunxi nodded, peeling a boiled egg and popping it in her mouth. Jiang Sheng inhaled sharply, his eyes instantly moistening. He hurried over, wanting to grasp Jiang Yunxi's hand, but fearing his hands were dirty, he wiped them on his clothes several times. This is wonderful. This feels surreal. It's as if the little girl who needed my protection just yesterday is now about to become a mother. Life is truly marvelous. Jiang Boyu stood in the corridor, equally animated. If all goes well, this child will be the heir of the Xiao family.
Quick.
My phone. Where's my phone? Jiang Boya frantically rummaged through his pockets, finally pulling out his phone and dialing his secretary. Xiao Wang. I'm buying an apartment for my grandchild.
Right now.
Let us start with 2 buildings. No, 5 buildings. As a welcome gift. Everyone. Jiang Yunxi felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth.
Dad.
The child isn't even born yet. Why are you buying so many apartments? For him to play with. Jiang Boya replied with conviction, his face aglow. By the time he is born, the apartments will be furnished, perfect for collecting rent and buying milk powder. My grandson must win from the very start. Also, he instructed over the phone, order me a longevity lock. Make it pure gold. The 10-pound kind. Jiang Yunxi face-bombed. A 10-pound longevity lock? Are you trying to strangle the child? Xiao Yin watched the chaotic scene unfold with amusement, unaffected by the noise. He approached Jiang Yunxi from behind, placing his hands on her shoulders, enveloping her in his protective embrace. Leaning down, he whispered in her ear, "Did you hear? Everyone is eagerly anticipating his arrival." Jiang Yunxi leaned back against him, feeling the strength of his chest and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Suddenly, she thought, this mundane world doesn't seem so bad. She responded, placing her hand back on her abdomen. After all, there were so many generous souls waiting to shower the child with gifts. Xiao Yin chuckled. Wife. Those are our family. At that moment, Assistant Song rushed into the yard, accompanied by a throng of doctors clad in white coats, panting heavily.
Boss.
Boss lady. The doctors have arrived. The equipment is here. Dozens of people crowded into the already small yard, causing a scene that resembled a bank heist. Jiang Yunxi stared at the rows of precise medical instruments and the array of poised experts, her head pounding even more. She turned to Xiao Yin, her expression flat. Didn't I say not to let them come? Xiao Yin rubbed his nose, sheepishly averting his gaze. Isn't it better to be safe? They're here now. Let us just have them check. Jiang Yunxi sighed.
Fine.
A husband chosen is one to be indulged, even on one's knees. The doctors examined Jiang Yunxi and confirmed she was indeed pregnant. 10 minutes later, a detailed report was handed to Xiao Yin. Mr. Xiao, your wife's health is excellent, with all indicators being perfect. The fetus is approximately 3 weeks along, developing well. Although the heartbeat is not yet distinctly audible, the blood work indicates robust vitality. Xiao Yin meticulously scrutinized the report, yet his brow remained furrowed. Robust vitality. Then why is this particular value low? The doctor leaned in to take a look. Nearly on the verge of tears. President Xiao, that is Madam's blood pressure. It is slightly below the normal range. But this is quite common for young women and poses no threat to her health. Chapter 143. Do not treat me like a porcelain doll. Xiao Yin then withdrew his hand, carefully closing the report and handing it over to Assistant Song for safekeeping. Since she is pregnant, what precautions must be taken? The doctor perked up, explaining that the first 3 months are a critical period, with an unstable fetal condition that necessitates avoiding exhaustion and emotional fluctuations. The diet should be light, with ample protein and vitamins. Most importantly, there must be no vigorous exercise, no heavy lifting, and it is best for her to rest in bed, avoiding any potential bumps. Xiao Yin listened intently, even pulling out his phone to take notes. Jiang Yunxi rolled her eyes at this, yanking off the sensor attached to her and standing up to stretch her stiff neck. Enough. Don't listen to his nonsense. I am a cultivator. My physical constitution is inherently different. Not only can I handle vigorous exercise, but I could even run a marathon right now. As she spoke, she deliberately jumped a couple of times on the spot, causing gasps from those around her. Xiao Yin's expression changed drastically. He stepped forward, placing his hands firmly on her waist and pressing her back onto the stone bench. This is absurd. This was perhaps the first time he had spoken so loudly to Jiang Yunxi. She was momentarily taken aback by his outburst. Xiao Yin seemed to realize he had overreacted. He took a deep breath, softened his tone, but his stance remained resolute. Who is the doctor here, you or him? Each profession has its expertise. In this matter, we should heed the professionals. He turned to face the doctor, and the medical team lined up behind him. From today onwards, you all will remain at the Tianshan Gate, responsible for Madam's daily diet and care, conducting examinations morning and evening. Your salaries will be doubled, and all expenses will be covered by the Xiao Corporation. The doctors were overjoyed, responding in unison, yes. President Xiao. Jiang Yunxi felt a throbbing in her temples. This was not nurturing, it was akin to imprisonment. Xiao Yin, have you forgotten this is a temple? With so many people residing here, will we still conduct business? Those visitors will think it has transformed into a sanatorium. Xiao Yin was unperturbed, calmly adjusting Jiang Yunxi's somewhat disheveled collar. If business must cease, so be it. Can the Xiao family not afford to support you? As for housing, I have already instructed Assistant Song to contact a construction team. Starting tomorrow, several houses will be built on the back mountain specifically for them. Moreover, all steps in the temple will be covered with non-slip carpets, and sharp table corners will be padded. Jiang Yunxi opened her mouth, then chose to remain silent. Arguing with his soon-to-be father in a state of stress was a futile endeavor. As long as her cultivation was not hindered, she would let him fuss. Minister Zhao, who had been quietly observing, approached with a smile. President Xiao truly has no words for Yunxi. This is what one calls cherishing someone so dearly that one fears they might melt in their mouth or fall from their hands. Xiao Yin glanced at him, his expression calm. She is my only wife. Naturally, I must treat her well. This statement was made with such conviction that he saw nothing amiss. Jiang Yunxi felt a wave of discomfort wash over her from the overly affectionate atmosphere, rubbing her arms where goosebumps had formed. Minister Zhao's smile faded slightly, replaced by a serious demeanor. He glanced at the busy doctors and nurses around them and lowered his voice. Yunxi, may I have a word with you? There is something of importance I wish to discuss. Jiang Yunxi stood up, brushing off the dust from her skirt. Let us go to the quiet room. Xiao Yin instinctively moved to follow, but Minister Zhao raised a hand to stop him, an apologetic expression on his face. President Xiao, this matter involves some confidentiality. Xiao Yin halted, looking at Jiang Yunxi, who gave him a reassuring gesture. Do not worry, it's just next door. I am not running away. You go supervise the carpet installation. With their taste, I fear they might turn the temple into a karaoke room. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yin nodded. If anything arises, call me. In the quiet room, a pot of tea emitted wisps of steam. Jiang Yunxi sat cross-legged on a cushion, idly toying with a copper coin. Speak, what is so mysterious? Minister Zhao sat opposite her, pulling out a sealed envelope from his pocket and sliding it across the table. It concerns the Changxing Temple. Jiang Yunxi paused. Minister Zhao sighed, his face creasing with concern. Open it and take a look. Jiang Yunxi set the coin down and picked up the envelope. Carefully untying the string, several high-definition photographs slipped out. The background of the images appeared to be from the barrier she had seen previously. In the depths of a pitch-black pool, a black stone pillar stood out abruptly. The pillar was inscribed with countless runes, some weathered and indistinct, yet the twisted and eerie patterns remained discernible. What was most unsettling was the charred coloration surrounding the pillar. Jiang Yunxi furrowed her brow at the first glance. A soul-stabilizing stake? Minister Zhao nodded gravely. Our people discovered a cave beneath the pool at the back of the Changxing Temple, and this is what they found. Initially, it seemed trivial, but two young men responsible for the cleanup returned home that night with high fevers and began to ramble incoherently. They were sent to the hospital for examination. All indicators were normal, yet the fever persisted, and they remained in a coma. Others were at a loss, knowing only that this object was unusual, which is why I came to you. Jiang Yunxi picked up the photographs to examine them closely. The runes on the pillar emanated a heavy aura of blood and malice, resembling some dark sorcery. This object has been buried there for quite some time. She traced her finger across the photograph, estimating it had been there for several centuries. Minister Zhao let out a bitter laugh. We consulted several senior experts in the field. They all agreed this object is highly dangerous and no one dares to approach it. Even getting close is out of the question. As they say, the magnetic field around it is utterly chaotic, causing compasses to spin wildly. At this point, Minister Zhao raised his gaze, his eyes fixed intently on Jiang Yunxi. Yunxi, I understand your condition limits your ability to intervene directly right now. However, leaving this object, there is akin to a ticking time bomb, and it is not far from the city. If it were to erupt one day, the consequences would be unimaginable. We plan to organize a team to investigate further. You need not engage directly. Your role would simply be to accompany us, offering guidance and oversight. If anything seems amiss, we will retreat immediately, without hesitation. Jiang Yunxi tossed the photographs back onto the table, lifting her cup to take a sip of tea. I am willing to go, but I have two conditions. Minister Zhao's eyes lit up with hope. As long as she was willing to participate, he would agree to any terms, even hundreds of them.
Speak.
As long as it does not violate principles, I will comply. Jiang Yunxi extended a finger. First, this matter must not be disclosed to Xiao Yin regarding its true level of danger. Just say we are going to inspect the feng shui and enjoy a stroll in the countryside. Chapter 144. Family harmony is of utmost importance. That man is currently like a startled bird. If he were to learn she was dealing with something so perilous, he would likely raze the Changxing temple to the ground. Minister Xiao nodded repeatedly. I understand. Family harmony is paramount. Jiang Yunxi raised a second finger. Secondly, if there are indeed any treasures found down there, I shall have the right of first selection. Although she was not currently in need of money, raising a child was an endless pit. Especially since her child with Xiao Yin was destined to be a spiritual body, the resources required for their cultivation would be vast. She needed to build her reserves in advance. Minister Xiao winced at the thought but gritted his teeth in agreement.
All right.
With their agreement settled, the two exited the quiet room. In the courtyard, Xiao Yin was directing several workers to lay carpets on the steps. The carpet was made of pure wool, with a thickness of 3 centimeters and a lovely pink hue. Xiao Yin turned around, his tone utterly serious. The doctor mentioned that warm colors could enhance the mood of expectant mothers. Furthermore, what if it turns out to be a daughter? Daughters are fond of pink. Jiang Yunxi found herself at a loss for words. Even before the child had arrived, he was already displaying a preference for daughters over sons. Nevertheless, such trivial matters could be left to him. Xiao Yin, Minister Zhao just mentioned that the scenery at Changxing Temple is quite delightful and wishes to invite us for an outing tomorrow. Xiao Yin frowned slightly, showing reluctance. What purpose would there be in going to Changxing Temple? And climbing the mountain? Absolutely not. Jiang Yunxi approached him, linking her arm with his, playfully adopting a rare tone of coaxing. Didn't he the doctor say so? One must maintain a cheerful disposition. I simply wish to get some fresh air.
Besides,
even if there were anything untoward there, they wouldn't dare come near me. Xiao Yin gazed into Jiang Yunxi's large, glimmering eyes, his throat suddenly tightening. Very well. However, you must take the sedan chair. You are not to walk. Am I the Empress Dowager, on an outing? She remarked. But as long as she could step outside, she would be content even if it meant being in a wheelchair. All right, I will comply with your wishes. The following morning, at the foot of Changxing Temple, 8 robust bodyguards carried a specially designed soft sedan chair. Not only was it lined with a thick pink wool blanket, but it also featured a sunshade, with someone at the side holding a portable fan at the ready. Xiao Yin, dressed in casual attire, stood beside the sedan chair, a serious expression on his face as he instructed the bearers. Be steady. If it jolts even slightly, I will deduct 6 months' wages. The bodyguards appeared tense, as if facing a formidable adversary. Jiang Yunxi sat in the sedan chair, donning sunglasses with an expression of utter resignation. Xiao Yin, this is getting a bit excessive. She couldn't help but interject. I'm pregnant, not incapacitated. Xiao Yin unscrewed the lid of the thermos and handed it to her, his tone brooking no argument. The doctor stated that pregnant women must not exert themselves. This mountain path is rugged. What if you sprain your ankle? Minister Zhao coughed twice nearby, attempting to diffuse the awkward atmosphere. Mr. Xiao, since we are all set, shall we ascend the mountain? The host is waiting for us above. Only then did Xiao Yin wave his hand and declare, let us depart. The group ascended the mountain in a grand procession. At the entrance of Changxing Temple, the new abbot, accompanied by a throng of disciples, awaited their arrival with eager anticipation. Upon seeing Jiang Yunxi and Xiao Yin, the abbotess' face broke into a broad smile. Yunxi, Mr. Xiao, your presence is a great honor. I apologize for not welcoming you appropriately. The abbot hurried over, bending at a 90-degree angle. Who could blame him? After all, the deed to Changxing Temple still lay firmly in Xiao Yin's hands. During the last incident involving Wu Wei, Xiao Yin had nearly leveled the temple to convert it into a shopping mall. Now, with a rare opportunity to curry favor, the abbot was eager to elevate these two individuals to the utmost regard. Jiang Yunxi cast him a sidelong glance, a smirk playing on her lips. Abbot, you are being overly courteous. We are merely here for a stroll. There is no need for such grandiosity. The abbot nodded vigorously. Indeed. A stroll is splendid. The scenery at the back mountain is exquisite, and the air is fresh, ideal for nurturing a baby. Upon entering the main hall, Jiang Yunxi exchanged glances with Minister Zhao. Understanding her intent, he promptly stepped forward, cheerfully addressing Xiao Yin. Mr. Xiao, the atmosphere in the grand hall is quite smoky, which may not be suitable for pregnant women. Why not have a cup of tea in the reception area and discuss the matter of the land lease with the abbot? I shall take Yunxi to the back mountain for some fresh air. Xiao Yin frowned slightly, preparing to refuse. However, Jiang Yunxi tugged at his sleeve, her fingers gently scratching his palm. I wish to taste the special osmanthus cake made here. Could you keep an eye on them as they prepare it? I don't trust outsiders. Very well, I shall supervise. Do not stray too far, I will come find you in half an hour. Xiao Yin turned and headed towards the kitchen. The moment Jiang Yunxi's demeanor shifted from delicate to resolute, her gaze sharpened. Let us proceed.
To the back mountain.
The once clear pond now appeared as dark as ink, and Jiang Yunxi stood at its edge, her gaze heavy upon the surface. The last time she visited, there had been a protective barrier, but now that barrier had grown so thin it was nearly invisible, resembling a soap bubble on the verge of bursting. This barrier is on the brink of collapse, Jiang Yunxi spoke, her voice frigid. Minister Zhao's expression turned grave. Ever since that traitor Wu Wei fled, the energy here has become increasingly chaotic. Jiang Yunxi scoffed. Where's Wu Wei? Has he still not been found? Minister Zhao sighed, his face clouded with worry. A nationwide manhunt has been issued, and checkpoints have been established, yet this old fox has seemingly evaporated without a trace. Jiang Yunxi crouched down, dipping her fingers into the pond water, bringing them to her nose for a whiff. A nauseating stench assaulted her senses, blood malice. No need to search further. Jiang Yunxi stood upright, wiping her hands with a handkerchief and carelessly discarding it on the ground. He is right below. Minister Zhao was taken aback. What? He is below? The most perilous location is often the safest. Jiang Yunxi indicated the dark cave entrance. He is quite adept at this trick. With that, she lifted her foot, ready to walk toward the center of the pond. Minister Zhao, terrified, hastily reached out to stop her. You cannot go down there. Who knows what filth lurks underneath? The energy is so heavy. You are with child. If something were to happen, Mr. Xiao could bury me along with you. Jiang Yunxi halted, turning her head to look at him, her gaze chilling. If I do not go down, shall I send your men to their deaths instead? The malice down there would incapacitate an ordinary person upon mere contact. The few individuals you brought are insufficient for even a toothpick. Minister Zhao attempted to dissuade her further, but Jiang Yunxi had already sidestepped him, striding boldly into the cave. Fear not, I may have had some reservations in the past. But now she touched her slightly rounded abdomen, a knowing smile gracing her lips. This little one is a natural predator of malice. Such energy is merely an appetizer for him. This child has inherited Xiao Yin's auspicious aura and my spiritual roots. He is practically a purifying agent. Unable to stop her, Minister Zhao could only grit his teeth and wave. Follow her. Protect Yunxi. Chapter 145. Fool. He is seeking his own demise. The group, armed with powerful flashlights, cautiously ventured into the cave. The air was cold and damp, with water droplets clinging to the rock walls. The deeper they went, the more pungent the stench of blood became. The warning lines previously established by special departments now lay in tatters, and the talismans on the ground had been trampled to pieces. Clearly, someone had intruded. As they rounded a bend, the view before them opened up dramatically. It was a vast natural cavern. At the center of the cave stood a black stone pillar, its twisted runes glowing ominously red, resembling a bloodshot eye. In front of the stone pillar knelt two figures. One was clad in tattered robes, his hair white as snow. It was the long-missing Wu Wei. Beside him, a man was fervently bowing before the pillar, revealing himself to be Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling's forehead was bloodied from the repeated bowing, crimson streaks running down his face. His expression both frenzied and hollow. Master Wu Wei said that as long as I offer sincerely, this divine pillar will manifest. It can not only rescue my mother, but also restore everything I lost in the Xiao family. When the time comes, I will make Xiao Yin and that wretched Jiang Yunxi kneel before me, begging for mercy. Minister Zhao, witnessing the scene, nearly suffered a stroke from rage.
Fool.
He is courting death. Jiang Yunxi crossed her arms, smirking. What a grandson! To save his murderous mother, he is willing to sacrifice his own life. But is his brain made of mush? How can he believe such nonsense? At that moment, Wu Wei, who had been chanting with his eyes closed, abruptly opened them. Those eyes were devoid of white, entirely black, exuding a chilling aura of death. Who? Wu Wei roared, swiftly turning his head. Upon seeing Jiang Yunxi, a malevolent grin spread across his face. Jiang Yunxi, you wander where angels fear to tread, and now you come to me. Just in time. My soul-gathering array is missing a primary soul, and you have conveniently delivered yourself to my door. His gaze fell greedily upon Jiang Yunxi's abdomen, licking his lips in anticipation. A pregnant woman, imbued with innate spiritual energy.
Ha ha ha.
Upon hearing Jiang Yunxi's name, Xiao Ling snapped his head around. Upon seeing her, he leapt up as though he had encountered his father's murderer, his eyes ablaze with fury.
Master.
Quickly,
Slay her.
Use her blood to consecrate the spirit pillar. Jiang Yunxi regarded him as though he were a fool. Xiaoling, do you still not comprehend the situation? Did you think he was here to assist you? Xiaoling faltered. What do you mean? Before he could process her words, Wu Wei suddenly broke into a sinister smile. Indeed, I am here to help you. To help you ascend to paradise sooner. No sooner had he spoken than he lunged forward, gripping Xiaoling by the throat.
Ah!
Xiaoling's eyes widened in shock as he desperately clawed at Wu Wei's hand, only to find that the bony grip was as unyielding as iron. And master, what are you doing? Xiaoling managed to stammer, terror etched across his face. Wu Wei leaned in close, his voice a chilling whisper reminiscent of a demon risen from the depths of hell.
Fool.
Do you think this spirit pillar is some sort of wishing well? It is hungry and demands sustenance. The grievances and avarice clinging to you are precisely the nourishment it craves. With a flick of his arm, Wu Wei hurled the 100-plus-pound Xiaoling towards the black stone pillar as if he were refuse. Xiaoling collided violently with the pillar, a wretched scream escaping his lips. In the next instant, the stone pillar seemed to come alive, its crimson runes transforming into countless slender tendrils that latched onto Xiaoling with a vice-like grip. He emitted a heart-rending wail, his body convulsing violently. His formerly robust skin began to wither at an alarming rate, his hair turning brittle and gray, as he aged before their very eyes at a horrifying pace. Help me. Wu Wei threw his head back in maniacal laughter, his eyes ablaze with fervor and obsession as he gazed upon the pillar. Once I have sufficiently fed you, who in this world can rival me? By then, not even the Xiao family, nor the entire Xianyuan sect, will dare to stand against me. He was now entirely consumed by madness. Having plotted for this day, for 2 long decades, every step had been meticulously calculated. Now, only the final movement remained. Wu Wei produced a pitch-black gourd from his robes, its surface etched with grotesque faces. Since you have arrived, none shall leave. I was worried that the offerings would be insufficient, but it seems you have presented yourselves willingly. Especially you, Jiang Yunxi. The spiritual energy you possess is a veritable boon. Wu Wei released the contents of the gourd, unleashing thousands of malevolent spirits. As they emerged, the crimson runes upon the pillar surged with brilliance, resembling greedy maws that voraciously consumed the approaching spirits. With each spirit devoured, the black mist surrounding the pillar thickened, and the ground trembled violently, as though something were about to burst forth from beneath. Jiang Yunxi, initially indifferent, felt her expression shift upon witnessing this spectacle. What lay beneath was no ordinary malevolence, but an extraordinary fiend that had reached formidable heights. Yet this foolish Wu Wei was using the most sinister spirits to nourish it. Once the pillar absorbed enough grievances, the seal would shatter completely, and the entity below would awaken, bringing ruin to all living things within 100 miles. No wonder the spirits she had previously captured in Haiqing seemed as though they had been deliberately nurtured, their grievances overwhelming. The root of it all lay here. This old wretch had turned the entire Haiqing into his breeding ground for corpses. A series of dull thuds resonated from behind her, and Jiang Yunxi turned to see the special forces team led by Minister Zhao, their faces ashen and blood streaming from their orifices, collapsing unconscious before they could react. Only Minister Zhao and 2 elderly advisors clutched the protective talismans Jiang Yunxi had provided, huddled behind a massive rock. The talismans glimmered with golden light, forming a small barrier that barely held back the encroaching malevolent winds. Yet it was only a fragile defense. The barrier flickered ominously under the relentless battering of the spirits. On the verge of shattering. Yunxi, what do we do? Even Minister Zhao, well-versed in the arcane, had never witnessed such a scene of 100 ghosts in procession. This was beyond human endurance. The level of malice unleashed here would surely overwhelm not just them, but even summon the old-timers from headquarters to their doom. Wu Wei raised his arms high, laughing maniacally. Once I awaken the Great One below, this world shall be mine. Jiang Yunxi, aren't you quite capable? Why do you now fall silent? Have you been struck dumb? Fear not. Once the spirit pillar is sated, you shall be the next offering. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yunxi stood her ground, the fierce winds whipping her garments. One hand protectively cradled her abdomen, while the other idly smoothed her disheveled bangs. There was not a trace of fear upon her visage, only disdain and a hint of impatience. How tiresome. Chapter 146. Wholesale talismans for free. Even at death's door. You dare to be defiant. Come at me. Tear her apart. With a single command from Wu Wei, the malevolent spirits surged toward Jiang Yunxi like a tidal wave. With impatience, She retrieved a handful of yellow talismans from her bag, tossing them into the air without a second glance, as if scattering paper money.
Go.
In the next moment, a golden light erupted. The once dim and damp cave was suddenly illuminated, as if it were midday. The talismans, seemingly endowed with sight, found their mark, sticking precisely to the foreheads of every spirit that lunged at her. The once menacing apparitions froze in grotesque poses, rendered immobile. Wu Wei's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in disbelief. How is this possible? Where did she procure so many binding talismans? Before he could recover from his shock, Jiang Yunxi produced a small gourd radiating golden light.
Return.
The spirits suspended in midair, unable to utter a single cry, were drawn into the gourd en masse. In less than half a minute, the cave lay empty. Jiang Yunxi secured the gourd, brushing off the dust from her hands with a look of disdain. I expected more of a spectacle. What a waste of my talismans. Her tone was akin to someone who had just swatted a swarm of flies, lamenting the expense of the fly swatter. Wu Wei was left utterly dumbfounded. After 20 years of scheming, the myriad souls he had painstakingly nurtured had vanished in an instant? Who on earth are you? What sort of artifact is that? How could it possibly contain so many malevolent spirits? Jiang Yunxi cast him a sidelong glance, her expression akin to one regarding a simpleton.
Who am I?
You are not worthy to inquire. As for this gourd, she tossed the gourd lightly in her hand, purchased for a mere $9.09 with free shipping. What, do you wish for a link? Wu Wei felt a surge of blood rise to his throat in fury. This is too much. This is intolerable. I shall not hold back. He drew a dagger from his robes, charging at her in a frenzy. Jiang Yunxi remained unmoved, standing her ground. When Wu Wei was upon her, she leisurely raised her hand, delivering a seemingly light palm strike. Wu Wei was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the rock face before sliding down, his eyes rolling back as he fell into unconsciousness. Minister Zhao and the two advisors peered cautiously from behind the stone, their jaws dropping open in astonishment. Is this it?
Help me.
A faint voice called out. Jiang Yunxi turned to see Xiao Ling still affixed to the stone pillar. At this moment, he was utterly unrecognizable. The once robust man now resembled a mere skeleton, his eye sockets hollow, hair turned white, appearing like a freshly unearthed corpse. Yet he was not yet dead. The instinct for survival drove him to expend his last breath, reaching out towards Jiang Yunxi. Yunxi, save me. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Jiang Yunxi frowned, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes. To be honest, she truly wished to turn around and leave. This fool deserved to perish. However, she could not stand idly by and watch a mere mortal fall victim to malevolent forces before her eyes. With a sigh, Jiang Yunxi approached. The stone pillar seemed to sense a threat, its crimson glow pulsating violently as countless tendrils writhed in a frenzy, attempting to obstruct her. Begone! Jiang Yunxi commanded coldly, a fierce aura erupting from her being, a pressure befitting one of ascendant prowess. Although her cultivation was diminished, the might of her spirit remained formidable. The red light emanating from the pillar dimmed instantly. Jiang Yunxi stood before the stone column, her fingertips coalescing a spark of spiritual light as she swiftly inscribed a symbol in the air.
Break.
The incredibly hard black stone pillar immediately became riddled with cracks. In the next moment, it shattered completely, reduced to a fine powder. Xiao Ling, who had been clinging to it, fell to the ground. As the pillar collapsed, a shadowy figure emerged from the debris, coalescing in midair into a blurred visage. The face was indistinct, but a pair of blood-red eyes fixated intently on Jiang Yunxi. Jiang Yunxi, it's you again.
Montaksha?
Jiang Yunxi narrowed her eyes, recognizing this aura. She had not anticipated that a fragment of his soul had found its way here. Just as she prepared to take action, the shadowy figure exhibited no desire to engage, transforming into a wisp of black smoke and dissipating into the air. Consider yourself fortunate to escape. Should we meet again, I shall ensure your soul is scattered. Jiang Yunxi averted her gaze, looking down at Xiao Ling, who was drained of vitality. Even if he could be revived later, he was destined to be a frail shadow of his former self, unable to stir any further commotion. Xiao Ling lay on the ground, gasping for breath, tears streaming down his face. Thank you, he managed to utter with great difficulty. Jiang Yunxi regarded him coldly, her expression unyielding. There is no need to rush your gratitude. My act of saving you is not born of forgiveness, nor is it because you are a member of the Xiao family. She turned away, leaving him with a frigid silhouette. Even if a dog were on the verge of death, I would still lend a hand. Xiao Ling stiffened, his expression frozen. In Jiang Yunxi's eyes, He was indeed no different from a dog. It was he who had been blinded, mistaking a mere fisheye for a pearl. And for the sake of that venomous woman, Jiang Miaojiao, he had cast aside the most precious treasure in the world. Now, all of this was his retribution. Minister Zhao, I leave the remaining mess in your hands. As Jiang Yunxi exited, she spoke rapidly, her steps quickening with urgency. The unconscious individuals were merely affected by the malevolent energy. A bit of sunlight and some talisman water would suffice for their recovery. As for Wu Wei and Xiao Ling, it was up to you to manage. Minister Zhao, while directing his subordinates in the cleanup, was taken aback by her words. Yunxi, are you leaving just like that? Won't you check for any stragglers? No more checks. If we don't leave soon, it will be too late. Jiang Yunxi did not look back, her tone betraying a hint of panic. What a jest. The commotion had been so great. Although it was within the cave, one could not guarantee that no one outside had heard. If Xiao Yin discovered she had been inside, casting talismans and striking people, would he not drive her to madness? She had to return before he arrived, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Jiang Yunxi quickened her pace, nearly breaking into a run as she reached the cave's entrance. Just as she turned a corner, she collided with a wall of flesh. Backlit. Xiao Yin stood clad in a black trench coat, his expression as dark as a charred pot. His deep-set eyes brimmed with fury, alongside a hint of panic that he had yet to conceal. He held a freshly made osmanthus cake in his hand, steam rising from it. Their gazes locked. Jiang Yunxi halted, instinctively concealing her hands behind her, forcing a look of innocence onto her face. What a coincidence. You also came here to enjoy the scenery? Xiao Yin remained silent, scanning her from head to toe, ensuring she was unscathed and bore no signs of blood before his taut jawline relaxed slightly. Yet, his anger flared anew. Enjoy the scenery? Xiao Yin gritted his teeth, his voice emerging from between clenched jaws. Does one come to such a sinister place to enjoy the view? Jiang Yunxi, do you think me a fool? He had just returned from the kitchen, only to find her missing. In that moment, his heart nearly stopped. Jiang Yunxi, feeling somewhat guilty, rubbed her nose.
Well,
I was just curious and wanted to take a look. I didn't intervene, honestly. I was merely watching Minister Zhao and the others battle from the side. Minister Zhao had just dragged a half-conscious Wu Wei out when he heard her words, nearly slipping and falling flat on his face. You certainly deflect blame with alarming speed. Xiao Yin paid no heed to her defense. He handed the osmanthus cake to Assistant Song and seized Jiang Yunxi's wrist, pulling her into his embrace. Smack! A sharp slap landed on Jiang Yunxi's backside. She stiffened, her eyes widening in disbelief. Though it did not hurt, the humiliation was profound. Xiao Yin! How dare you hit me? Jiang Yunxi exploded with fury. Xiao Yin's expression darkened, his palm resting on her waist. His tone fierce, yet his eyes glistening with unshed tears. I hit you. You're about to become a mother. Can you not be more sensible? Do you have any idea how dangerous this place is? Do you know how terrified I was when I couldn't find you? What if you got hurt? What if something happened to the baby? Do you want to drive me insane? Jiang Yunxi had intended to retort, but upon seeing the bloodshot eyes of the man before her and the trembling of his hand from fear, the fire within her was suddenly extinguished. He was genuinely frightened. This man, who was decisive and unyielding in the business world, appeared as vulnerable as a child when faced with her safety. Jiang Yunxi sighed.
Fine, y concede.
Who told me I was in the wrong? She extended her arms, wrapping them around Xiao Yin's lean waist, nuzzling her face against his chest. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again. Don't be angry, okay? She stood on her tiptoes, leaning in to plant a soft kiss on his tightly pressed lips.
Hubby.
The way she sweetly called him was a surefire technique, instantly melting the tension from Xiao Yin's body. He helplessly closed his eyes, pulling her closer by the back of her head, deepening the kiss. After a long moment, they parted. Xiao Yin rested his forehead against hers, his breath still uneven. If they're SA next time, I'll lock you in the house and you won't be allowed to go anywhere. Jiang Yunxi obediently nodded. All right. I'll listen to you. Xiao Yin removed his trench coat, wrapping her snugly in it, then bent down, lifting her in a princess carry. Let us go home. As they passed by Minister Zhao, Xiao Yin paused momentarily, casting a cold glare in his direction. Minister Zhao. It would be wise to refrain from organizing such outings in the future. Minister Zhao wiped the cold sweat from his brow, forcing a smile. Yes, mister. Xiao is absolutely right. I shall never dare to do so again. Watching the two depart, Minister Zhao released a long sigh. His heart had nearly leapt from his chest. Ever since the Changshengwen incident, Jiang Yunxi's life had transformed into a veritable prison. Xiao Yin kept his word, designating a 5-mile radius around the Tianshan Gate as a restricted zone, with 24-hour rotating bodyguards on duty. Even her trips to the restroom required someone to stand guard outside. Her phone was confiscated, her tablet taken away, and even the vermilion cinnabar used for drawing talismans was locked in a safe, on the grounds that it was toxic and harmful to the fetus. Jiang Yunxi spent her days eating and sleeping, feeling as though she was on the verge of devolving into a pig. Xiao Yin, I must protest. One day, Jiang Yunxi could no longer endure her confinement. She pounded the table and declared, I want to descend the mountain. I wish to stroll through the streets. I yearn to breathe the air of freedom. Xiao Ying, who was peeling an apple for her, did not even lift his head, his indifference rendering her protests futile. He cut the peeled apple into small pieces, skewered them with toothpicks, and presented them to her lips. Be good, open your mouth. Jiang Yunxi turned her head away, refusing to eat. This is illegal confinement. Xiao Ying set down the apple, wiped his hands, and approached her, enveloping her in his embrace with an alarming familiarity. After you give birth, you can go wherever you desire. For now, endure a little longer. Jiang Yunxi gazed at his exceptionally handsome face, a visage that could incite both admiration and ire. Feeling a surge of frustration that she could not express, this man had become increasingly adept at employing his charm. 10 months is neither too long nor too short. Under the suffocating affection of Xiao Ying, Jiang Yunxi's belly grew day by day. On the day of her delivery, the finest obstetrics and gynecology hospital in Haicheng was completely reserved by the Xiao family. The corridors were filled with bodyguards clad in black, ensuring not even a fly could enter. Outside the delivery room, Xiao Ying paced anxiously, his face pale and covered in cold sweat. His demeanor suggested he was more nervous than if he were the one giving birth. Jiang Boya and Jiang Sheng also arrived, and upon witnessing Xiao Ying's state, they intended to offer words of comfort, only to find their own legs trembling. Suddenly, a resounding cry pierced the air. Xiao Ying halted in his tracks, fixated on the door of the delivery room. As the door swung open, a nurse emerged, cradling a swaddled bundle, her face radiant with joy. Congratulations, Mr. Xiao. It's a baby boy. Mother and child are safe. Xiao Ying did not even glance at the child, rushing straight into the delivery room. Inside, Jiang Yunxi lay on the bed, drenched in sweat, her complexion somewhat pale, yet her spirit remained relatively intact. Upon seeing the man burst in, she managed a weak smile. So, how is he? Is he ugly? Xiao Ying grasped her hand and pressed it to his lips, his eyes glistening with tears. Not ugly at all. Yunxi, you've worked hard. We won't have any more children. Never again. Jiang Yunxi's heart warmed at his foolish expression. Let me see the baby. The nurse brought the child closer. The little one, just born, had rosy skin and wrinkled features, resembling a tiny old man. However, his eyes were remarkably bright, dark and imbued with a spark of cleverness. Moreover, Jiang Yunxi could sense a pure and powerful innate energy coursing within him, a promising candidate for cultivation. Let us name him. Jiang Yunxi poked her son's soft cheek. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ying proclaimed, Xiao Yinshi. Jiang Yunxi was taken aback, then laughed. How rustic, yet it sounds quite pleasant. 3 years later, at the Tianshan sect, a small bundle donned a miniature Taoist robe, scampering around the courtyard in pursuit of Lu Xian. Senior brother. I want to draw talismans. I want to draw explosive talismans. Lu Xian ducked and dodged, exclaiming, Oh dear. The last explosive talisman you drew blew up your father's study, and your bottom is still recovering. Do you dare to draw again? The little one halted, arms akimbo, a defiant expression on his face. That was because Daddy's study wasn't sturdy enough. Besides, Mom said it's called, what was it? Art is explosion. Not far away, under the eaves, Jiang Yunxi leaned against Xiao Ying, observing the scene with a smile that lit up her eyes. Xiao Ying, with a resigned pinch on her cheek, said, You spoil him. Just wait until he dismantles this temple of yours. Let us see how you cope. Jiang Yunxi turned to embrace his neck. If it falls apart, so be it. After all, Mr. Xiao has plenty of money. We can just build another one. Xiao Ying lowered his head and pecked her lips. Indeed, I have wealth. All my belongings and my heart belong to you. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. In this vast world, it is only because of you that my life feels complete. The end. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed this, please subscribe and give a thumbs up for support. Until we meet again in the next story.